Hey, Pinks, you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
I guess I'm a fucking idiot because I tried to start up Hangout right before you, and it was a private one. It wouldn't go live. I I don't do them enough. I guess I need to relearn the process.
All right.
Tried to help you out a little bit. You getting ready to go to work, or you off for the night?
No, I'm on vacation this week.
Oh, right on.
That's why I have been getting in here early. Yeah, early, I should say. But yeah, I got in here last night, and Moon had already started one, so it helped me out a little bit because that way I could catch up on sleep last night.
Yeah, well, I saw you saying that you were going to start one up in a few minutes, and I guess my computer had a glitch or whatever, which is probably, or I just disconnected from the internet or some shit. Because I was like, I'm going to try and start one, because you said you tried it in a minute after you were done posting Moon's chat.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'll get one started, and I ran in there and I pushed the buttons, and it didn't work. It's like I tried to go through Google Plus and start to hang out that way because I forgot how to do it through YouTube. I guess maybe I just got to go through YouTube, figure it out again on YouTube.
Yeah, Google Plus is the way I always do them.
Okay, now when I tried it on Google Plus, it went to get to Google Plus, you go to Home, you go to Hangouts, and then it's like there's three spots above it. There's video chat, which is the one I hit, which is the private one, and then I tried doing the one next to it, Hangouts on air or Hangouts, whatever.
Are you on that page right now?
No, but I can be. It's not a problem. Let's see. So, actually, I'm on a YouTube thing for that, but I can still fix that. Give me a second. Happen to just. Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. Drop down to Google Plus. Now, do you go through Google or Google Plus?
Google Plus.
All right. I'm on my thing. I'm going to the drop down home menu.
Yep. Go to Hangouts.
My computer's acting real weird. It's slow. I guess I got to defrag it or something. Oh crap! It looks like I got upcoming events. All right. Hangouts.
Okay, now just scroll down the page and you'll see, I'm trying to think of what it says. It's just left of the center. When you're scrolling down through there, you'll see a tab that says start a Hangout online or something like that. But you don't do that. I never click the ones at the top. I always scroll down.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I see it right there. Right under Hangouts on there. It's in blue.
Yep. And when you click on it, it'll go to a page to start. It'll give you an option to name it and everything. And then when you hit start, it'll go to another page that shows your.
Okay, so like say I wanted to do one for later or do it for now, whatever. It gives me the time, duration, only a half hour. See, it used to be I could just make it live and turn it off whenever I wanted to.
See, mine doesn't even give me the option of a time limit. It just says now, and it goes forever. Well, it goes for 8 hours, but
Okay, there we go. Got that. And then hit public. I'll add my circle. Blah, blah, blah. Actually, not this time, but do something. There we go. That should give me the ability to click. If I don't click anything, oh, I gotta type something in there. All right, here we go. Now I can share it. Okay, and then it goes to share, and it brings up my thing heavy B, and then it shows like the Google with a play sign on it, and
there'll be a button that says start, and then there'll be like two buttons. One, I think the one says start.
Yeah, the other one says trailer. Okay.
And whenever you click start, it'll open up a new screen with the with your Hangout.
I'll be in charge of it going live, or?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Thank you. That just saved me a whole bunch of heartache. So I almost did everything right. I was just one step off.
Yep.
Right on. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Yep, no problem. See, I've never done it the YouTube way.
It's so much harder doing it the YouTube way. You go to your thing, you go to your channel, then you hit click, go to live streams, it brings up something else, and I forget it. And from there, I lose it. There was a chick who did it, who just like really did a quick thing and did it for YouTube videos, and I just figured I had it. And I'll figure it out. I'll look and figure it out. The best way for me to learn is to aggravate myself and challenge myself. Because you just help me out. I'm so much faster that way.
Yeah, because I know if you do the YouTube way, you can have a chat on the side. Yeah, like on the YouTube side.
I don't think I'm worried about people watching me live on YouTube or Google Plus or anything like that, because it's a gun channel's lobby chat. Right. I'm no Yankee Marshal or Never Enough Ammo or anything like that. I think I got like 12 subscribers, and they're all people from gun channels.
Right. And see, I never worry about it too much either, because I'm usually never here.
I just think it's cool that, like, I was telling G-Webs I was going to try and start every time I come on, start a chat. But lately I've been coming on and somebody's on, so I got on earlier and I noticed there was hardly anybody there, so I was like, I'll wait for a few more people to show up, and then I got distracted shopping online. I came back and I was like, oh, okay, see, I can do it now, and then I didn't. But now I know how. And knowing was half the battle. I picked up a couple of things from my AR today.
Cool.
And it's not big. I got the standard handguards for carbine, like 18 style handguards. So I just got an adapter that fits into the vent holes. You detach it, it covers up two of the vent holes, you screw it in and tighten it down, and you give me 2 offset rails so I could mount my light to it. That's pretty much, I got that, and I got the light ring to give her mount my light to it. Other than that, I was gonna pick up a flip up her sight today, but I was like, I'm really like, I'm used to being broke, so when I start spending more than $30, I start getting worried.
It's like,
It's like, oh, dude, that doesn't give me a big enough buffer. What if I need something? So, yeah. I start school again on Tuesday.
Yep, there's my latest purchase. Or I shouldn't say purchase. I think you muted yourself, Heavy.
Yeah, I was asking, is it a 22 long rifle or a 22 mag?
22 short.
22 short. So you can shoot CBs out of that too, right?
Shoot what?
22 CBs. They're even smaller than shorts.
Oh, really?
Like,
God.
Yeah, they're super quiet. We used to use them in our revolvers when we lived in the canyon to pop ropers.
Yeah, I just picked it up last night, so I haven't got to shoot it yet.
Who makes it?
It says Butler Association Incorporated.
Cool. That's a little vest gun.
Yeah. Yep, little pocket carry.
That's it's a belly gun. Punch somebody in the belly with it and pull the trigger.
Yep. I know G-Webs has one of these too. I've seen his pictures.
Yeah, I like Derringers. I just don't. Well, we can't get them out here in California anymore. I mean, you can get like a full size ones, like a 45 ACP and shit. You know, like actually no, we can't even get the 45 ACP because they consider it a sawed-off shotgun in California because you can put 410 shells in it. Let's see. They used to have 38 and stuff like that, but like nowadays it's like because Davis was the only one that was selling them out here in California, and it's like guns like Davis, Lorson, Jennings, Phoenix Arms. They all became what California classified them as Saturday night specials. Therefore, they're unsafe. Therefore, they're illegal. You can't buy them new in a store. But if you had one and you sold it to your neighbor, you could do that in private party transfer. But it's still got to be registered now.
Yeah. What's up, Mark?
Yo. Hey, bro, so how's the 50s on everything lifestyle? Because, you know, when you
I'm balling, man. I'm balling.
Bro, but how much are you paying per round? I can't do... People say, oh, yeah, 300 Win Mag and, you know, 308. I can't do that. I can't.
I don't feel bad. I can't do it either.
Nobody can.
You definitely can't do 50s on a 308.
But the mags aren't that bad. How much are the mags? The mags aren't that bad.
I don't know.
So,
I know the mags on my PS90 are only like $25. So.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the mags on like a PS90 are not that bad. You're going to pay more for a box to fill it probably twice. Like, definitely more than twice than you would for the and the fucking mag itself.
Yeah, it's $20 a box of 50, so.
But I guess that's true for any mag. I mean, like even a Glock 9. Well, almost.
I think like the Glock 19 or Glock 17, you get almost 3 mags out of it. Glock 19, you can definitely get 2 mags out of it or 3 mags out of it.
But not extendo though. I mean, we're talking 30s on everything lifestyle. We're talking about the extendo lifestyle.
Freaking extendos are nice. I wish I could have them. They're like fantasy stuff for me.
You live in LA County or no?
No, I live in San Bernardino County, which is right next door to LA County. Well, San Bernardino, Riverside, LA, we're all right next to each other.
As much as I hate about my Maryland gun laws, I love my Maryland loopholes. Maryland has so many loopholes, it's not funny.
Well, like, we can have 30-round mags. We can even use them in the gun as long as we can prove that we bought the magazines with the gun prior to the ban. And if we, or we can have magazines, high cap magazines, but
No, see, like what's cool about me is that
we
like
can't attach them to the gun because then we're committing a felony.
what's cool about me is like I pull a Colorado where I can pull them from out of state, but because my state is so small, you're never more than an hour's drive from living out of state. So if you know someone that lives an hour away from you, you could say, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna have a box shipped to your house. I'm gonna go pick them up in a week, and don't open it, but I will pick them up in your house." So as long as you took possession of them over the state line, you are more than welcome to bring them into the state line. Which in Colorado, if you live in the middle and it took you 4 hours to get to the fucking state line, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But when you live in Maryland, and I don't care where the fuck you are in the state because we're so skinny and narrow, it never takes you more than an hour to get over the state line where you could get them.
Well, you know what? It was probably some pro-gun politician that did it, knowing how stupid it was, and just figured, hey, look, we're banning high-cap magazines in Maryland, but there's that loophole in there. I'm not saying you can't go down to Virginia and pick up a couple of magazines and come back up. I'm just saying you can't buy them here.
Hey, Pink, I want to know how gun shit. Oh, wait a minute. Before I ask, oh, you are. I was about to say it. Oh no, wait a minute. That's not the PVC, is it?
The what?
Is that the PVC or not?
PVC.
With that
Oh,
little
the
thing
patch?
inside? Yeah.
Yeah, it's laying on top of the other one.
Okay. Oh, whoa, the slickeroo. You see how he pulls one off? He pulls one GC off and another GC comes up.
Got them stacked.
Somebody. Oh, okay. So you know how we always, every time you order some GC, you probably get like a GC decal. Like if you're really cool, you get like a GC decal that G-Webs always sends you.
Yeah,
And
that and the
you have,
gear website patch
yeah,
or sticker.
and you never know. All right, so I have a gun website. No, I have a gun website sticker on my ear pro because I think that's cool. But I can never find like a flush surface to put like a GC something on there. 'Cause I'm not gonna put it on my laptop. That's a little too outlandish, or nothing like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Edge, I swear to God, big credit to Edge, found the coolest place where to put the fucking GC sticker on, and it was on like it's like metal Titan. He called it a Titan thermos or whatever.
Oh,
That
okay.
was it. Yeah, cool. Like just like a little thermos, like metal tin can, whatever, jug or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, never even thought of it. We could make our own GC water bottles. Cause I walk around with a water bottle all day. In the office, we have an ice maker in the back. I keep that shit fresh off of ice. I gotta walk a lot outside, show properties. I stay with ice water. I need that.
Yep. You can be sporting your gun channel thermos.
Yeah, and if anybody say, "Well, oh, that's my gun club," I'll just be like, "That's my gun club. I don't give a shit. That's my team." Like around our office, like you know what I'm saying? Like what the fuck? Like let's carry shit around.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, bro?
Hey, Smeg.
So
That is
I
honest. I'm sorry, Smeggy, but that is honestly the best. I don't know, like universal use of the GC sticker that I've seen yet so far. So shout out to Edge. He pioneered it. He's bullhorning.
I heard you just talking about that, and It reminded me, I have a gun website sticker on the top of my gear shift in my Jeep. It's like the perfect size circle to cover up the little Jeep emblem. So,
See, I never have these. I never know where to put these stickers. I have so many, and I just don't know where to put them. And then in a way, like I wish I had a couple bigger ones because like he sends, like his are what 3x5 I want to say, but then Kisan got like one that was like 5x8 maybe. That's really cool. I can't think of anything that big to put it on.
yeah, see, I was talking about the little tiny circle one. It's about like the size of a quarter.
No, like the one that's size like a $50 is the one that I have on my Ear Pro. It's bigger than it's a lot bigger than a quarter. It's like a silver dollar.
Oh, well, whatever. Maybe that's the same one. I don't know.
Well, that's a big fucking
Tiny
difference.
circle that fits on a gear shift. That's all I know. So I thought that was pretty cool. When people get in my car, they see all my patches and then that little sticker.
Mine is on my Howard Light Ear Pro, and I can't put it on the other side because that's where the other side, the clip comes off to fucking get the batteries. Somebody had like a good 3 pictures of gun channel shit. I can't remember. This fucking app sucks now. The app that I use to repost sucks. It used to take me 6 to 8 minutes to post 8 to 12 pictures, and now it takes me fucking like 12 to 20 minutes. It's ridiculous. I hate this shit.
Did they update the app or something? That's what screwed it up?
They updated IG, and the app hasn't updated, and that's what I think is lagging behind.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? So the repost app hasn't caught up to IG yet. And there was a lot of changes in IG recently.
Yeah, people were saying that. I haven't updated mine yet, and it seems to still work fine. Because I don't have anything on automatic updates. I update everything manually.
Oh my god. I can't believe you do that though.
Well,
Don't you remember my my one
No,
the holster?
yes, no, but I'm looking at okay, so Pinks. If you know anything, the one with the black border is Jesus. I hope you know that. So the fact is that if for whatever reason, if you happen to throw away your pack of cigarettes and you throw away the black patch, I am gonna laugh at you so fucking hard. Like, okay, so the green one, the brown one, you could probably get those again. The black one, never again. The black one needs to be behind glass.
Yeah, trust me, this one never leaves the house.
Okay, because like you had it behind like some cellophane, like on like your pack. I was like, does he really carry that everywhere he goes?
No.
The black, yeah, no. I had the green one on my jacket for a little while, and I took it off just because I only have one of each, even though I know one's more worth than the other. I still only have one of each, so.
I had to step away. What patch you guys talking about?
The original sewn-in gun websites patch.
Oh, that one.
No, wait a minute. Is that the PVC or is that?
No, this is the zone.
Okay. Be careful,
You can't
bro.
get the black ones anymore?
No, like, don't bend it. Relax.
Oh, I know.
What are you doing?
It's still good.
You guys can't get the black ones anymore?
No, the black ones are gone forever for life.
Yeah, limited edition.
I'm gonna have to just get a green one then.
How many PVC ones do you have, Pink? I think everyone just ordered one. I think I'm the only dickhead that ordered 2.
I think I got 2.
Really? I got 2.
I got a sticker, but I've got the patch you got underneath that Derringer right there. I got the OD green every count or every second matter. I just picked those up yesterday. Or I got them yesterday in the
I
mail.
wish those would. We have to redo those and do those in the right size because the sizing just fucked them up. And it'll
Which
be
ones?
like the OD green and the pink. Every second matters. We just have to get those in the right size. Yeah, because obviously, and like it'll be cool to have like the original ones. Like oh shit, like like they're extra big or whatever, but they're not supposed to be that big. They're not, and we all know that.
I just plan on getting a hat and putting some Velcro on it and putting it on the hat.
We have to do those. I do want to let everyone know who's listening, we are in the works. We are in the works of the 20 motherfucking 15 Glocktoberfest patch. Y'all must have forgot. That's all I gotta say. Hashtag, y'all must have forgot. We're coming back. Glocktober. I need to talk G-Webs. I've already reached out to him, but sometime this upcoming week, we're gonna get a lot of shit finalized for Glocktober. That is coming up. It is right around the corner.
Yeah, a month and a half.
Yeah, October 1st. 6 weeks.
Is there going to be a date on the Glocktober patch?
On the Glocktober patch availability, I don't know, but it's definitely
No,
going to become.
He meant 2015.
Are you going to put a date on it?
No. Fuck. I promise.
Well, they did 2014, so didn't they?
I swear to God, I promise you we will have no date on there. I won't promise you we won't have a number on it, but I promise you we will not have a date on it. I promise you that.
Well, then I don't want one.
Okay, bye.
Actually, I'm not a huge fan of Glocks anyway, so I like you guys like Glocktober, but it does nothing for me.
You know what? I was one of those guys always buying everything but a Glock. But
so
I don't know. I saw that Iraqi 8888 video that they did with that. Like they changed out the sear on the semi-automatic, Glock 17, made it fully auto, and then they just ran that thing into the ground, dude. That was fucking impressive.
That's not impressive because at that you have to alter the Glock to put that fucking switch in the back in the first place. That's what.
Well, yeah, no, but what I'm saying is they took a semi-auto gun, not built to be fully auto. They shot it till they melted the.
No, they didn't shoot a semi-auto. They shot a semi-auto that was converted to full auto.
Exactly.
So but that is something that you and I or nobody could ever do. It's somebody who fucking took a regular Glock, butchered it. You know what I'm saying? Fucking.
I understand that. I understand it. And my point being is because they did that, it put way more stress on the gun than normal. A gun not built to go fully auto. So for it to be able to handle like 1,200 and almost 1,300 rounds in like 3 minutes, that's impressive. I was like, holy shit, I was like, so I'm of the mind now to get like a Glock 23 and then buy like a 9-barrel.
Well, let me ask you this. Well, let me ask you this: is it impressive because of that, or is it impressive because there are that many magazines available for it? Hashtag 30s on everything.
Oh, I've always known Glock has had awesome aftermarket support. I mean,
and honestly, like they had 2 failures in it, and both the failures I would blame it on the magazine. The first 2 failures that they had on it, I would probably blame it on the magazine.
And they were using aftermarket 30 rounds.
Aftermarket with that. So they probably
weren't the Glock 33 rounds.
Well, then keep in mind, so like KCI is what? Maybe a 50-50 shot. So you really have to go through like 60 KCI magazines to get that type of, and then weed them out to get that level of accuracy.
So, I mean, it just impressed me that they took a standard semi-automatic handgun, converted it to fully auto, with the gun not being designed for it at all in any way, shape, or form. And then because the amount of force that was being put on the slide and the rails because of the short cycle rate is just, that's super impressive, man. Just holy crap.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So
that's why I want to get a Glock.
I'll tell you what would have been more impressive to me, and even if it was at a lower cyclic rate, what would have been more impressive to me. We've all seen the bump board, right? Because Iraq veteran invented the bump board, right?
Okay.
To me, it would have been more impressive if he would have built it. Oh, my favorite picture. I can't wait for the Oktoberfest. But what would have been more impressive to me would have been a bump board test. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
that's more simulated than anything else. That is way more simulated. So bump board test would have been a way more better representation of the beat up of the semi-auto 17, I don't know, lower or frame, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
The entire gun was semi-auto, except for they put an automatic sear in the back, and you could tell it was an aftermarket automatic sear because it hung out the back by about an inch.
Exactly, but that's not just the sear. That's the sear. That's the plunger. That's the back plate. There's a lot of parts that go to that plug and play unit that you're talking about. We're not talking about.
You're right. It's like
we're talking about a group of pieces.
It's not the entire fire control mechanism, but it's pretty
exactly
close,
right. So
it's
we're
the upper half of the fire control mechanism. And so yes, I misspoke.
That's what I'm saying. Is based on that calibration changeover that happened to that. I would have much rather seen a fucking regular bump board.
Well, that video told me two things. One, Glocks can take a lot. Keep going. Two, replace your guide rod with the metal one as soon as you get the gun, and you'll never ever have any problems. And then when you can save up, buy a Zev trigger.
I wouldn't say that because I would only say that if you plan to shoot 1,000 rounds in less than 30 minutes. If you plan to shoot 1,000 rounds in less than 30 minutes, get a metal. If you in whatever capacity in your mind, and Mr. 30's on everything over here, there's nothing that's gonna happen, and that's why I carry 30s on everything, because I'm gonna shoot the whole fucking mob before I have to do that.
Well, I don't know. I like the idea of putting the steel guide rod in. I mean, I know the plastic is functional, but
I'm just
I
all
would
about
rather have like a steel or an aluminum guide rod in there, just because it's going to absorb heat better.
I'm all about OEM. Like, I'm not gonna buy the so for example, like on my Honda Civic, I'm not gonna buy the fucking $15 oil filter when I can get the $295, factory one. I'm not gonna do that.
Well, I can understand that because you're not trying to make your car a high-performance car. And I'm not trying to make the gun a high-performance gun either. I'm just trying to put parts that have a larger, a higher longevity.
But you're putting 1,000 rounds in less than 30 minutes.
Well, I don't plan on ever doing that.
Exactly my point. So then why? So then at that point, the steel guide rod shows no improvement.
Well, no, that's not true. It's like tires. You need tires to run your car, right?
Yeah.
And most people who are financially handicapped, if you want to call it like that, they're going to put the cheapest tires they can get on their car just to keep it going.
But that's my question.
But people who have a little more money, they're going to put a better brand of tires on their car, knowing that they're going to get more out of those tires.
Okay, so do you have a bump board? All right, so that's my question. Do you have a bump board?
No, I don't.
Okay, so until you build yourself a bump board, you're not buying that. The only person who should buy a steel guide rod, just in case it might melt your Glock frame, is someone who is building a bump board. And then by the time you build yourself a bump board, you have to be willing to shoot $230 worth of ammo in less than 30 minutes. Raise your hand if you're that guy.
Okay.
I bought it for looks.
Now that's if
I don't care about looks. I don't care about looks. The point, okay, But
But this is just because I want to put something better in the gun. That's all. It's like putting better tires on a car.
and you're right, and you're right, and you're right, and I will tell you why you're both right. Because at that time, what are we talking about? A guide rod, a $3 to $15 part, 30 if you want like tungsten or something special. So like you're right. Who cares? Specialize your shit any which way you want. It's super cheap to do. Do it. You should do it. Why shouldn't you?
Well,
You're right.
And you brought it up. You brought it up too. I mean, the whole aftermarket support
I play
for it is out there.
I play both sides of the coin. I play both sides of the coin, and that's what. Oh shit! You know, I just realized, dude, what the fuck am I doing? We're gonna Instagram this. What are we doing? I got 15,000 followers. We are gonna IG this.
That's a lot for me too, Bill.
We'll get the IG patch. Holla! Oh shit! Too much flash. Let's go back. No flash.
That was a bump board.
Hold on. Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, Digital, I think Sean wants you to explain to him what a bump board is.
A bump board is I want to say like a piece of plywood, I guess, or whatever wood you want to use, really. Built into a shoulder stock that has a wooden dowel that goes into the trigger guard, so you kind of treat it like a fast, kind of like a, what the fuck is the AR-15 thing called again?
You're talking about like a slide fire?
Slide
So
fire,
bump.
yeah.
Oh, but
So
what?
basically, yeah.
Are you talking about trying to bump fire a pistol?
You can bump fire a pistol on a bump board.
You don't need a board to do that. You need a belt loop. You can do it with your finger.
Okay, yes, but if you have a board, then you can almost kind of SBR the bump firing action, which is way cooler.
Hand me anything. Actually, hand me any pistol, and I can bump fire it with nothing more than a pair of shorts that has a belt. Actually, any pair of shorts. I don't even need a belt loop.
That is fine.
If I'm wearing pants, I can bump fire.
Great. But I'd much rather do that from the shoulder position than from your fucking belt loop. So
I can do it with two
I don't
hands
care.
for full extension.
I don't care where you can do it from. The point is that you're talking about doing it from your dick versus doing it on a piece of wood
That might
stretched
be
out in front of your face. I put it this. Shooting from my dick is always the preference, but
I've usually tried to avoid that. If you've
That's
ever
what
caught
she
the
said.
recoil of a 12 gauge in the nuzzack, you know that is not something you want to do twice.
all I'm saying is that bump firing from a board in a shoulder fire position might be actually tactically combative worth. You know what I'm saying?
It's of absolutely no value other than crowd control. But
I'm not saying it is.
we're talking about range fun. So when you're talking about range fun, why does it matter what you have, regardless? You go out there with a high point and spray and pray and have a good time.
It might be good. I would. Okay. So that's even great because high points only come in 10-round magazine capacities. I think high points are the perfect one to bump fire from because one, they're really hard to fuck up. Two, it's 10-round capacity, so you get that really quick burst out really fast. But the fact that you're shouldering it and shooting it versus from your hip makes it a lot more tactical. That those $8 you spend in wood to build it actually makes it a weapon versus a novelty, I think.
If you're running around with a 2x4 to shoot the gun with, it is a novelty.
It is. But when we're bump firing anyways, actually, put it this.
Which is a complete novelty anyway. Just doing that is.
So let me ask you this. If you bump fired a 1911 from your hip versus me bump firing a Glock with an actual board cut out to do so from my shoulder, who's gonna fucking hit better?
That's like asking, which clown coming out of the Volkswagen looks the funniest.
That's asking is, can you shoot full a high rapid fire of speed out of your ass versus from your shoulder? That's what it's really asking.
How much have you been drinking tonight?
Doesn't matter. The point is you're bump firing. The point is you're bump firing from something that you can actually shoulder, or are you talking about bump firing from your waist hip?
I think I addressed that question earlier. I can bump fire a pistol from two-arm full, isosceles extension. It takes practice. I don't need a 2x4 to do it, or a piece of plywood.
But if you had a 2x4 plywood, would you need practice?
God, no. If I can do it with my hands, why would I want to bring
that's the point. That's the point. Like you can't say, well, if you were a Navy SEAL, you could do it this way. You can't say that.
No, I was not a Navy SEAL. I spent 6 months attached to 5th Group Special Forces, though, operationally deployed. I do not have an SF tab, but I have played with those guys.
Well, I've lived my entire life in a city that is 10 times the crime national average.
And I'll tell you, not once did we ever try and bump fire anything. And it's probably about 3 times that I ever put it on full rock and roll, even in actual operational deployments. Going full auto is actually fairly rare unless you're dealing with crew serve.
Hey, Pink.
Yeah.
Pink. All right. Hey, so what's the 5.7 like?
Oh, it's a sweet shooting gun. I will say that.
Sweet shooting, as in push back, push right.
Oh, there's no recoil. No recoil at all. It's just like shooting a 22.
But is there like a lot of shit left in your gun as far as cleaning it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you find extra powder per round? You know what I'm saying?
I did.
Does your grip do the Mambo number 5? Is what I want to know. That's what everyone wants to know. Does your grip do the Mambo number 5? Or should we just wait for your YouTube video? Because you ain't answering.
Well, I did have Instagram video, didn't I?
You did, right? Well, I mean, like, all right. So my whole point is that I don't repost videos.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, because it's way too much work, bro. And the fact that I'm past like a day and a half now, so it takes forever to fucking load.
Yeah, I'm so far behind on videos. It's not even funny.
What was it that you said about posting videos? That you don't post videos?
On Instagram.
No, I mean, yeah, like he doesn't repost them on Instagram?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, so I mean, put it this, like, I might see shit. If I'm subscribed to you, I might like your video, but to repost your video takes a lot of fucking work, and I just don't repost videos right now, unless sometimes unless some way our apps work together and it's like my own video. For right now, it's like my own video, so I haven't made a video in a while.
But it's still okay for us to hashtag gun channels in the video?
Oh, fuck yeah, but I just won't repost you.
I was going to say, I do it on mine. I hashtag videos gun channels. Oh no, maybe that screws them up when I heard you say that.
I know, it doesn't screw me up. I just won't repost you. I just won't repost that video. So, if anything, like, a lot of people, like, make a video, and, like, they'll get, like, a still shot within the video. I will definitely repost, probably more than likely, like, you know what I'm saying, like, your still shot of the video. But the video itself, I can't, it's too much of a hassle. I'm sorry. And I think videos are cool, because, like, I started off as, like, a video guy. Like, I think 15-second videos are cool. I have a couple of really cool 15-second videos. And they're about coming out. And they're about to come back out for Glocktober.
My girlfriend outshot me this morning. She's been shooting now for like 9 months, and she outshot me this morning.
It happens, man.
We were shooting a 1 foot round, steel plate at 25 yards, and she hit 9 out of 10 fast fire, and I hit 8 out of 10 fast fire.
I took 2 female cousins shooting out last week, and they're both around the same age, and they're both like my baby cousins. Like the 2 female cousins that I babied the most and that I look after or whatever. And one in particular has, like, you can tell between the 2, one of them has a natural eye for shooting, by far. Like, smashes the other, like, blows her out of the water. And they both enjoy shooting, like, they ask to go shooting, you know what I'm saying? One more so than the other, I would say. But the one that asks more, like, when you actually put her on plate, she's hitting the ball all the time.
That's the way my daughter was. Took her shooting for the first time, and yeah, she was nailing it.
Yeah, I think I just suck. I don't know, like, I can't believe she's only been shooting for 9 months, and I've been shooting my whole life, and just, like, and she was, like, doing so good today. I was just like, damn. Like, I think things are finally clicking for her, you know, and yeah. Now she can decide on her own everything she wants to do, and thank God I don't gotta, like, try and give her advice on anything I think anymore.
And just to make Stone Guy mad, I'm gonna tell you that she's a legal immigrant. It's like, no. We should have an illegal immigrant USA shooting team.
Yeah, what kind of 1911 is she shooting there?
It's a GSG 1911-22.
Oh, nice. Okay. How's that thing? Does it cycle good, or does it jam up all the time?
I just posted a picture of it right before that, and actually, like, in the title, I put it's so reliable it's scary even with crappy ammo. I picked up a box of 500 round Blazer, and I've shot 300 out of it so far the last 2 days. Not one single jam, failure to feed, nothing. Not even a dud, like nothing yet. So, you know, and then before that, I shot a box of Remington Gold bullets through it, and that was like the first box of Remington Gold I think that I've ever had that didn't have a problem. It loves CCI, you know, anything like that, but yeah, it eats everything. It's awesome.
Well,
I have
the only one that's better than that's the Colt 1911 railgun. I have that too, and it's just as reliable, but it's more accurate.
I have a 22 long rifle. I want to say it's a 22-inch long barrel with a threaded for a 22-inch suppressor. That thing is probably my favorite gun to shoot. Like, you take that thing in a brick, you're gonna have fun for days. But it sucks at extracting bullets. Like once you go 100 bullets into it, it's like every other. Like if you work the action fast, it just can't pull out the cartridge.
When you pull out the lead, is on the side of the 22? Is the lead kind of like caved in flat, like a gouge in the side of the bullet?
Well, by the time I shoot it, the lead is out.
Well, so like it's just extracting. It's not jamming. It's just.
No, it's not jamming. Like the jam is based on the fact that there's still a casing in there. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of times, if it's hitting the chamber wrong feeding, it rolls a piece of lead back on that case, and that thin piece of lead will stick between your chamber and your case, and that'll create a lot of extraction problems, and it'll still shoot the bullet out, but it just leaves this tiny little lip of lead on the edge of your case. That's really common in 22s.
Where?
A lot of 22s, it's really common when feeding for the bullet to gouge on the side of the chamber, right on the top of the chamber is usually where it happens, and it rolls back a thin piece of metal, and that metal gets pinched in the chamber between the case and the chamber, and it's just a tiny little piece of lead basically, and that causes more extraction issues on a lot of guns than I've seen almost anything. If you got a good extractor and you've already replaced it, or you can just tell by looking at it that your extractor is good and you're still having issues, that's one of the number one things I think. Or either that, or you might have a Bent's chamber, which is like a match grade type chamber, not a typical sporting chamber. And Ben's chambers don't like cheap ammo.
It doesn't happen in like the first 50 to 100 rounds. It's like once it gets gummed up. You know what I'm saying? Like once you're working it.
And is it a semi-auto?
No, it's a bolt action Marlin. It's a bolt action Marlin, new one. So it has the micro groove rifling, but
I would run a couple bullets through it, but don't shoot them. Just run a couple shells through it, and just like you were shooting, and then check them and see what the bullets look like when you pull them out to see if there are any of the lead shaved back at all. You know, slap your bolt forward, kind of fast. See what it looks like, pull it out, and if the bullets look fine, then I would say, probably just polish that chamber with some like Blue Magic works. There's a lot of different chamber polishes you can use. You can even make your own with like toothpaste and stuff, or Ajax some people use. Or you can get the honing balls for a drill. That's what I have, and just hone your chamber. And that honing ball kit, I think like on Brownells or Midway or something, you can probably get for like the 22. I think I paid like $12 for mine. You just stick it in your drill. It hones your chamber perfectly. You just run it in a drill for like 30 seconds, 45 seconds. You'll never have an issue again. Like no joke, it'll fix it. That's like a guaranteed fix right there. I'm really into 22, so I.
I'm gonna have to tell my dad about that. He's got the Sig Mosquito, and it does the same thing. It takes a gouge out of the bullet and jams up a lot.
My Ruger SR22 is a champ.
Oh yeah.
The Sig Mosquito came with 2 different recoil springs. I recommend using the lighter spring, but still using high velocity ammo. And my girlfriend's gun, I have the lighter spring in it, and I make her shoot Remington Thunderbolt, which is just a cheap, bulk ammo. And because that's the first gun I got her was the Sig Mosquito, and I've completely gone through. That gun has like the most unattainable trigger job ever in a gun. That's like the worst nightmare to ever try and do a trigger job to. And but other than that, other than the trigger, it's actually a pretty good gun. And hers works flawlessly off of like Remington Thunderbolts, It hates fed auto match. It hates anything that's standard velocity. Anything that's not 1280, it doesn't like it. So even CCI stingers it likes, velocitors. But as long as it's 1280 or above and you're using that light recoil spring, it works fine. And I've checked the frame and everything for any extra slap or any signs of abnormal wear from using the light spring, and I can't find anything like anything to say that it's, you know, being too hard on the gun.
My mom's got the M&P 22 and she really likes it.
Yeah, I got that too.
She doesn't have any problems jamming up in hers. So.
Oh, not that gun is just like the M&P 1522. It eats everything. It's standard velocity ammo, hyper velocity. It doesn't care. It eats everything. And sometimes my M&P 1522 will even cycle the 60 grain Aguila subsonics. It'll even cycle 2 or 3 of those before it jams. So you know, it's that gun won't eat. That gun just shoots everything.
My mom and dad do nothing but buy old 22. Because my dad's got my mom's got my old Browning Buckmark carbine, which my dad uses all the time. And everybody there wants to buy from him. She's got her M&P 22 and then she's got her 9mm. Or she got an SR9. She shoots better with her SR9 than she does with her 22.
I use the CCI tactical, and I use the Federal Auto Match probably the most, and they're actually the same. They're the same cartridge. They're the same bullet. They have the same ballistics. They're like identical. But CCI tactical and the Federal Auto Match, and they're actually made in the same plant and everything. They just got like a different case stamp. But other than that, they're like identical. The bullets are like the same. Everything. It's kind of funny, but you pay a little extra for that.
Mom, Dad, they just use they use nothing but whatever you buy, the cheapest bolt stuff they can find. They buy it.
Oh, I do too.
They don't hardly ever have any problems.
I bought a brick of Blazer, and I haven't used that stuff in years, and I remember that being pretty bad ammo. And I bought a brick of Blazer and ran it through that GSG, and I was like, wow, I was pretty impressed.
No, seriously, I love Blazer because it's CCI. So Blazer back in the days, like you can get it for all right. So you get a brick pack for $20.
I paid $28.
No, so back in the day, I'm talking about now, but back in the day, pre-Newtown, you can get a brick pack for like $20, and you might get Blazer for like $24.99 or whatever. I'd always get the Blazer. Always get the Blazer. I got like 4,000 rounds of Blazer.
Back before I joined the Marine Corps, I worked at the gun store for the summer before I went in. Freaking CCI Blazer was popular ammo to get. You know, just people who were just going shooting were getting it because of the casing. If you wanted to reload, then you bought the CCI Lawman. But I mean, the Lawman was definitely a better round, but I never had any issues with the CCI Blazer at all. Of course, I never shot him at 22. I only shot him like 9mm 40-45 at 38.
So I ordered like a whole bunch of parts tonight. Do you think if I call the place I ordered from tomorrow and be like, hey, if I buy some mags from you right now, like, would you just throw them in the box for free shipping? Like, basically give me free shipping and just throw them in the box with all the other stuff. Do you think they'd go for that?
Well, yeah, as long as it's coming from the same warehouse, I don't see why they wouldn't. You know, I mean, it depends on what you ordered, like how much weight you ordered. If it's going to be over a certain amount, then it's not going to matter. Yeah, the cost in. If you ordered under a certain amount, and if they put in the mere weight of them, it's going to cost extra.
I ordered two uppers, 2 upper bolt kits, 1 bolt carrier group, 1 charging handle, 2 barrels, 2 key mod rails with barrel nuts, 2 low pro gas blocks, 2 gas tubes.
Where'd you buy them from?
KG.
Okay, so they just have the one warehouse where they ship everything through?
I don't know. I've never bought from him before. Someone else bought a gun from him that's like a Cerakoted gun, and I think it might have been Moon, but I don't know for sure. Maybe it was Fuse. It was someone on here. One of the regulars bought a gun or an upper from him and had it all Cerakoted and is waiting on it. I don't know if they got it yet, but they're the ones who was first posted the link that turned me on to them.
Are you talking about the Cerakoted Glock?
No, Cerakoted ARs.
Oh, nice.
Like they have full Cerakoted like AR uppers like in any color you want shipped, But then there's like a 2 or 3 week wait if you choose the Cerakote option. So
yeah, lots of options for that now. Gibbs Arms does it with their side charge uppers.
What kind of like oven and stuff? What kind of like setup does it really take to do Cerakote? Like I can't imagine it'd be all that much other than just like maybe an airbrush or some kind of sprayer.
Cerakote's not really that bad.
An oven, fan.
Yeah, so some of the others are pretty intensive, but Cerakote's pretty easy to replicate.
What do they use? Like a pizza oven? Is that like basically like the commercial type oven they use, or?
You don't want to get it too hot because then the metal loses its strength.
Oh yeah, you want to cook it. I think what was it like? I read it somewhere. I want to say it was only 200 degrees. But for like an hour or something.
Done in toaster ovens, man.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. There's guys here who
professional coders are going to have something a little bit nicer than that usually, but
there's guys here who do it out of their garage, and they basically have mom's old stove, plugged out in their
quite
garage.
often, people that do actual powder coat will also do Cerakote because a little bit different properties to the coat, and you're going to get you're obviously going to usually get a little bit better result from somebody doing Cerakote who's an experienced powder coater or something like that. The processes really aren't that different, just the cure times and the cook times. The hell is that?
Sounds like
his
somebody's
phone.
Somebody's phone's on vibrate.
The Russians are coming! Run! Sound the alarm!
Not again.
I remember this stuff. I'm sure they still do it. It was like really impressed me back in the day. We're talking like mid to late '90s and this stuff called cake coating, and it's pretty much like not as quite as good as Cerakote, but it's still really really awesome. It gives my friend had a mini gun like cake coated, and it increased the lubricity and all that stuff. So it cycled all the time. He hardly ever had to clean it or oil it. And it was so rust resistant, it was pathetic. And it was really nice. And it only cost him like $200 to get it done back then. And that's when the technology was new.
And if you really want to do it I guess the backyard redneck way for one of those like 22 chamber polishings, you can take some like 1200 grit wet sandpaper and find just one of your little small screwdrivers in your toolbox, tear off a piece of that, wrap it around the end of that screwdriver like a Phillips, wrap it around the end of that screwdriver. You can even put a little super glue on the sandpaper, glue it to itself, wait just like 5 minutes and it'll set, and then dip it in a little water and then polish the chamber that way with just 1200 grit sandpaper.
Yeah,
and
just be real careful that.
Yeah, just go nice and slow. You're not trying to take off any metal. You're just trying to give it a nice smooth polish and make sure you wet the sandpaper really good. And you want to use 1200 grit.
Yeah, I've seen people do that. Do it with a wood dowel. Don't use a piece of metal. Use a wood dowel.
Oh yeah, a wooden dowel would be better. I just so happened to have a little screwdriver that was just perfect, and I left the sandpaper a little bit longer than the tip of the screwdriver, and I was just real careful. And it's not like you're sticking it in there just spinning it back and forth. You just barely slide it in, just give it a nice easy turn, and just go around maybe like 6, 7, 8 times, pull it back out, and usually that'll fix any slight little deviation or burr that's in there. It really doesn't take much.
And don't try this on some of your higher pressure rounds.
Oh no, just 22 long rifle. No, this is just.
Don't go trying this on 40 calibers and plus P9s and 300 Win mags. You're gonna have a bad day.
They got them for 223 though, right? I'm talking about the 4 honing tool.
Yeah, actually get the tool for that. Don't try and rig one.
Well, I wasn't going to. I was just asking if they made the tool for it.
Yeah. They got
right
an actual
out.
chamber reamer that'll kind of, and for sure if there's any kind of major deviation in that chamber reamer, you can even use it on a barrel blank. But just having a barrel reamer in 5.56 or 2.23 Wild, whatever your chamber is, use that reamer in it first, and then polish it with some honing balls. That's like the proper way, but you can use. There's a ton of different methods that you can find online for do it yourself at home with just brushes and toothpaste, even. So, I mean, to polish your feed ramps or chamber.
It depends on the type of toothpaste too. I believe it has to be the white paste, not the gel stuff. Because the white paste
like
actually has a grit
the old
in
baking soda kind, I think.
it.
Yeah.
Because it's actually got the grit in there to actually do it.
Yeah.
So.
Then there's
what a lot
there's
of those
one
uses
guy who
as
swears by
abrasive
Ajax. He
is,
swears by Ajax.
Yeah, but a lot of those use as abrasives is diatomastic earth. One of the things you can do is go to a pet store, and you can get this diatomastic earth is what they call it. It's little diatoms. It's a extremely fine abrasive, but they use it in aquarium filters for doing a really deep clean of the water, because it's porous to like some ridiculous like half of a micron, but excellent, extremely fine sanding compound.
Sounds good. It gets down to about a half micron, right? That's pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, this stuff is. If you want sparkling, clean aquarium water, ain't nothing better. But it's also found in things like toothpaste and stuff like that.
I just use Listerine as lube, and that seems to work okay. Pour that in there, let it foam up a little bit, and then you're done.
He's making a new product called Barrel Ease.
And make sure you floss all your rails.
You got to get him twin locking lugs to make sure that there's nothing that builds up in between them.
Yeah, there's a whole section of dentistry gun care.
And if you're going to get a scraper, make sure it's a brass scraper.
Say, you're kidding? If I could get my dentist to clean my guns, I'd be in pretty good shape.
Honestly, I just want to get one of those sonic gun cleaner kits. Build a sonic gun cleaning kit. This thing worked really nice.
You still there, Marco?
Or you might be hiding from the cops right now. I hear sirens in the background.
No, I was saying that sounds like Chicago or something.
Yeah, no, that'd be my house.
Bad boys, bad boys.
All right, what did you do?
I don't know, I'm pretty sure it was an ambulance. And I think I'm still okay, so we're good.
Oh yeah, sounds like my neighborhood. You know, in fact, I forgot I was wearing earplugs, and I was wondering what was going on right now. And then I was like, oh, I got earplugs on. I was coming from the computer.
I thought I was shooting a pellet gun at that mouse, not a 300 mag.
Hey, Will,
Yo.
what happened with those flip-up sights? I keep asking you about them, and you never
Oh
tell me.
yeah, I was gonna tell you the other. Okay, the front sight is fine. The front sight works perfect. Does everything it's supposed to do. For a backup sight, that's especially for the price I paid at. I think the front sight I think was $19. Great backup sight for $19. For their normal price of $38, not so much. I would honestly spend the $10 extra and get a Magpul front sight. But if you got them for the if you go to your Walmart and get them for half price like these ones, $19, yeah, it's
What are you using? The diamond heads?
No, these are MFT Mission First Tactical flip up sights.
Yeah, I've seen the MFTs. So
Now the rear sight.
I have shot them, but I was just I was nervous.
Now the rear sight is where you run into issues. Now I got the first rear sight. It didn't work right. It wouldn't when you deploy it. It wouldn't go all the way in the forward position and stay there. So you had to push it up that last 16th or an eighth of an inch to stay all the way up. And if it got bumped at all, well, it'd stay back that 16th or an eighth of an inch. It didn't. The spring's super weak in them, is what I think. And they're a little bit harder to slide back and deploy. It's not a big issue, but they don't slide as well as the front. But both sets I bought of these of the rear has a completely weak spring, and the spring's a different color than the spring in the front sight, but they look identical in shape pretty much, and size. But it's a different color, so I'm thinking it's a different spring in these rear sights, and it's just super weak. It's just too weak to even fully deploy the sight. So I thought about taking it back, and then I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just contact them. They say lifetime warranty. So on Saturday, I emailed Mission First Tactical and sent them a little email and told them this is already the second one I bought. I really don't want to return it to Walmart again if they think they can fix it, or if they think that they just maybe want to try and send me a new spring. I'm more than capable of pushing out this punch and trying a new spring. And so I'm waiting to hear their response on what they want to do about it.
And now, what kind of gun do you have this on?
Oh, these are for this Picatinny rails, AR-15s and stuff. Anything, just backup sights, flip-up backup sights. It's like it's their version of the Magpul M-Bus.
No. My question is, what gun do you have it on?
Oh, nothing yet. I could put it on any number of AR-15s. Probably is what it would end up going on.
All right. Well, my point is, all right, AR is going to run you anywhere between $500 and $1,500, depending on what you do, right?
Mm-hmm.
$40 on the actual thing that lets you aim and accurately shoot it seems a bit low to me.
Well, they're backup sights. They're not sights. They're backup sights. So that assumes that you have an optic or a red dot to rely on, and then these are going to be in case.
See, I have a totally different philosophy. My backup sights are my sights that I can rely on no matter what happens and the batteries die and everything else goes to hell. My primary optic is, well, my primary optic. sights have to be just as reliable as my backup sights. Not
So,
the
like,
backup sights is this little piece of plastic that I threw on there, and I hope it works. Which is why
how many? It also
I put a good bit of money into my.
do you do that on every single
foldable
gun and
sight.
every build though?
Yes.
So
I don't call
every
them
gun you
backup
buy.
sights. I call them my foldable sights. My primary optic is my primary.
Oh, who's echoing?
There you go.
I got it.
Good job.
Well, you know, you
I don't
tried them
know.
out. They worked, but they didn't work, right?
Yeah, well, like I said, the front one works. It's fine. For $19, it's really good. It's slimmer, lighter, lower profile than the Magpoles. So if you have a lower profile scope and it won't clear, a Magpole won't clear underneath it, these might have a chance of clearing.
Oh, and please don't get me wrong. When I say $40 seems low, it's not because of the money. It's just look. If you gave me a set of Magpul Mbus Pro aluminum sights for $40, I wouldn't be saying, oh, these suck because of the price. I just want something that I can ultimately rely on no matter what.
Well, I do on my main ARs too, but like my other ARs that they're not for. It's not like I'm an operator. I'm not going out there, fighting rebels every day. I take them to the range, take them out to the desert, and then my nice guns with my nice stuff, I keep those nicer. And these beater guns, loners, different builds, trying different things, just everything. And me personally, I'm sorry, but I can't afford to buy $180 Yankee Hill sights on every single gun I own, because when you own a lot of ARs, it gets expensive just that in itself. Let alone buying top end, high end parts for everything.
My philosophy on that is, if you can get it to zero and it works for you, it doesn't matter what you pay for it.
Oh yeah, like one of my best red dots I have is a BSA $30 red dot that I've had for over 10 years. And I put that on every single AR or any gun I get that has a Picatinny mount. That's the first optic it gets while I'm waiting to save up and afford its proper optic that I want to put on it. But that BSA goes from every single thing. And I've had that thing for over 10 years, paid $30 for it, one MOA dot, it holds zero. It works.
I've shot some of those BSA
on my battle rifle.
Not a darn thing wrong with them.
Yeah, I want to put it on my battle rifle. No, but for what I use it for and stuff, oh yeah, it works great.
Oh yeah, you're obviously not going to throw it into a tree though.
Oh yeah, hell no, yeah, no, and I'm not going out. It's not. It's optic basically. It travels from gun to gun to gun, and it's probably literally been on almost every gun I've ever owned. And,
but at the same time, all right. Well, I'm sorry. Well, at the same time, that's what I want to say. What is the beauty of building an AR? It's because you have 3 different rifle lengths to build it in, and you have whatever configuration you want to bring it in. So everyone says, well, I'm not trying to shoot dead nuts. Okay, so whatever stratosphere it happens to be below dead nuts that you happen to want to shoot for, you can build your AR to that. To exactly what you want. Where it says, I want no name brand pieces on my shit, but I want to shoot sub MOA. You could probably make that work. And there are very few platforms that you could say, I want this, I want that, without this, without that brand texture, or whatever, and actually make it happen. And that firearm platform allows you to make it happen. So
I call it Legos for adults.
Man, Legos.
Legos for adults, Barbies for boys.
To me, building ARs are just like Legos, putting them together. It's like playing with Legos when you're a kid.
Well, and that's part of the fun too, is you get to geek out and research all the different types of things and decide exactly what you want for, like you said, what mission are you building it for?
Oh, and I don't know how many like local gun trader places you guys have by you, but you know, we have some online sites local here, and a lot of times I've bought in a certain rail or something and I didn't like it and couldn't necessarily return it, or had to like pay shipping to return it or whatnot. So I've just put it on there for trade and got something else I wanted. And you know, it's the parts sell. I mean, you can find used parts everywhere. And if you want to build a cheap AR, you can build one for $350 that actually runs. You know, you can do it.
Yeah, there was a guy I used to work with, and he was into guns, and you know, he did the thing where he bought just a cheapo AR, and then over time, basically swapped out every single piece of it. Well, when the gun scare happened, a couple years ago now, he jumped up on like Craigslist, and he was selling like standard mil-spec trigger for, you know, $100 or something. I mean, people are going nuts, and I'm sitting there going, dude, you're freaking ripping these people off. And his philosophy is like, well, they're dumb enough to pay it, you know.
Hey man, I'm a free market economist. If somebody is out there willing to spend the money, then that's what the price of the thing is.
Well, yeah, I went with him one time. We went on lunch to meet up with a guy, and he sold, I forget it was, like 5 magazines at some ridiculous price. He's like, well, shit, I got 20 of them sitting at home. Why not sell 5 of them?
Well, what's a ridiculous price? A price that you're not willing to pay, or a price that you are willing to pay? Because you might not be able to, you know, like, you might not pay $30 a PMag, but if I sell you 5 PMags for $20, that still makes you a fucking dumbass for paying twice as much. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so,
and realistically, like a top grade
during
AR.
the big scare, everybody was paying. You know, people were paying $50-$60 for a damn PMag.
highest I ever thought for a PMag was $37, and nobody was buying it. The most I ever saw a PMag go for was $30.
Yeah, I saw higher and I giggled.
I paid $8 for my PMags.
And I live in a really rich fucking part of the country.
You know, you can really get up to over 2,000 in your ARs, and a lot of guys can't afford that out of pocket at first, or even a $1,200 or $1,000 AR, but they could build a $350 one and have that in the meantime, right? And then when they decide to upgrade the barrel or upgrade so-and-so parts, you know, buy a new badass barrel for $200, you put your old mil-spec barrel that you paid $75 for out for $50, and it'll sell, and you'll get your money back. So you didn't pay as much for the next barrel.
Oh yeah, look, I've got an AR that I built out of spare parts sitting around my gun room that cost me almost nothing to put together, even considering the original prices of the spare parts that I threw into it. And I've got one that, you know, I've got probably $4,000 into. And that one shoots way sub MOA. Actually, it'll shoot sub half. And you know, I use it. It's a 308. I've used it out to 1,200 yards, and it's got a pretty nice optic on it. Not ridiculous optic. It's a vortex, but a nice optic on it. Still $3,000 in that damn gun.
Basically what I'm trying to say is that not only can you build one for cheap, $350, and then slowly upgrade it and get exactly what you want in the long run, but you can get all your money back out of all those used parts. Try and put a lot of parts out for sale for other guns, even trigger groups or just different parts, springs, grip handles and all that. On your local sell site, they don't necessarily sell like AR parts do. AR parts sell, and plus they're all over. And that's another reason why I think the AR platform is so good to build.
Well, yes and no. I mean, look, try and sell a quad rail right now.
Well, quad rails are like so 70s, like it's
well, they're not 70s. They're so
I know.
5 years ago. You know.
Yeah. But in the AR world, you would think that it was like, like ancient, They're like, oh,
Right,
no, you
right.
got a quad well?
And 5, 8 years ago, it was like, oh, look, cool. You know.
Fuck you, I really like quad rails.
Yeah, I just bought one too.
Fuck you. Bring hashtag bring quad rails back.
Sorry, you're not trendy.
Fucking gun hipster over here.
I guess I'm
Hashtag
definitely
bring quad rails
not
back.
cool then. I just got the standard freaking carbine length HU style handguards on mine. You know, I don't
I like those
need all
ones
that
too.
fancy crap.
Hey, I'm all for those. It's a hell of a lot less weight.
I just bought, I got 2 things today. I got the freaking flashlight holder to mount to the rail, and I got the adapter to attach to the manual, the standard HU style handguard. It takes up 2 little holes and screw it in, and I got an offset rail to put a light on. And that's about as advanced tactical as I'm going to go. I mean, I got that and a red dot.
I'll tell you what.
We got the Bosnia.
I
had like a mini mag light, with an end cap and an M203 quadrant sight. I took apart that 203 quadrant sight, put a couple of wire looms on it, and attached the flashlight to it. And I was like tactical operator. Everybody was copying me to make their own weapon-mounted flashlights because they just weren't available in the military at the time.
Very true. They weren't. I mean, back when I was in shit, we were still wearing flax and Kevlars.
Oh yeah.
The
Remember the
whichever
old
one came out first. Was just coming out as I was getting out.
Remember those old two double A red white flashlights with the tail cap on it? It took one of those and put some little wire conduit looms on a 203 quadrant sight, and all of a sudden, M16A2 weapon-mounted flashlight.
First time I put a weapon-mounted light on my gun, I was running the Mini 14 in a tactical carbine class, and yes, it worked fine. It made it all the way through the damn thing for all those Mini 14 haters out there. I just took duct tape or 100-mile-an-hour tape and taped the flashlight onto the forehead. Well, it worked fine for me.
Hey, the 100-mile-an-hour tape was the solution before me getting inventive one night on guard duty and being bored.
I bet you didn't have any malfunctions in that Mini 14, did you?
Not a damn one.
And how many guys with an AR-AK had a malfunction? Did any?
I don't remember. People were going down left and right. They didn't know how to run that shit right.
Mini 14's a great gun, man.
They are.
I'm seeing it. What is it? Oh, a regular guy was saying, Mini 14s are crap. They got, their metal's not good. They can't handle high pressures. And I'm like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. When Ruger built those Mini 14s back in the day, they were, they always, went, where most places goes, 2 to 3 times above the required pressure to handle it for safety. They would go, 5 or 10 times.
Wasn't that the gun in the Miami shootout?
Forever. You can do anything to it.
They sat there with an M1 and M14 and said, okay, let's dumb it down to a 223. And so they did.
Yeah, it ran fine. I mean, as for people complaining about gas blocks going loose, hey, you're an asshole. It's a mechanical part. If you're not smart enough to take off the fucking... Because I had bought a scout rail for it, and I had to take off the fucking gas block anyway, or take off the top part of the gas block anyway to put it on. I just Loctited the son bitch when I put it on.
Yeah. Back it out, hit it with a little bit of red Loctite, and that thing's not coming back off unless you try.
No, yeah, I ran it was 500 rounds for a 2-day course, and I never had any goddamn issues. My accuracy, okay, granted, I will give it this. Mini 14 is not the most accurate rifle in the world. But when you're shooting a gun in a combat carbine type sense, you're only looking for 2 to 3 ammo in it, and it held that very easily.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's damn sure better than AK.
Well, no, AKs are actually pretty accurate these days. I'm seeing them. Well, these days I don't know about
I haven't shot any since the '90s, but back when I was in the military, it was damn sure more accurate than the AK. Maybe AKs have stepped up their game over the past few years, and I'd imagine they have. They've become more popular, and there's some better offerings out there than there used to be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, well, shit, Century Arms' new Wasser 10 and their C39 V2 are, like, being touted on by everybody right now.
Yeah, all the AKs I ever played with were the ones that we ran across in the military, and those things were always dogged out anyway.
Well, yeah, and you picked them off somebody who got them 40, that's been in the military for 40 years. The gun has been in the military for 40 years. So, I don't know how many people are using it. And, so, yeah, some of my friends were talking about the AKs they found out there, going, yeah, when they were growing out there, they were just like, yeah, I'm going to try and find one and sneak it back. And then I'd give them shit about that, and they're like, the ones we found just weren't worth keeping. I wouldn't even shoot one if I had to, kind of thing. It's like, oh, crap.
Well, then of course we had the running joke about the never fired, only dropped once.
Oh, yeah. It's like, I'm sure everybody here has watched the movie We Were Soldiers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, with Mel Gibson and Sam Elliott. When Mel Gibson turns to Sam Elliott and says, maybe you should get yourself an M16. And he's like, well, sir, if it comes down to that, I'm pretty sure there's going to be plenty of them laying around. So it's kind of like that kind of thought process. Now, I'm not, AKs are super reliable. There's nothing that, I got no issues with AKs. I like AKs. I like minis. I like ARs. And, it's like the people who talk bad about them really, maybe they had one and had bad experiences and they just got real prejudiced about it, and
if you watch that movie, remember the medevac pilot that just kept coming, even though being told, quit flying, you're done. No, screw you, I'm flying.
Yeah.
He won the Medal of Honor for that. I met him, and he thanked me for my service, and I went into tears. I'm not a guy that cries a lot either.
I had a buddy of mine who died recently of cancer. I've mentioned it before. He spent 3 tours as a door gunner in the Marine Corps on Hueys in Vietnam. And we were talking one night. He was like, Brian, why are you always, why you always, like, I'll put it in a more polite term, talking good about my service, but downplaying yours. And I'm like, well, you were in Vietnam. I was in peacetime. And he just looked at me and goes, it doesn't matter, you signed a contract, you were willing to go. And if it happened, you would have gone. But you didn't have to, and be blessed you didn't have to. And I was like, you know what, you're right, thank you. And I find that out from a lot of the vets who've actually seen war. They're not,
no, man. If you sign up, you've passed my test, you're a patriot. I don't care if you're a freaking clerk. If you sign up for combat arms, then I have the utmost respect, whether you went or not. If you went, it's really no more respect. It's just, I know what you've been through.
Well, yeah.
That's just, it's really camaraderie more at that point.
Right, and we got a lot of young vets to go to my bar, and they talk about it, and I'm like, hey, brother, I'm just glad you came home alive. That's all that matters,
That is it.
So, well, that's that on that. Sorry, didn't mean to kill the conversation, guys.
Well, the good thing about PTSD, it's all in your head.
It's true. You guys ever see George Carlin do his thing on PTSD euphemisms when he talks about back in the days it was shell shock, then it was battle fatigue, which is not so hard but not quite as nice, and then post-traumatic stress disorder. It's I don't know, if you get a chance, YouTube it. It's funny as hell.
Nice. I'm gonna have to check that one out. And I'm a huge George Carlin fan. You know, with PTSD, it's how you react to it that defines you, not whether or not you get it. Kind of like any challenge. Yeah, I guess we killed the chat.
Yeah, way to go. So, did any of you guys?
There we go, getting all serious.
Did any of you guys listen to the radio show earlier today?
No, I didn't get a chance.
It was kind of an interesting one. They had this guy is from what's it called, like TSA Watch or something.
Wait, I'm confused. What radio show are you talking
about?
Liberty something or other. Liberty Free Radio or something like that.
Sunday. Liberty Watch Radio? Or are you talking about you're talking about Heller's show?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, great guy.
Yeah, that's
on a side note, there's a link to the George Carlin thing. Sorry, go ahead.
But, hey, anyways, this guy basically was on there for like the whole first hour, and he was just basically talking about the TSA and just how ridiculous they are. And I guess he's starting up a group that is ready to change policy, do something. I don't know exactly what his group does, but he had all these horror stories of, people getting groped and all this different stuff. And just like, it's pissing me off that you got to do all that just to go flying.
2013, we had the Gun Rights Policy Conference at the Orlando airport. And where we were was a giant glass wall that was overlooking the TSA checkpoint. And we're sitting there with a bunch of guns and, an M1 sitting on the table right over the TSA. We got some great pictures of that. TSA literally under the gun. And they started searching a child who was in a motorized wheelchair. Pulled him aside, and they're, literally lifting the kid out of the chair to check underneath him. And we, at the Gun Rights Policy Conference, are sitting there in this overhead vantage watching this whole thing draw out. And we're fuming. Just absolutely blowing smoke out of our ears mad. And we're sitting there with 3 civil rights attorneys. Eric Friday, Don Kilmer, and Alan Gottlieb, or Alan Gura. At which point, I said, this is bullshit. We need to go find whoever's in charge. I took off my gun. I slapped it on the table because we were going down into the airport area out of the hotel. And told one of our people working the little floor to carry table, here my gun. And said, who's coming with me? I'm going to talk to the supervisor. And we went down and just read him the riot act. To my surprise, halfway down there, all 3 attorneys were standing right behind me. We didn't see a single crippled kid get searched again the rest of that weekend.
Well, I can kind of understand why they do it. They do it for the same reason they do it when they're inducting you into jail or a prison. Because weapons can be hidden in there.
This wasn't just we're checking them out. No, this was, they were going through this poor kid with a fine-tooth comb.
Well,
And of course, we took the picture of the people in burqas walking right through while they searched the crippled child.
oh, that's just because of the political correctness bullshit. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can understand with it because I know a couple of cops who got in trouble for searching a lady in a wheelchair. They were female cops, and they were processing her into jail, and she was like, "No, I refuse to get up. I refuse to get up." And she made a big deal about it. I mean, she threw herself to the ground when they lifted her up out of the chair. They brought another chair for her to be.
There was one case where the police threw somebody out of the chair because they didn't believe that they were really handicapped.
Well, that's
and then
one
left
way
her
to
on
find
the-
out, I guess.
Yeah,
But it turns out these girls didn't get in trouble because they found shit stashed in the wheelchair. So I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can understand why they did it.
Right, but there are better ways to do that. I mean, they literally there were better ways to conduct the search than they were doing with this kid. They could have been just as effective in a search than I mean, they're basically disrobing this kid in front of everybody. It was really bad.
in a jail, you have more like motivation to sneak something into a jail. Honestly, this is something the guy brought up. He's like, okay, they took over planes once. We've been through this shit ever since.
I mean, literally, if they had taken the kid out of his own wheelchair, put him into a different wheelchair, examined the wheelchair, and put him back, we wouldn't have been freaked out. But the way they were treating him, I mean, they literally picked him up out of his wheelchair and set him on the ground, and then proceeded to half undress him on the ground while another crew searched his chair.
Oh yeah, that's bullshit.
It was uncalled for.
I don't know. I just think we would have a lot less problems if we stopped worried about being so politically goddamn correct. Stop letting people bitch about one thing or other, and just realize
why do you think Donald Trump is
all in
getting
the same
so
boat.
much appeal? Look, I've got some huge problems with the way that the Donald has presented himself, but I understand the appeal that he has for a lot of people.
What's going on tonight, guys? Busy night for a Sunday.
We're solving the problems of the world.
As always.
Oh, of course.
One gun at a time.
Yeah. Speaking of problems, solving the problems of the world, we have some huge bills coming up in Florida. Obviously, unless you've been living under a rock, you know that we have the campus carry bill coming back here in Florida.
I do live under a rock. It's safer down there. I'm in my bomb shelter right now.
I want a bomb shelter.
You're a little late for your Young Guns chat, Caleb.
Oh yeah, no, I wasn't planning on doing one today.
I just want to know whoever's living in their bomb shelter right now can get good Wi-Fi signal in their bomb shelter. That shouldn't be happening. You might want to check out your construction.
Well, no, I got a T3 line that runs right through the ground. I just hooked up into that.
Right. If it goes out, it goes out. So be it.
Sorry, Caleb. Didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
Actually, sorry, Sean. That's the person that I interrupted.
No, not at all.
Carry and whatnot.
Now we're doing campus carry. We've got a few more bills that are pending filing that I just can't talk about yet, but it's going to be a very busy year here. There's actually a couple of bills that we wanted to do this year, but it's just like we've bitten off a lot, and didn't want to file the rest of them because it was more than we could chew, which is refreshing because, you know, a lot of years we're scrambling trying to get sponsors and just being like, you know, you should really sponsor this bill and please do it. This year sponsors were just lining up and we had to tell some of them no. Sorry, we've bitten off as much as we can chew.
California had kind of a win recently. There was like if you were to be arrested or taken into custody or somebody claimed that you were mentally unstable, the police would come in and take your guns and then they would never give them back to you. But now it's been signed into law now that if you were arrested or anything like that for mental instability, you can have your weapons taken to an FFL and have them hold it until you're found not to be unstable or that you're innocent of whatever it is, and then you get your guns back. That would the police can't.
Yeah, some of this has come out of the recent Abramski case in the U.S. Supreme Court, where they said that, look, even though you've become a prohibited possessor, doesn't mean that you have lost your ownership interest in these firearms. So you can have them stored, you can sell them, whatever, even if you've had a felony conviction. They're still your tangible property. You don't have to just give them up to the state. Unfortunately, we have a lot of lower court judges that just hate that decision. They're doing everything they can to ignore it.
Well, like I said, it's kind of a big victory for California. We don't get enough of those out here.
Yep, little step in the right direction.
Yeah, you know, I'm just we're starting to get more and more push behind the whole pro-gun, pro-Second Amendment thing out here, but like more and more counties are making it easier to get CCWs. Certain laws are being challenged and overthrown, like Frisco. They tried to say it was you couldn't own firearms if you lived inside the city limits of San Francisco, and I guess that was turned over saying it was unconstitutional. So, you know, but they've got to, you know, for every one win we get, they find a way to barricade us with a bunch of BS.
Yeah, what wasn't there something that LA just did? I forget what it was. They just did something bad.
And if it's LA, I'm pretty sure it's throughout the state. I know
they confiscated 1,200 guns.
That guy was dead, though, right?
Oh, they still confiscated 1,200 guns.
Yeah.
The arsenal guy.
Oh, doing that shit all over the country, you know. And, I don't know if the family's in court or if the family just said go ahead and take them because they didn't want nothing to do with them. But I mean, they could have sold those for a bunch of money.
Yeah, that's completely ridiculous. I mean, just because I don't even know whatever ended up happening, they just found the guy dead in his car. I don't know what happened on that part of it, but just because someone dies doesn't mean that their property can just be taken by the cops for no reason. I mean, if they were evidence in a crime, okay, that's one thing. But if it's a completely unrelated thing, they don't come in and take your blender and be like, oh, this is ours now.
Well, I think it was they were called out to do a health and welfare check on him or something like that. And I'm not sure, don't quote me, but if that's the case and they go in, they don't find any bodies, but they find a bunch of guns laying around, they go ahead and they hold them, they secure them. They're supposed to give them back, but they secure them, and then they inform the family. And if the family asks about them or the family, you know, says, hey, where are all the guns, then they got to give them back to the family. But if the family says, oh, we don't want them because they're anti-gun, then the cops get to claim them as a big bust for themselves.
Right, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not a bust just because some dude had a collection. Like I said, what, they found him dead in his car or something? Like, okay, he had a heart attack or something. Does that mean that he's a criminal? Like I said, I don't know a lot about the person, but still, just owning a lot of one particular thing, They make it
You gotta
sound like
understand Californian philosophy when it comes to our politicians and lawmakers out here. Him dying in a scar of a heart attack, but owning all those guns is a gun-related death, and they will play it like one till the bitter end. Yeah. So
well, and that's
it's like
like
if you get hit by a car and you have a pack of smokes in your pocket, it's a smoking-related death.
I don't know. Going out and buying 1,200 guns might give me a heart attack too. Like I might be so happy I just might die of, you know.
like I said, I don't even know if it was a heart attack, but still. But anyways, that's like when they do the gun buybacks, and then they pull all the guns out of like evidence that actually were used by criminals, and say, "Look at all these guns we got off the street." And it's like, no, you didn't get any of the cool ones from the gun buyback. Those were ones that you confiscated from people that were breaking the law.
Well, first thing, they're not gun buybacks. They didn't own them in the first place. They're not buying them back.
Good point.
These are gun buyouts. They are the buyback.
Disarming the public.
Not the term. They are purely gun buyouts, even for stolen guns. So now you can go steal a gun, and you don't have to worry about having a fence for it. You don't even have to worry about the criminal act of selling it on the street. You can just go to the next state-sponsored gun buyout, and get money for your stolen guns.
Yeah, I wish they'd do like
You don't even have to go out of state because it's totally anonymous. You
Oh yeah,
up
they're totally anonymous. You can go to the next state, go to the next town, whatever. You know, well, and hell, a lot of them give you cash. Some of them are saying, "Oh, it's $250 for a quote unquote assault weapon." So what have we done? We've just put a government bounty on stealing quote unquote assault weapons of $250. It's probably more than they could get on the street for them.
with those buybacks though, did they run all the serial numbers to see if they were reported stolen? Because if they were, then they would just get returned to the original owner, and you basically just gave them money. And it
we looked into that recently here in Florida and found that it's probably about half of these gun turn-in events where they're actually returning the guns to the rightful owners when they find the stolen one. The thing is, they very rarely find ones that have been reported as stolen. Mostly the things that are getting turned in are junk. I mean, they're old Lorsons that have been sitting around in somebody's drawer for 30 years. When they do find high quality stuff, they will do a countywide search. They won't do a national search. They'll do a countywide search to see if it was a stolen gun. And even if they do, they may or may not send a letter. They won't call you, but they'll send you a letter saying, "Hey, we've found your stolen gun. You have 2 weeks to reply to this letter. Oh, by the way, it was in the mail for a week, and otherwise it'll be destroyed on this date." And if you don't respond quickly enough with a copy of your bill of sale proving that it was still your gun, even though you reported it stolen, we're going to destroy it anyway.
Oh yeah, that or they'll keep it.
Do you have the receipt for every gun you ever bought? I sure as hell don't.
Actually, I do.
I live in a state where I don't have to have all that stuff, so I don't.
Well, I don't have to either, but I'm just.
And what about what about like the gun your grandfather gave you? Do you have the original receipt for that gun? Hell no. And then other ones are like, oh, okay, well, we can return it to you in person. Oh, wait, no, we can't return it to you in person because you live out of state. So you have to pay the transfer fee for doing that. And, oh, by the way, we don't offer that service of shipping it to someone. It is very few of even the stolen guns that are recovered that actually get back to their owners.
I was just curious about that because, maybe me and my buddy would set up a little scheme.
And then we had an issue here.
And then get them back.
Well,
money.
And my hometown, we had a little issue with some historic guns actually coming in on these gun grabbing schemes, and some of the police officers were going, "You cannot destroy this gun. This is a historic gun. We need to give it to a museum, whatever." And the police chief said, "Nope. The people that are sponsoring this, they put up the money and they want all the guns destroyed. Therefore, we're destroying them all." So we went to the city council and raised holy hell about destruction of historic guns, and they changed that policy. But it had been going on forever. It was just recently that we found out about, because some police officers contacted us and said, "This is ridiculous. I just saw I just saw a historic gun destroyed because of one of these quote-unquote gun buybacks, and could not convince the police chief that we need to donate this to a museum or something." And so they contacted us, and we jumped into it. But that's only one city, and we've seen that time and again with them taking, they pull in a German Luger that was brought back from World War II, and they're destroying it rather than letting it go to a museum even.
Maybe I'll set up a fake gun buyback and just keep everything for myself.
Well, and what some people do is they show up at these little state-sponsored gun turn-ins and say, oh, they say $50 for a gun. They sit there and hold up signs and say, I'll buy your gun for $100 if it's nice.
Right. Yeah, I've seen.
And I've met a lot of people that have bought guns that way. I haven't done it myself yet. I plan to, though.
I heard that one of the big cities, I can't remember if it was Chicago or New York or Detroit, something like that, back in the 70s, was doing gun buybacks, and they'd give the people $25 cash and then $25 in food stamps. And then they got in trouble for giving out the food stamps, and now there's a law specifically preventing people from trading food stamps for firearms or ammunition. But that wasn't because of criminals trading them for guns. It was because of the police buying and trading them for guns.
Well, there were two numbers put out recently on concealed carry licensees. Now, so this isn't the entire community at large. This isn't even the entire gun-owning community at large. This is that subset that has gone out of their way to get a concealed carry license. And what it found was, depending on your state and depending on the methodology for coming up with the number, that a concealed carry licensee is, and I'm using the most conservative estimate, 600% less likely to commit a crime than a police officer. John Lott did an analysis that said that a concealed carry licensee is 23 times or 2,300% less likely to commit a crime than a police officer. Now this, given the fact, and you have to remember this, prosecutors and police departments are far less likely to prosecute a police officer than a concealed carry licensee, because they don't give any deference to what a law-abiding gun owner does. They give deference to what police officers do, things like qualified immunity. So, just a little tidbit to have in your head.
But I don't believe you, though, because everyone knows that people who carry guns shoot each other over parking spots. I mean, I've been told that a million times. So
I did. I shot 3 people today over parking spots, and I didn't even leave my house.
someone parked in your driveway or something?
I guess. I don't know.
Get off my lawn, you rotten kids.
Yeah, get off my lawn. But even if we take the lowest possible number, 6 times more licensees are 6 times more law-abiding than police officers. And police officers, don't get me wrong, are much more law-abiding, generally speaking, than the average population. So we take one of the most law-abiding segments of the community, police officers, and we compared them to people with concealed carry permits or licenses, whatever they call them in your state. And the civilians who carry guns are far more law-abiding than the police who carry guns. Yet, we keep getting told that only police should be able to carry.
Yeah, but that's one of the things I think would actually help the gun cause, is if every time they make a new law, you don't have, like, police exemptions. Because as soon as those people aren't exempt from the same laws we have to live by, maybe the police union would step up and actually fight on our side.
We have done that in Florida, where police have to go through almost as much as we do as civilians to get concealed carry licenses. They cannot off-duty carry into the same places that we can't. And the police unions have been very careful when they go back and rail against this stuff, saying, well, it's police officers, so we need additional protections. No, this isn't for everyone. This is just for our police officers. It hasn't. That line of thinking is, yes, valid, and yes, I agree with it, but it is not what they do. They're not there to advocate for people having guns. They're there to advocate for their officers having guns. And they will actually fight against citizen carry in most states. Now, you have some states where you have sheriff's associations that actually fight for the right of people to carry. Unfortunately, those are very few states.
Well, the chief of police in Detroit is pro-concealed carry.
He's an outlier.
He's gone on record many times saying, "Hey, man."
Right. Look, you can always find an outlier that you know, but it does the Michigan Sheriff's Association. I think he's the sheriff there in Detroit, but even if it's police chiefs. Does the Michigan Association of Police Chiefs or does the Michigan Association of Sheriffs fight for gun rights for the individual? No, he's a single sheriff.
Well, I mean, being the head of a police for a major city, I mean, I thought that was a pretty good victory.
Oh, it's definitely helpful. And look, I've met the guy. I've talked to him. Hell, he and I had a cocktail together at the last Gun Rights Policy Conference. Great guy. Well, I'm not even sure if he was drinking. I sure as hell was. But you know, great guy. You know, absolutely salt of the earth type person. But you know, he was talking about the blowback that he's gotten from other chief law enforcement officials there in his state for his positions. And he looked me dead in the eye and said, but I don't care. This is the right thing to do. He's an absolute true believer.
Yeah, I like to point out some of the positives of my area since we get ragged on by the whole country for being so shitty. So there's at least one good thing is our police chief likes guns.
Oh yeah, like I said, great guy. And look, Michigan's gun laws, when you look at the rest of the country, are definitely nowhere near the worst. You're not New Jersey, you're not Maryland, you're not New York or anything anywhere near any of those. At least not anymore.
I like to describe that Michigan's kind of in the middle. We have some stuff that's not cool, but we have other stuff that's pretty good. So.
Right. Yeah, what really kind of chaps my ass is that, look, Florida kind of created the modern concealed carry license, you know, the modern shall issue licensing scheme. Yet we have fallen so far behind.
Well, and you guys do a lot of stand your ground, castle doctrine kind of stuff too. Am I just making that up?
Oh yeah, no, we've done great work there. I would say that we're probably in the top third, where we used to be the absolute leader, and that's what bothers me is that we've fallen so far behind where we were. We used to be the leader. Now we lead on certain subjects, but have fallen behind on others, and that's a lot of stuff that we're trying to fight right now. And part of it's because of what the courts have done here.
If only there was some type of organization that had a group of people and some lawyers and they could write bills. I mean, you guys really need to look into doing something like that.
You know, I will take that under advisement. Yeah, today was all about doing research and talking points and everything else on the four main bills that we have coming out this year. Only one of which has been filed so far. But that and, you know, talking to the people from Students for Concealed Carry, you know, helping them get organized and giving them a little bit of direction on what it's going to take to really support this bill again this year. And look, we were hopeful that we were going to be able to pass it last year. We had the votes to pass it last year, but we got steamrolled by one of the committee heads and the committee chairman. If you have a committee chairman here that stops your bill, it's very hard to get a bill passed. I'm hoping we don't have the same problem this year, but we're going to run this bill every year until it passes, which means that it's the campus carry bill, its passage is inevitable because we are dead set committed to it. That bill will run every year.
Yeah, I went to school with a guy that he was a big gun rights person, and he tried to get our school to allow carrying on campus because it was a private school, so it didn't fall under some of the same rules. And basically, if they wanted to, they would have been allowed to allow it. But we started kind of fighting that a little bit, and then he graduated and was like, oh, well, whatever. This doesn't matter anymore. But it was a big commuter school, and a lot of people took night classes and stuff. And it wasn't in the best area. And they had a thing you couldn't even have it in your car or anything.
Yeah, they finally just changed our policies on campus to say we could have them in our car. And I think there's still some stipulations to it about how you have to have it in your car. I don't know if it has to be locked, or I think it has to be locked or something. And then I guess you'd use a handgun, you put it in your dash or whatever, or something like that. I think that's the way it's written, but I'm not positive on that. And that's a military college, so I mean we have a freaking armory on campus. Of course, it's it's locked up and it's for the cadets. Does anybody know a good video file converter? It's free. The one I was using, apparently it was a trial thing, and it's not letting me use it anymore.
DivX.
What's it called?
DivX. DivX.
Converter.
Yeah, what kind of video converter are you looking for?
I'm just looking to. I just gotta convert the format from my camera. The way my camera records. I gotta convert it from that to
VLC. There's a bunch of them out there.
Yeah. DivX. It only has 2 stars.
So someone brought up about the whole mental health thing there in California. The legislation that was done last year. I was curious about it, so I pinged Gene Hoffman from Cowguns Federation. He's the president of Cowguns. Anyway, he said that last year they passed this whole gun violence restraining order thing to take away guns for anyone who's basically accused of anything wrong. But a lot of that stuff was curtailed. They really limited who can invoke this whole gun ban based on a restraining order, and they put in actually a punishment on false attempts to keep somebody from having a gun by putting in this basically gun violence restraining order.
Well, that's good. I've always said there should be punishments for people who, just make up stuff. And normally after the dust settles, it turns out that the truth comes out. But you see that a lot with abuse cases, going through divorces and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, it happens constantly with divorce cases. Right. And they use it as leverage for custody battles and stuff like that. Apparently what they were trying to do in California was if you accused someone of, he threatened me once, then a judge would be able to come in and say, okay, we're seizing all their guns, and they lose their right to the guns. And that has been largely curtailed, but not completely. It's definitely a problem they have where it just kind of takes the accusation by certain people, say even your ex-wife, where they can seize your guns. So that's a huge problem they're having out there.
I mean, it's kind of a fine line to walk, though. I mean, I understand if the person actually is, a bad guy and is like, hey, I'm gonna come kill you, bitch. Like, the guy probably shouldn't have a gun. But I guess the hard part is that transition of before he's really been proven guilty. I don't know. I struggle philosophically with that problem. I do like that Mom's Demand Action commercial where the guy comes in and breaks into the house when he has a restraining order and then, kills the mom and his kid or whatever. Because that's like the best pro-gun ad I've ever seen. Get that woman a gun and the thing completely changes. Because she already had the restraining order. She already had the piece of paper, so that obviously didn't work.
Hey, Scott. Yeah.
Yeah, I was typing.
Is this?
Yeah, the movie maker is the one I usually use, but
DivX wants me to install some K-Lite codec pack. I don't even know what that is.
it's just the
setup software.
yeah.
Okay, I'll go ahead.
DivX was the only one that would pull that corrupted file off the phone for that AR video.
Alright, I'm gonna download it now. I'm just looking at. Wow, it does a lot. It looks like. A lot of audio stuff too.
Yeah. Do you see that story I posted, Sean, on the side?
Nope, sorry, I walked away. I hadn't seen what you posted me on the side.
No. I was checking the Buckeye Firearms organization for updates on on our constitutional carry bill, and I saw that story. It's about the Florida courts siding with the patients.
Oh yes, the so-called Docs v. Glocks ruling. Let's see, Buckeye. There it is. Oh, okay, they actually just reposted the NRA thing.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks pretty fancy. This DivX. Can you do more than one file at a time?
That I'm not sure. I never played with it too much.
That'd be awesome if you could. Most of them probably won't let you, but if I could do I got 8 video files I gotta do at one time. It wouldn't matter if my stupid editor would accept the file, the format that came straight off the camera, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't even recognize it.
Yeah, that's the way mine is.
Apparently I'll do all of them at one time. Maybe. Let's see. Where do you select what to... Oh, here we go. Never mind. MPEG 4 is what I've been using. That's the best, isn't it?
I think
quality.
best for YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm using it for.
As a matter of fact, I think the movie maker even has a tab.
I don't like Movie Maker. It's, I don't know. Oh, you can only do one at a time.
Yeah, Movie Maker for me always kills the quality of the video.
Yeah, same here. It's super fast, but it's super crappy.
And every time I use Movie Maker, it, for some reason, turns off my sound card, and I have to go in and manually restart my sound card.
That's weird.
Yeah. At first I was like, what the hell's going on? No sound.
Let me just try to do one file now, see what happens. Okay, convert. The free version only help. This sentence doesn't even make sense. What? The free version only free help person user is what it's supposed to say, I guess, to convert partial files.
Hail to the nana.
I'm gonna convert one, see what happens. Shouldn't take long.
What are you doing? Videos of your shooting competition?
Yeah, probably won't finish it tonight. Probably won't even get it halfway done tonight. I'm probably just gonna get everything converted and that'll be it. This thing's taking forever. I'm combining 2 matches.
Here, I'm going to throw you a link in the side. That the VLC, it's a free app and it has a lot of conversion codecs.
Nice. I've never understood the whole, like how you know if you should install 64-bit or the less run, whatever it is.
Whatever your operating system is.
Yeah. If you can install 64-bit, install 64-bit.
So if it's not 64-bit though, it won't install it, right? It won't let you. Or something?
Yeah. So if you want to know if you're 64-bit, which you probably are, just are you running Windows or Mac?
Windows.
All right. So lower left, go down to your little start button, right-click it, and then go to
System?
go to system.
Yeah,
Under
64-bit
there, it will tell
operating
you if
system.
it's 64-bit or, okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is where all the specs are. Nice.
Yeah, so basically, unless your computer is older than dirt, you've got a 64-bit
Yeah.
system.
Okay, 8 gigabytes of RAM. I guess that's pretty good. I don't know.
Kinda.
Decent, I guess.
I've seen much worse.
Oh, okay.
But you gotta remember, and I'm a computer guy.
So pretty much the way RAM works is like that's the amount of space that something's going to use whenever it's like every program you run is going to use so much space to run it, and that's
Right.
what your computer uses to run it.
Right. Like
Yeah.
I run 32 gig of RAM
Jesus.
on my laptop.
So are there like I guess it depends on the program and how much RAM it uses. As long as it doesn't, as long as it
just
doesn't
means I can
exceed.
multitask more stuff and
Right. Yeah, you can like
the
run
programs are a
several
little bit faster.
big programs at one time. So what happens if you have a program that you're only running one thing and it's still higher than your installed RAM? Pretty much just screwed. It's just slow.
Well, it's like I would not recommend doing serious like gaming on an 8 gig system.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can play a game, but like it's something that'll still be a little laggy, and it's the only thing I'll do at that time. Like I won't be running anything else, any other tabs or anything. But yeah, I'm sure if I got into it, like I think you said seriously, it'd have to be a lot more.
Yeah, and the thing is, look, I do computers for a living. My laptop was damn near $3,000.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got 2 additional monitors hanging off of it, plus it's a 17-inch monitor, so it's a 3-monitor setup for me.
Nice.
Oh, I have 7 monitors on my desk.
Holy
Between
crap.
my work computer and my 2 personals.
I only have my laptop, that's it. So, can you get like more RAM installed on your computer? Like, is there a way, or is it like actually something that's hardware, not software?
As long as your motherboard will allow it.
Oh, okay, so they just
Yeah, it's hardware.
Yeah, for a laptop, it's going to be a lot harder to upgrade it.
so I thought they have to actually take it apart and like re-solder a piece to the.
No.
It's a little modular thing. You plug a chip into the computer.
It's like loading a new mag, man.
Exactly. Great analogy.
It's like what?
It's like loading a new mag. You're going to take out you're going to take out the 20-round mag and put in the 30-round mag.
Gotcha. So they still have to take the laptop apart to do that, or?
It's usually if the laptop is usually like take out your battery pack and
Right, it's like right there.
Unscrew a screw. There's usually like a little access door.
So what is that? Is it like on a
And
card?
sometimes you'll find that you've just got basically an empty mag slot, or in this case, an empty RAM slot, and you just plug one in.
Oh, so there's
If you don't have an empty slot, then you're just taking out a smaller stick of RAM and putting in a bigger one.
Replacing it with the larger one. So
this right here is a RAM chip, Caleb.
Oh, okay, cool. That whole thing?
Yeah.
Well, it's a pretty large component.
Yeah, well,
that's for PC.
For desktop. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's going to be slots on your motherboard. Some of them have 3, some of them have 4, and you can sit there and go up to like an 8 gig or even higher now probably RAM chip, and you just every time you stick one in, it adds more RAM.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
No, the current ones are I think max out at 16 per stick, and they're about a third the size of a PC one if you're talking about a laptop.
I wonder how many mine will hold. Like I said, I have to look up the specs on my model.
Depends on how many slots you got.
On my motherboard, yeah. How much is it usually to get them added to your computer?
God, I haven't pressed RAM in a long time.
I'm assuming you gotta pay for the card, obviously, and then you gotta pay for the service. So.
Yeah, RAM fluctuates in
You don't need
price.
service. If you can insert a magazine, you can insert a RAM chip.
So does it have
Okay, if you can put it on a backup site, you can do it because it does require the use of a screwdriver.
Okay, so it's not like it's just like it clicks into place. It has a place for it that's already made. It really just it's not like you gotta actually do, like I said, like any kind of soldering or anything like that.
No. It's like square peg, square hole.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha.
So 16 gigabyte laptop memory for a DDR3 type is $80.
For the card?
Yeah.
That's not too bad. So then they're obviously also by what you're saying, it sounds like you gotta buy the right kind, obviously.
Yeah, you gotta know what your laptop takes. But so I guess about 50 cents a meg. It's gotten a lot, or 50 cents a gig. It's gotten a lot cheaper. 50 cents a meg.
Yeah, the websites that sell RAM, you could go through, like enter your make and model, the serial, or like the model number and all that, and it'll tell you what your motherboard can handle and which brands and all that shit. They break it down on there.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and so what you do is you find out what kind of RAM you're going to get, and then you use the side chat. You go to give2a.com, and you order whatever you need off of Amazon, and then Florida Carry gets money for whatever you spent. And it doesn't cost you a dime, and we get free money. So go to give2a.com for all your holiday shopping.
Jeez. Knight's Armament is so fucking overpriced.
I'm looking at the HP forums. That's what I have is HP. I'm looking at the forums. There's someone who was talking about it. Their model number is a little bit different than mine, I think. Mine's like, can't see crap. It's on the bottom of my laptop. It's so tiny. Someone was saying that theirs was listed as non-expandable, but they were stubborn and they put a 16 gig in, and it still worked. It's like, man, it's a little risky. But I guess at the worst that happens, like, it doesn't work, and you just take it back out and put the old one in.
I don't know. It might overheat.
Trying to run it.
I don't know. I've never done something like that.
I have the M6 KO15 DX. That is my model number. I really want to get rid of was Windows 8 on here. It sucks. I tried getting a free download of Windows 7 through my school because we had like access to one, and I couldn't get it to work. I don't know what I did wrong. I thought they sent me the code for it, but I messed up or something. I don't know if I finished the checkout. It was really the site they were using to get the free purchase was really old and difficult to use.
Did you say Windows 7 upgrade?
No, yeah, I have Windows 8 now. I just want to change it to something. I don't really like Windows 8. I mean, I don't even use Windows 8. I use the desktop view. Well, I mean, I am using Windows 8 because it's the operating system, but, you know, I don't use the tile screen or whatever.
Yeah, I've been holding off on the free upgrade to Windows 10.
Oh, do I get a free one?
Yeah, everybody does.
Really? How do you have to, like, how do they determine whether or not you get it? If you already have Windows 9?
Do you have your automatic updates on your computer set?
No, I don't think so. I think it just sends me a message, and then I go in and look at them, and then I don't know. Can't remember. Where would that be under? It'd be under on the control panel somewhere, I guess. I don't know. But here's the thing though, my computer right now is the Windows 9 is like all messed up on it. It's weird because, or sorry, not Windows 9, Windows 8. Because I went and I had to do a factory restore on my computer because it crashed when Windows 9 came out with I keep saying 9, freaking Windows 8 came out. They came out with like 8.1 or something to update, and it crashed my computer. Like I couldn't even get to I'd get to the loading screen when it started up, and it would go black, and that would be it. So I had to go into like the BIOS settings, whatever it's called, and do a factory reset, and it worked okay. And then Then again, they forced me to do the update, and so I finally was like, I'm gonna try it again, maybe now it'll work. I think I did the same. Ended up doing the same thing again. The last time it was like, by the time I did it the third time, it was like 8.2 or something, and it sort of worked. Like the computer works, but now every time I turn the computer on, it goes to it's not recognizing the product key. Like it's not recognizing that it's installed on the computer. But the software came with the computer. I don't have I don't have where I purchased it because it was included. It was already installed. And so now every time I turn my computer, it wants me to activate Windows, which is pretty stupid since it's already on there. And then I tried, I did find the product key for the software that's on here. It is on the computer, you can look it up. And I found it on the computer. I found the product key, and I entered it in where it was wanting me to activate it, and it didn't recognize it. It says the activation server determining the specified product key has been blocked.
There, that's the Microsoft website. Right on the front main page of it has a tab for Windows 10 upgrade for free.
Is it out now?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm running Windows 10 now.
Are you having any problems, Sean?
It has been beautiful.
All right.
Way better than Windows 8.1 or Windows 7.
Yeah, see, I've been kind of holding off. I'm kind of partial to 7, but...
Don't hold off. Do it. Even my wife, who was very adverse to change, and she was really ticked off when I put her on Windows 7. She is liking Windows 10.
All right. So apparently, I have to click the start button here and get Windows 10. It's supposed to be on here somewhere.
Well, I don't know if I do it right now. You'll probably get kicked out chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, good idea.
Because it's going to reboot your whole computer.
It's true. It'll probably take a while too.
Plus, if you're converting files too, it'll...
No, I'm not right now. All I was, I converted one. I figured out I can't do it in the highest. Let's see. That one's done. Now I gotta add the next one.
Yeah, just gotta go remember to deactivate all that security stuff or whatever where they were talking about Windows 10.
Yeah, the only problem I had when I went to Windows 10 was I had an application on my wife's computer that basically merged the wireless with the wired network connection to give you a little bit less latency, and that program didn't work in Windows 10 quite right and lost internet connection. Once I deactivated it, everything was fine.
Yeah.
My other laptop, my newer one that I use, because, well, basically my wife uses the one that I had before this, because I buy a new laptop every 2 years. It had no problem whatsoever.
Yeah, I probably should get out my old gaming PC and upgrade it. I don't use it anymore because it was blue screening on me all the time, so maybe the Windows 10 will take care of that.
Well, depending on how old it is, the Windows 10 upgrade might not be free.
Yeah, true. Well, it had Windows 7 on it, I believe.
If it came with Windows 7, it probably will, because, look, Microsoft took a huge black eye over both 7 and 8. Windows 10 is their attempt to make up for screwing up.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out where I can reserve my copy or whatever for Windows 10. And they'll send it to me.
At the lower right on your computer, run the Microsoft updates from Control Panel. And if you've already done that, at the lower right of your computer, if yours is eligible, there should be a little icon that looks like a Windows Start menu. Just a little four pane window thing.
Yeah. Wait, so I have to go to my control panel though. What did you say do in the control panel? Go to the Windows.
If you don't have that little 4-pane window icon in your lower right, then
It's in the lower left. Yeah. It's the start button.
No, lower right.
Okay, so it'll be in like the update section.
Yeah, where all your little system tools are for everything that you run.
Yeah.
A little up arrow that shows you everything. See if you have something that looks like that Windows icon.
No, it's not on there.
Okay, then go to Control Panel and do the Microsoft Update. And The gun website's tech support line is in.
Where is that at? I'm gonna put my screen share up because I don't know what I'm doing. I'm on the control panel. See.
All right, hang on. I'm gonna have to walk back and look at my screen. There should be something on there that says Windows Update. If not, then I'll show you how to get to it. All right. Let's see.
I do have some messages over here. It says.
All right.
two important messages, but-
Let's see. All right, do this. See the little arrow next to control panel at the top? That's not what I'm looking for. Darn. All right, see the view by? Hit that little arrow. No, that's not what I'm looking for either. Jeez, why is yours locked down here? System security. Why can't we get?
There he is.
Oh.
Just settings? I don't know.
No, not that. You don't have the full thing. Do this. Hit that change account type. All right, you're already set to administrator. All right. See the little drop down by control panel on the right of it? Nope, not that one. Just click in the white down there. Just click right there.
Where?
All right, go back to the. Hang on. Just click in the white.
I am.
Right there.
Yeah, nothing's happening.
All right, hit the escape button.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
All right, see the little arrow just to the right of control panel? Hit that. All control panel items.
Ah, okay. There we go.
Now, go all the way to the bottom, and you should see something that says Update. Windows Update, very far lower right.
Windows Update. Yay!
Click that. All right, now, I want you to hit the check for updates. Holy cow, you haven't been updating anything.
It says most recent check for updates was yesterday's.
But none have
No,
ever
we're installed.
been installed. Oh my God, we're going to have to beat you. Hit the optional update button.
Where's
See where it
Right
says
there,
8
where you-
optional update.
Yeah, it's 8.1. That's why I was
Right.
blocking it.
See where
'Cause
it says name?
crashed my computer. Huh?
See where it says name?
Yeah.
Click that little box next to it. Little box next to name. On the left of name.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
I didn't mean to select all of
Now
them.
down at the bottom there should be like an accept or okay.
Right, install. Yeah. But I don't want to do that now. I guess I'll reset my computer.
No, go ahead and hit it. It's going to take forever to download anyway.
It won't kick me out of this.
Just hit OK.
Oh my god.
It's going to take a while. I wouldn't worry about it. If you get kicked off, we understand why.
So then once all those are updated, the
You've got
option...
1,000 updates coming, or 144 updates coming. It's more important that you update than talk to us right now.
What but then Windows 10 didn't show up on there, so what does that mean?
Well, once
It's not
once
going
you
to
get
until
done with
you've
that.
done all the updates. Now, after your computer updates, you need to keep doing what I just showed you until all updates are done. So you're going to have to keep rerunning the updates until they're all on there.
Oh, so it's only going to download these 144 and I'm going to go back and do it again?
Right.
Okay. So, where was that? It was in control panel?
Control panel, then hit the little arrow thing to the right of it.
All control
Show
panel
all
items.
control panel and
Windows
go to
update.
Windows
Yeah.
Update.
I can remember
Or what you can do is just hit the start button and type in the word Windows Update.
that. Okay, yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah, the search key. I'll bring it up. Oh, thanks for the help. It's awesome.
Now, it might change to Microsoft Update after the next one. So just type in the word update and look for the one that says either Windows Update or Microsoft Update.
Mm-hmm. This video converter sucks. Everything's in crappy quality. I mean, it's not horrible, but it's tiny and it's not.
Yeah, you got to make sure you set those converters for the right output.
I put it at the highest profile, and I put it at MPEG 4.
What converter were you using?
This is the DivX, the one that he was talking about. But I got that one
yeah,
pulled up for you
the
told me about.
DivX one used to be great. It used to be kind of, the best you could get. That's why I use the VLC now. And actually now I'm actually using the Adobe stuff, but
Yeah, I'm about to uninstall this one. It's pretty bad.
Professional audio, all the professional video editing software, which means I should probably start posting more videos.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you wanted to pay for one, I know I had who was that I did a video response for?
Oh no, I bought the whole Adobe Creative Suite. Their cloud deliverable service one. It costs quite a bit, but it's really nice.
No, most of them are they like you buy them once, or is it like a buy by the month or by the year?
You can buy it either way.
Yeah, I'd rather just buy one right out. Not have to worry about paying for it.
Yeah, I basically do the annual subscription thing, and
That'll work too, I guess.
that way I just get all the updates. And it's me being the respectable, great person that I am now. I don't use any kind of cracked or borrowed software.
This Windows updates are still on 0%.
Yeah, they're gonna take a while.
Like, you think it'll be done by tomorrow morning?
Probably.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, and you need to turn on automatic updates, obviously.
Well, that's why I remember now why I turned it off. You see, the 8.1 was in there. That's what crashed my computer last time.
You'll be fine.
Okay.
It's more stable than it used to be.
Yeah, this was like last year when I did this, because I did it twice. I'm like, oh, new update. Okay, this is back when the first time it was on automatic updates. It's like, I'll update it. I did it on its own, actually. So, yeah. And then I was like, why is the screen, why is it not loading it wouldn't even load the desktop up. It was dead. So I restored it, and then I waited a few months, and at that point I turned off automatic updates, and then it asked me again. It kept bugging me.
In the meantime, while I was downloading everything, back up all your data.
What's that? In the meantime, what?
Back up all your stuff in case you have to restore again.
Oh, yeah, well, I don't put anything important on here now, so.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, then don't bother.
Yeah, it was Camtasia was the one I did a video response to Thin Blue Line.
How do you back up stuff? Like, you put it in your recovery file, or?
Well, no. You really need the best thing is to back it up off that machine. I've got a 4 terabyte network attached storage that I back everything up to.
And so what does it? So when you back it up, what do you use? You take everything on that computer and put it like in one file on that 4 terabyte hard drive.
No, actually, the way I have mine set up is I just move over every individual file automatically.
So it looks exactly the same.
Yeah, right. So I can grab it off of any other computer that I've got, or I can pull it. Because of the way mine sets up, I can pull it off the cloud. So basically, I can. It's not really cloud, but I can connect to my network storage from anywhere. That way, if I'm out of town and using a borrowed computer or something, I can get to any of my files.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can get to them on my iPhone or my tablet or whatever.
So is there a way to back up, though, on the same computer? Which, I mean, I guess it only work to a certain point, because if you do a factory reset, it's going to be pretty clean slate.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. You want to back up at least onto a disk, so that if your computer does go sideways, you've got it somewhere off that hard drive. Like,
Yeah.
for example, if you get a virus.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much the only thing I have on here that's like somewhat important is my Windows Office, or no, sorry, not Windows, Microsoft Office, and I can just re-download that. So, because I can just go re-sign in or whatever, and it re-downloads. So that's the only thing. 'Cause, I mean, I use that for school, so that's the only thing that's really. Everything else is just stuff that. I mean, there's a few documents on here, but that's about it. Unless someone's like documents I did for.
Yeah, so do
School.
you have like a Gmail account?
Yeah.
So that means you also have a Google Drive account.
Yeah, I have a OneDrive.
Grab all that stuff that could be important and copy it over to that.
Yeah, I do have some stuff in there now. I could put some of my pictures I didn't want to lose. I put them in there, and I put a few documents, and I need to move. Can you move Microsoft Office to that?
No, you'd have to reinstall it.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, but I can still move my videos and stuff over if there's anything I want to put in there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So any of you guys hear about the new shooting challenge for this month for gun channels? And if you win and you do it.
I didn't know we ever had shooting challenges. See, I'm behind the curve here.
Well, we don't do them. We should do them monthly, but it doesn't happen. It doesn't always happen. But every now and then there's a group on gun channels for it. Let me pull it up. And this month it is the fast drill, which you guys know what that is.
I'm not familiar with the name.
It stands for something. It's an acronym, but it's a very popular drill. Pretty much, it's a 3-inch by 5-inch card. You put that on the head of the target, and then there's an 8-inch circle. You put that on the center mass of the target, and you have to shoot 2 into the 3-inch by 5-inch on the head, and then reload. So you only put 2 rounds in the first magazine, then reload on the slide lock, and then shoot 6 rounds, I think it is, into the 8-inch circle. And like if you do it in under 4 seconds or under 5 seconds, it's considered expert. And 7 seconds is intermediate, whatever, advanced. I forget what the times are.
Okay.
Trying to find the shooting challenge page right now.
All right, you know what? This is a good excuse for me to use my Google Glass for taking video. I might go do that.
Yeah, let me share the page. You can just type in fast drill on Google and you'll find the printout sheet for it. You can print it on a standard piece of paper.
No, I want to see the G-Webs one so I know where to send in my video or whatever.
Yeah, but okay, I'm pulling it up now.
I'm assuming they want video evidence of this.
I guess, I don't know, it's kind of, there's a prize, there's a patch at stake. Let me find the post. Crap.
Are you telling me I spent $12 for nothing? I could have bought it for 12 shots.
Pretty much.
So $6, okay.
I'm trying to find it. Jeez, he just posted it today. Let me go to his page.
I know Moon posted it.
Yeah, Dr. No was the first one posted, I think.
Oh, was it? Okay.
But I can't find. Okay.
That is at least unless I start hanging out with Caleb and he starts reloading ammo for me or something.
Hey man, supply the components and I'll do it. There's a shooting challenge page. It should be.
Oh hell! Don't tell me that. I'll have you loading 300 blackout tomorrow.
I'll wake up this later this week. I'll open the door, UPS door, and there'll be a big UPS package taller than me sitting there.
Hell, if you can just tell me where to find good powder for 300 blackout, I'll buy a reloading rig tomorrow.
Yeah, see, I don't have much experience with that. It's kind of a weird cartridge to reload for.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people use like pistol powder, and they'll use a faster pistol powder.
I'm really on everyone's list for tell me when this is back in stock for the powders that I want to use. And once the powder's in stock, I'm going to order the powder and then order the reloading setup. Which I'm going with the old Hornady lock and load.
Yeah, that's a decent press, but Dillon's better. But the Hornady works too. It's nice. The Hornady is nice because it has the one more extra station for the same two models for the same price. You get one extra station and auto index on the Hornady.
Yeah,
but I kind of like manual index.
That's really what kind of sold me on it over the Dillon. Not to mention just the ability to change calibers really quickly.
Right. And the 550 is good at that. The 550 you can change in like 5 minutes or less, pretty much.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay,
So,
I didn't realize that.
But once you get past that, it's pretty extensive. Like 650, you don't want to be changing it over a lot.
Because I figure I'm mainly going to be loading 3 calibers. 45, 300 blackout, and 308. And I might eventually start reloading a 300 Win Mag.
Yeah, you're right. It was Durgano.
But, you know, even when I get my 300 Win Mag rifle, I'm still going to be shooting 308 more than anything as far as rifles go. And 5.56, I can buy 5.56 cheap enough anyway. It's not worth pulling the handle for the price difference.
Yeah, that's what I'm still gonna load 5.6 I think eventually, but I'll do it for like accuracy reasons. I'm not gonna be loading like bulk ammo for it.
Yeah.
It depends. I don't know. It depends on if you can find deals on it. I mean, it's still pretty hard to find the same deal.
Oh, the only reason I want a reloading setup is for bulk reasons.
Yeah. So check out that link, Sean. The second one, the first one's just a shooting challenge group. The second one's actually the picture of the page you print out.
Okay, cool.
So it's draw, fire 2 and only 2 rounds at the 3x5 box. Slide lock, reload. Fire 4. Okay, it's only 4 rounds at the 8-inch circle, so it's 6 rounds total. 10 seconds plus is novice. Less than 10 is intermediate. Less than 7 is advanced. Less than 5 is expert. And you do it at 7 yards, I think. Yeah, 7 yards. I know I can at least do it in advance. I don't know if I can get under 5. It'll be close. It'll be close for me to get under 5 and get all my hits in both the boxes.
Yeah, the only thing is my range won't let you shoot from a holster.
Yeah. So that means you get to start a table pickup.
that means tree, woods, go.
Free, yeah. Go to the woods and shoot it.
What state do you live in?
Ohio.
Yeah, I imagine they're not too bad about going out into the middle of the woods and shooting.
Yeah, they're not.
If you'd said Maryland, I'd have cried for you a little bit.
Hell, if I had property out, out in the country, I'd just do it in the backyard. But
I'm pretty sure if you went deer hunting in Maryland, you'd have to call somebody before you actually took the shot and say, "I'm lined up on a deer. Can I shoot it, please?"
Where at?
Maryland.
Oh, yeah. As long as you're using a lead-free bullet.
Yeah, no shit.
So this is pretty cool. I like how they did the scoring on this drill. It's like if you miss a small box, you add 2 seconds per miss.
Are you sure that that's not a 2-round assault bolt action?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just glad we can finally hunt with suppressors here in Georgia. Like, I haven't been hunting much because I'm in college and everything right now and pretty busy. But I'll probably get a nice press set up for hunting when I get a little older. Get back into hunting some more. It's pretty much my favorite hobby besides competitive shooting. Specifically varmint hunting. I'd love to get a suppressed rig for some hog killing.
Hogs, yotes.
Hog slaying. There's not much coyotes around here, which is kind of a good thing, I guess, but it's kind of a bad thing if you want to go predator hunting.
No, believe me, if there's not too many coyotes around there, it's a good thing.
Yeah. There's some more down farther south, but up here in the mountains, there's not a whole lot.
There are really only two animals that I consider evil. That is feral hogs and coyotes.
And prairie dogs. If you live out west, they hate those things.
Okay, yeah. I don't consider them evil as much as a pest.
Pests. But hogs and coyotes are like a plague.
They're evil. They'll hurt you if you give them a chance.
What was I gonna say? I forgot. Crap.
And Cecil would hurt you too.
That's what I was gonna say. We've been having some foxes around our house. We don't mess with them obviously, but we always have a mother that comes and raises her young ones somewhere nearby our house. Sometimes they'll get in our field. We got a big drain pipe they'll den up in.
Oh, God.
But it's nice because they keep all the yellow jacket nests down.
I was hunting in another state, and somebody at the hunting camp I was staying at, called up and she goes, "I shot a coyote. I shot a coyote."
It's a fox.
And yeah, brought it back into the truck. It's like, "Where's his tail?" "Oh, you shot his tail off." "Oh, how many rounds did you fire?" "Oh, like 6. Jesus. It was a fox. It was a big fox. I'll give her that. It was a big fox.
Was it at least fox season at the time?
In that place, you could take a fox anytime.
Oh, okay, so it was still legal.
Yeah. It was not an illegal shoot. But yeah, she thought she was shooting a coyote, and it was
That's funny.
It was a big fox, though. I'll give her that.
Yeah, I don't mind foxes. I don't think they're too destructive. Usually they're pretty laid back.
Yeah, we got coyote around here.
Yeah, she was trying to rattle up for deer, and instead a fox came in, and well, she thought it was a coyote and shot it a lot.
It's like that's what my grandpa was. He'd get buck fever for like anything. He'd be like, he hunted with there's a pump action 30-06. I forget. I think it's Remington. I don't remember. We got it downstairs, but you'd hear a gunshot. We'd be hunting and hear pow. But man, and you'd be like, that was pretty close because we hunted on pretty close together on our land we had that we owned was only like 75 acres. I'm like, I wonder if that was Pawpaw, and then next thing you know, pow pow. But yep, that's him. If he didn't shoot at least 2 or 3 times, something was up. But he would he got some decent deer still.
I've got about given the rate that I've been using it, I've got about 3 months worth of venison left, and I'm supposed to go deer hunting again in January. So,
That should be. Maybe you can stretch it out a little bit, maybe.
I've got some good shoulder meat and some ground that's gonna make a hell of a chili, and I've got a few hams and a little bit of backstrap left.
We fed our dogs a whole deer ham the other day because our freezer quit working. Well, we fixed it. There must have been a short in one of the connections or something because my dad didn't even replace anything on it. He started messing with it and so it started working again. And anyways, so we took a lot of stuff out and we found that ham and it got in freezer burnt or something. This is before we had started vacuum sealing our meat. So we're like, we're just gonna feed the dogs. So we put it in the crock pot and they were in heaven.
Oh, I'm sure.
I just took the whole crock pot out there. I'm like, I'm just going to take the center bowl out there, Mom, and just feed it to them from that. And I set it on the ground. They just literally just sat there and I fed them the roast and they drank at least like half of the juice. Like they were full. They wanted to eat more too. You could tell they'd go there and they'd smell it, but they wouldn't eat any of it, of the drinking of the juice.
I had some hams the other day that I took out of the freezer from January's hunt, and took those, marinated them in teriyaki for 24 hours in the fridge, and then bacon wrapped them and threw them on the grill. And those things came out awesome.
Sounds delicious. We haven't had deer meat in a while. We've been eating a lot of fish since we just got done with our big fishing season.
Yeah, we just came back from the Keys, caught a lot of snapper and stuff. Didn't really bring anything home, though. We pretty much ate it all while we were down there.
Yeah. We're about to get out of it. I think my dad is anyways for a while, or if he's at least going to downsize his boat. He's got his boat listed now for sale, and he says what he wants to do is eventually, I don't know if he's going to do it right away or maybe when he gets a little older, he wants to go back to like a center console style and get something, I guess like a 20-footer or something like that. Something not too small, but big enough to go out like 18 miles, 20 miles if he wants to on a calm day.
Yeah, that'll do it.
So, because right now we have like a 30, it's a little over 30, I think, foot. It's a pro line, but it has like a cabin. You can't fish off the sides of it pretty much. You got to fish off the back for the most part. Like the walk through it by the sides, is only like maybe 8 inches wide on the footpath through it.
Yeah, my dad's got a really nice cabin cruiser. It's like 40 foot. Awesome cabin inside, full head, air conditioning. Yeah, I mean, it is a livable boat.
Air conditioning on ours, and we never even hooked it up. I mean, I think it's hooked up, but we never even used it. Like,
and my dad and his wife actually live on the boat most of the year, and then the rest of the year they actually get in the RV and travel around. But they don't even have a permanent address anymore. They just live between the boat and the RV and are in hog heaven doing it.
That's awesome. They're able to do that. But yeah, ours, it's nice. It's just it's a lot of work.
Yeah, he's got the boat out of the water right now. They're supposed to be putting another coat of anti-fouling paint on the bottom, and he's putting in a radar system. He doesn't have radar on the boat, and some new electronics.
Yeah, ours have like we have a pretty nice GPS for it, and depth finder and everything's all in one. But we just we take it off the boat, it detaches from the console.
And he's setting up like the glass cockpit airliner set up in this boat now.
Jeez.
Since he's got it out of the water, it's like he's sent in everybody to revamp the whole the whole bridge there is going to be pretty cool. He got a little bit pissed at me because the last time I drove his boat, there was a pretty ridiculously large boat that we were passing, and I just launched it off the wake of that thing, took the boat airborne. My dad was a little bit pissed off at me for that.
It won't hurt the boat, just hurt who's riding in it.
Yeah. That was the thing. He was in the head when I did it. Sorry.
I can understand that. He'd be a little upset. Ours has a little like pad thing on the ceiling, so that you like push your head up against it so you can balance yourself. Pretty catchy, actually. Works pretty decent. Only when you're standing up, obviously. If you're sitting down, you just hold on.
Yeah, the cabin in this thing's pretty nice. I mean, I'm 6'2", and I can and I stand up and walk around in there like normal. It's a pretty good sized cabin.
See, ours is pretty small. It's like 2 people, 2 full-size adults is enough down there. Like anymore, and it's
it's got a full head with a shower and a nice little galley area. Plus it'll sleep. It'll comfortably sleep 4 in the cabin.
Oh wow, yeah, it's much bigger than ours. What are you showing there, Pink? Who liked your picture?
Thunder Ranch.
Who's that? Oh, that's isn't it like a long range shooting place or training place?
That's where
Thunder
James
Ranch is
Yeager went there, not to.
Yeah, Thunder Ranch is any type of shooting you ever want to do. Thunder Ranch has been around since what, the 70s?
Wow.
I believe.
I mean, it was, when I was growing up, the place I wanted to go.
So this is interesting for this fast drill. Apparently, you have to shoot it twice.
Lethal Force Institute, Mass Ayub, he was kind of a newcomer. He was definitely a newcomer. Nobody had even heard of him when Thunder Ranch was already well established as being the place to go. And don't get me wrong, I'm good friends with Mass Ayub, and he does excellent stuff. But compared to them, he's Johnny come lately. It was actually set up in part by Colonel Cooper.
Yeah.
If you don't know who Colonel Jeff Cooper is, then I got nothing for you. You're
You lost hope.
You're looking at the wrong gun website if you don't know yet. And if you don't know yet, go look it up.
So this drill, you have to shoot it twice with no misses to qualify for ranking. That's the official. I'm sure that's the official. You can actually shoot it at one of their classes or whatever and get an official ranking. I think you can actually get a coin. They call it a fast coin. And if you shoot it, I think you have to shoot it in expert time or something to get it. I don't know what exactly the requirements are, but you get like a coin that says you've certified, because you did so well in that drill. But I just think it'll be fun to shoot. I'm curious to see how fast I can do it. 7 yards is pretty close. Let me think about it.
Yeah, I mean, 7 yards, you're not quite bad breath distance, but close enough.
The hard part is going to be the 3x5 on the head, but that's still not too bad. It's just I don't know how long it'll take me to shoot those. If I can let me pull up my calculator, and I can calculate how much time it's going to take me to shoot it. So let's say I do a 1 second flat draw, which is pretty easy. And then I add, say, 0.35 splits for each shot on the head. And after that, there's 4 more. Oh, reload. Slide lock reload, which will be 1.1 maybe.
That's pretty damn fast.
And then it'll probably that's like if I'm standing still. I can't do that on the move or anything, but that's the fastest I've clocked it.
The reload's what's going to get me.
And then, I get, let's see, and then after the reload, it's 4 rounds, so go back to target. The first transitions, the first one will be a little slower than the rest, so probably like a 0.3, and then the rest of them would be 0.22. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, 3.98. And that's like ideal. So I'll probably shoot it realistically, it'll probably be like 4.5. If I do a good run. If it's a good run.
Sub 5, that's pretty damn good.
But I get time added too because I'm not using I get half a second added because I'm using the open top retention without concealment.
Do I get a break for using 45 instead of 9 mil?
Nope. Now, if you're using a flap and it has to be flap and, not flap or, flap and retention mag pouch, you can you subtract half a second. So too bad I don't have any of those, or I would definitely use them.
I can use my military holster. Hell, I can break into my military holsters.
Not
Damn.
for the holster, just for the mag pouch.
Oh, well, okay. I can break
The
into my
only
military mag
holster-
pouch.
Huh?
I can break into my military mag pouch then. That thing's even faster. That's just a snap flap on top.
Does it have retention, or is it just sitting in there?
Oh, well, it's retained by a big old freaking flap on top.
I don't think you qualify for the deduction then. I think it has to be flap and retention. So that's what
Well,
the
it
website.
snaps in, so it does have retention.
What's that?
The flap snaps in with a button, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it has flap and retention.
I guess we'll give it to you. We'll give you the handicap.
Hey, look, if military mag pouch doesn't qualify as a handicap, I don't know what does.
Yeah, those things are made to where if you're going to shoot, it's because you want to, or you have to.
So let's see. I'm gonna look up the.
I mean, it's made so you can sit around low crawling for 3 months and never lose a magazine.
Where you get the ones where you lose the whole pouch and you're like,
The current record is 3.56 from Dave Savigny, which I'm sure there's faster out there. I'm sure that's just the fastest one that's been like officially recorded.
Hell, there are days I can barely reload that fast.
Yeah, he's pretty decent. Oh yeah, so apparently you do get a coin. Oh, this thing's awesome. I want one. I guess you gotta go to a one of their classes or something. Oh, all you have to do is get advanced or higher. You don't have to get expert. Hell, I can do that. Advanced is only less than 7 seconds. That's easy.
Oh, okay. Even my slow ass reloads can do that. I really do need to sit around the house more, just practicing reloads.
No, I realize that these guys are doing it from concealment with the retention. Well, some of them aren't doing retention. Let's see. Oh, nice. There's a version of the drill called the $20 penalty version, and you surround the 3-inch by 5-inch headshot target by $20 bills, and a miss on the card costs the shooter $20.
I'll keep the $20.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
You can still buy stuff with a $20 bill with a hole in it.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think that they take $20 from you, like if you miss. It's like, oh, you pay it to whoever.
What? Somebody gonna come to my house and say, "Give me $20"?
Hey man.
Yep.
Guess what that's called? That's called robbery. You get shot for that.
And a 3x5 card on his head.
Alright, so let's see. To count, the fast must be shot from concealment or from a recognized retention holster. Open top retention holsters without concealment add an additional 0.50 to the shooter's time. So what's a recognized retention holster like? I guess mine's a CompTech International. But what does it mean by open top? Like the grips? Oh, it means the top and side. Oh,
You
yes.
gotta use a Serpa or something? I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it's.
Safari-land?
Well, listed it said, for example, Black Hawk Serpa or Safari-Land ALS. Those are examples of ones without the open top. And so what it means by open top is like it can't just be like a trigger guard only holster. So mine, I do qualify for it. I don't have to get a deduction then. That's awesome.
Well, as much hate as there out there for the Serpa, I actually use it pretty well.
That's the one with the button release, right?
Yeah, you use your index finger to release it.
Yeah, it's not too bad. As long as you just remember to hit the button.
There's not a damn thing wrong with those holsters, but I don't use them for doing fast draw.
I still
It's
have
a
mine.
field holster.
I took mine from the Marine Corps. I have a fucking drop leg Serpa holster that's tan that I had for my...
Not a damn thing wrong with it as long as you're using it for a field holster. If you're trying to be quick draw McGraw for that thing,
Oh, yeah.
it might not be your best option.
Yeah.
You might shoot yourself in the leg.
Oh, no one's ever done that before.
Yeah, there was a lot that went into old techs shooting themselves in the leg with that thing. And
I don't know,
a lot of it was negative training.
Yeah, well, they're idiots. Is why.
Yeah.
They're all giddy, like, oh, good, I gotta try and draw and shoot, and they draw and shoot too early.
Well, he went from using an ALS with a with a strike fire gun to using a Serpa with a 1911. So he drove his thumb down like he would with an ALS, disengaging the safety while pulling out of the Serpa. Got a little bit too fast with his trigger finger from the pressure that he put on the thing, and just did a piss poor job of drawing from a Serpa, and followed up with negative training from using the ALS, and shot himself in the frickin' leg.
Nah, he's just a dumbass and shot himself in the frickin' leg, because it's almost impossible to shoot yourself when you're using a Serpa. I mean,
I disagree.
I
fully disagree.
I carried a damn Serpa as my duty holster. Never had a fucking issue. I had a Serpa through all my damn training. Never had a fucking issue. I could draw and fire 2 well-placed shots at 15 meters in less than 1.5 seconds, and I never had a goddamn issue. And I carried a 1911. So if you're a moron and you can't keep your finger out of the trigger group until you're ready to shoot, then you deserve to shoot yourself in the leg, and it's not the goddamn holster's fault.
I agree with you 100%. However, a lot of less trained people have fucked themselves up with that holster because they were less trained and were not capable of keeping the booger hook out of the bang switch.
Well, it doesn't come with a training manual. You can buy it at a gun store. Anyone can put it on and try to use it. I have personally drawn from those and had my finger slap the trigger. Like, it has happened. I mean, it was on a gun that it didn't matter, but the point is that it is very possible, even with lots and lots of draw practice and lots of, like, knowing that problem exists, I had that happen. It's just a matter of training until you find that fail point, until you find that situation that's going to cause it. And it's not the holster's fault, it's the operator's fault, because his finger touched the
what it probably is the jackass bought a 1911 trying to look tacti-cool, never used a 1911 before, and fucking shot himself, which is why a lot of law enforcement
I wouldn't say that. I don't know the guy.
A lot of law enforcement agencies don't let their officers carry 1911s because of MDs, and they end up shooting themselves because to carry the gun effectively, you got to carry it locked and cocked.
Well, then of course you got places like New Orleans Police Department that went from Beretta 92s with safeties on them to Glocks, or actually no, they went to not Glocks, but they went to M&Ps, and all of a sudden they started shooting themselves.
Because they didn't have the proper finger training to keep their finger out of the damn trigger. Like you said, can't keep their booger hooked off the fucking bang switch. And 1911, unless you train with it from the start, you should not carry a 1911 as a person learning how to shoot or train, unless you already have a lot of experience with it. 1911 is an expert's gun.
Or
new person,
if you start with a 1911.
Glock, yeah. Well, I started with a 1911 as a kid. My dad, that's what I learned how to shoot a handgun on, as a 1911.
Right, you can start with the 1911, but you're going to start slow and you're going to build yourself up into it. If you're shooting, an M&P, an XD, or a Glock, it lowers the learning curve. You can
it takes away all the brain power. It's a
lot
gun.
faster.
Stupid.
Yeah, I know somebody that shot themselves with a Kydex holster, and it all went down to somebody being stupid. This guy tried to holster it with his finger still in the trigger, and he fucking shot himself.
You've done something stupid.
Exactly.
It's just like the guy that there's just a picture going around Facebook where a guy had a worn out leather holster and the leather leaned into the trigger guard when he was reholstering it. It was a tight concealed carry. I think it was inside the pants, and the trigger was activated by the leather of his holster. That was him not maintaining his leather. Just like somebody with a Serpa is drawing the gun improperly, and it's just, in my opinion, that's more like it's like you said, a 1911 is an advanced gun. I think a Serpa is an advanced holster. I think it's not something you should be able. You should just go buy. I mean, obviously you should be able to get whatever you want, but You should seek out extra training if you're going to use one. I don't think it's a good idea for someone who's not highly trained to grab one.
I went from the Serpa. I went to the Serpa because of the fact of how easy it is to use. It was way easier than any of the Safari Lands or anything like that that had any kind of retention in them. Because you put your finger down there, your finger's on the button, and when you draw, your finger should go automatically up to the little nipple that comes out for the slide takedown. I mean, that should just be an automatic thing.
Depending on the gun, but yeah, it should be indexed along the side, regardless.
I'm personally sold on just a good, solid Kydex rig. I've made lots and lots of leather holsters. I've worn Serpas. I've worn all kinds of Galcos and everything else, and it's just easier for me. There's no buttons, there's no levers, there's no snaps, there's nothing. You just go into a full, complete grip that's good and solid before you even start moving, and it's a small amount of retention. Obviously, it's not a duty rig because there's no extra security on it.
Well, you know, a Serpa, like I said, for me, is a different type of duty rig. It's a field holster. It is great for, you know, the young infantryman on the go, but it is definitely not something I would say this should be your primary concealed carry rig.
And I definitely wouldn't just hand one to somebody or say, "Hey, go get this one." I would expect someone that would go into something like that to get at least.
But yeah, I go hiking, I go canoeing, I go kayaking or something. Yeah, I used my Serpa.
Yeah, I wore one for years, like making knives, working in restaurants, doing all kinds of stuff with a USP in it. And then I wore one for about a year and a half here, making knives full time in my workshop. And I love them; they're great holsters. I just personally like other things. The one thing I really don't like about them is how far off the belt they come, the mount style they have.
Well, yeah, that's the other reason they're not very good concealed carry holsters. They stick out way too far.
That's why you got to get the CQC. The CQC hooks up pretty tight to your body.
That's what I've got, and they don't hug
and
up.
It's still
they don't hug up tight at all.
So.
I've got the CQC, and it doesn't hug up tight at all compared to.
Are you running it on your belt, or are you running it with the paddle?
Either or, it's still the same.
I've run it both ways.
You have a quarter-inch gap
way too much.
The way it mounts.
Again, I never had any problem with my Blackhawks.
I'm not saying it's a problem. I'm saying it has a quarter-inch gap because of the way it mounts. The Chicago screws that are part of the system, it has a quarter-inch gap that a regular holster doesn't have. A regular holster hugs directly to the belt and the body, like and then
like an eighth of an inch gap.
My Kydex Panther concealments are tight as hell. My leather HBEs and UBGs and Little Bears are tight as hell.
This is
I don't know. Mine always hugged up close to me, you know, close to my body, where it didn't bounce around or jiggle or anything like that. It had maybe about an eighth of an inch.
It's about a quarter-inch. It's about a quarter-inch. I've measured it many times, and it's not that it doesn't work. It's just personal preference.
I don't know. I'm talking about the CQC, not the duty, not actual.
Me too. And with something like this, this is your measurement. This touches the belt, whereas the other one you have little screws that stick out, and you have to mount it. And then there's your paddle or your belt system or whatever you have to mount it like to that.
Again, I'm gonna say it was about an eighth of an inch because, like I said, it held tight to my body.
Yeah,
you know, I didn't have any issue with it. So, I mean, and I agree. I totally agree on the whole. You know, IWBs are way more secure and better for concealed carry than anything on a paddle or that is outside the waistband.
Well, I'm
not taking away from that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't personally don't carry inside the waistband. I'm an outside the waistband guy with everything.
So I'm curious. This holster. Let me put a screen share on.
So does anybody want to buy a Serpa holster from me?
Is this considered like a open top holster? Because I mean, pretty much all this part of the slide's covered.
Yeah, that's
an open top holster.
They mean open top like there's no
thumb strap or anything like that.
Yeah, that's what they mean. Yeah.
You sure?
It's not the top of the gun; it's the grip, pretty much, or like the back of the slide.
Open top retention holsters without concealment.
Right.
Oh, so yeah, it lists Serpa as one of them.
Ignore the mess that is my office right now.
Yeah.
But there you go. A holster for the exact same gun, and that thing is probably half an inch thicker. The Serpa versus the Panther.
Honestly, I always just accepted that. The thing that bugged me about them, the only thing I couldn't handle.
That is at least a half an inch more, if not 3/4.
So now I have to get a half a second deduction, or addition rather. It's my time.
So yeah, I use this. This is a field holster.
I don't see anything.
Oh, he had it on his.
I turned the video back off. There you go.
On his name, and it shows the screen.
What's the one you're going to use for the if you do the fast drill? Which one is it? That's the.
Well, I'm just saying that, you know, as far as Serpa versus other, even with paddle rigs.
Now show that screw post mount. That's what I'm talking about. The actual the post, the pillar that mounts it to the belt loop, that mounts the holster to the belt loop on the side though, side view. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. That's a 1/4 inch, if not more. They look a little bigger.
As opposed to a single piece of Kydex.
Whereas with a regular types of Kydex holsters,
and this thing could be even tighter. I've actually got this thing drawn out a little bit.
But what I was referring to is the side of the gun contacting your belt. Like that, actually, like the one you're holding in your other hand is actually physically contacting your belt the whole time. Whereas there's a little plate between your belt and the gun. And I like it. I love how it fits. I love how it feels. I love how solid and firm it mounts, even with the paddle. I always preferred belt loops, but the paddle works really well.
Look at the difference in thickness here. It's actually damn near an inch. Yeah, it's at least 3/4 of an inch.
That's why the comp tech is. See, like here's my comp tech, but it's not a paddle holster.
Paddle to paddle, apples to apples. That is damn near a full inch.
Yeah, well, you're not taking. You got to measure it from where it contacts the thing to the freaking.
Look at the belt.
It is thicker. I'm not saying it's not thicker. Okay.
Look at
got physical proof right there. Dude, never mind. I'm not gonna. It's thicker. Okay, so what? You know, whatever. You know, and it's okay. So it is probably about a 1/4 inch further away from the body than it would be in your other holster, but.
A 1/4 is a hell of a lot more than a 1/4.
I never had an issue with my Serpa.
What was the whole point?
I don't know about anyone else, but I wasn't saying it was an issue. I was saying that's what I particularly didn't like about it, was that it, compared to other stuff, it sticks out a little bit. It still mounts solid, still works really good.
Oh, like I said, it's a great field holster. It's not a concealed carry holster. And not to mention, you know, even range shooting, I only use this thing when I really feel like I need the extra retention because I'm going to be doing ridiculous things. I actually use this Panther concealment more than anything for going out into the field. Unless I'm really going to be banging around where I feel like the gun could really get dislodged by me forcing it out. In that case, I'll use the Serpa. It's a trade-off.
I'm personally just amazed. I spent so many years before I was educated, like wearing crap holsters. Uncle Mike.
There's that too.
And like just cheap inner waistband stuff, like not even toggle quality, like Uncle Mike's and lower. And I never dropped a gun. I mean, I dropped guns from my own problems, like not snapping the thing when I should have, but never had any nasty discharges or nasty drops because of holsters, I guess.
Wait, you mean you have one of these?
Yeah, exactly. I just sold a huge
giant Boxo holsters.
I just did a separate eBay auctions where I sold off a random lot of holsters and a random lot of knife sheaths and like a random lot of small pouches and got rid of a whole bunch of that crap, and I still have a big pile of it over here.
I think everybody's got a box of old holsters.
I got to the point where I just made
Well,
one.
I'll tell you, this box, I mean, look, I've got some of my military ones. I've got some of the ones that I still actually use. I've got some nice holsters in here. I've got 2 Alessi holsters in here, which are awesome.
So good news, my update's on 23, number 23 out of 144. Faster than I expected.
Sorry, I was coughing on you guys there a second ago. You know, I've got an HB in here that I love. I mean, there's some good holsters in there, and there's some holsters that just really didn't work out, but weren't bad enough for me to throw in the trash.
That's one thing I don't know if I'm going to get whenever I get my carry gun next year. I mean, I know what gun I'm getting and something about holster, but I'm sure I'll buy a few.
What are you gonna get for a gun?
23 Glock.
That's what I was looking at. My next gun is a 23. What do you think of Bravo concealment holsters? Does anybody here have one?
I've been close to buying one a couple times. I just haven't.
I wonder if I can cant my gun the way it's set up now. Awesome if I could.
Honestly, my favorite holsters out of any style are full flap, like old style 1911 holsters. And the current military, I don't know if it's still current, I think they use a lot of Serpas now, but the Bianchi with the big flap that covers on it, I love those. That's what's on my duty belt, or my war belt right now is.
I had one of those. I gave it to my dad.
You
bought
mean
himself a 1911, so I was like, hey, Dad, you're going to need a holster. Here you go. And I gave him that and a couple of
yeah.
quad 9 pouches from Bianchi.
I got the green one, but it's the exact same one.
These animals, I actually had this one before I went in the military. I still have it. And I carried it in the military. Everybody else had the green ones. I had my own. It was black. But
they also make civilian ones. They make like little tiny ones for compacts and stuff.
I was damn near as fast as with this thing as I am with anything.
Yeah, I worried about it until
it takes a lot of training.
I put it on my belt and started running it a lot, and it runs really smooth. I was really surprised for how much you have to go through to get that thing out. It's actually.
What was that you were showing us pics? Sorry, he was doing something in his picture. You guys continue to talk. Sorry.
Somebody was asking about the military holsters. Like I said, don't look at the mess in my office right now. Came back from vacation and still haven't finished unpacking everything.
I'll show you the holster I want right here. It's just a little pricey.
Oh, hang on. I missed
As
that.
they were showing off there, that looks sweet.
Bring that back up.
Tactical.
That was custom, wasn't it?
Yeah, Rain Tactical Custom.
That's sweet.
What the shit is this, man?
I'll link up it in there.
Who makes that holster?
Huh?
Who makes the holster that Pink's showing us right now?
Rain Tactical.
Rain? R-A-I-N?
R-E... What was it? R-E-I-G-N?
Of course, you have to make sure you have the right patch.
Of course, you got that one. And you're dual wielding.
I'm probably going to end up getting one of those. I still.
What is
like
that for?
It's for 2 guns.
Well, I know, but what 2 guns do you have it molded for?
FNs.
Oh, that's right. You get the double 45s in there, right?
Double FNS 9s.
9s. Nah,
It'll fit the 9 compact too, so.
Put that right in the small of your back.
Yep.
Well, let me just
See, that's the latest holster.
let me just reach for my wallet. Boom.
I got a wallet on each side.
Yeah, cardamom leather and shark hide that wraps all the way around, even to the back.
What is that little? What's that little flap on the side for? Is that for?
These?
Yeah.
For belt loop.
That's for attaching to your belt.
Oh my gosh.
So you can just snap it on and off. You know, single pull the dot on one of them, two pull the dots on the other. The one I have for my revolver is double snaps on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently you had to go down to one with the RMR and the deep cut for the RMR.
Is that the FNS 45? Or the FNX 45? Sorry.
Yeah.
Nice.
Those things are fucking sweet.
They are. I want one of those so bad.
Here's
I
the.
liked them. I wasn't super interested until I saw the capacity.
Yeah, 15 rounds.
Yeah, 15 rounds of 45. And
15 plus 1.
And it shoots really well. I've been very happy with this gun. The only drawback to it is the trigger for double action and even single action is heavier than I'd like, and there is no aftermarket trigger set up for it.
Just pull it a bunch of times.
I've only found one gunsmith out there that does custom triggers for these things, and he's not cheap.
Just pull it a bunch of times.
I've never had any trouble with it. I mean,
I have no trouble with it, but yeah, I would. It's smooth, but it's heavy.
Because I get double taps all the time. I'll sit there and double tap and not even be trying to.
I haven't experienced that.
What, you're saying the trigger, because of the trigger?
I feel like the trigger's a bit heavy. In fact, here, hang on. Let me drop the round out of it and put it on the scale.
This means you need better trigger control. Whoever said that. So you got,
What, double taps?
yeah.
Well, I started out on revolvers. I mean, that was my first gun, so I'm used to heavy. I'm used to heavy triggers.
All right. I'm putting this on the trigger scale right now. Let's see. Double action pull on this is it's heavy as hell.
Here's the holster I want.
Should probably be about 12 pounds, maybe.
This is it.
I hope it's less than 10 pounds because that's all my scale goes up to. Uh, 9 3/4.
What's the single action like?
That's what I'm pulling next. All right, so 9 3/4 for the double. Single is
Should drop down to about 5.
single is 4.5.
Yeah.
That's a good trigger pull for a single.
Yeah, I mean the single's not bad, and it's smooth. I've got no complaints with the single. The double is.
So he's getting feedback on the mic.
I mean, there's a little bit of take up. There's basically a, if you're shooting from the full previously fired, there's a click on the double action where you don't get, to go into the half cock. And then a fairly smooth, constant pull all the way to a very clean, well, let me say necessarily very clean, almost a Gen 2 Glockish let off. It just doesn't break quite as cleanly as I'd like. And a decent amount of over travel.
What's the reset like?
The reset.
Is it a long reset or short reset?
It's a lot of reset.
Okay. Hey, Kerry, I think he's got frame out of safety up, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's got a safety decocker. So you can carry it cocked and locked.
Oh, it's a safety decocker.
I mean, if you carry it cocked and locked, and really, and I was just judging the reset from double action, so that doesn't really count because you'll never be firing from reset on double action. Oh no, the reset is insanely short. From single action reset, it is no, it's got a nice single action reset.
I'd say carry it locked and cocked, but I'll go against. I was going to suggest carrying it locked and cocked, but if it's a decocker too, one problem I have with my Brazilian Beretta, the Taurus G2, is that because you can carry it locked and cocked too, but I found myself during training that if I rested my thumb up that way, that I had tendency to push down and decock the gun while I was shooting. So
yeah,
I would
that's why I actually carry this thing with the safety off in double action, because I can snap off the double action shot and then just go right into single action mode. And like I said, single action, let me pull it one more time. 4.5 pounds on that first pull. Let's do it another time. 4 1/4.
This is the holster I want for my matches, but
so yeah, the single action pull is actually pretty nice.
these holsters are pretty sweet. They're made by a company over in somewhere overseas. I think Norway, or I forget where they're at.
Oh, those are specifically designed for competition, right?
Yeah. I guess you could technically open carry with one, because if you lock those things down, you will not get the gun out of that lock. You can't draw through them. There's some holsters designed like this you can draw through. Like you pull on it hard enough, it'll go through the locking mechanism, but these do not. My friend who shoots with me, he shoots with one of these holsters, and he's given himself a pretty bad wedgie a couple times when he forgot to unlock it before the stage started. Pretty funny. It's like, yank, nothing happens. It's like one side of your body just tilts up. But they're $200, so I don't know about that.
And of course, I've become the fanboy. I had to get my Panther concealment little Kydex for this thing too. I love my leather one, but the Kydex is really my range holster.
This is what I find I kind of want to try. I don't know if it's worth spending money on.
Who makes that one?
Panther concealment. I threw the link in the side chat a minute ago. And they're not expensive. And there's a couple of holsters that they've done that I've done some beta testing on.
Yeah, I went with the Rain for my tactical.
There's so many Kydex holsters
like
out there.
Their entire setup is made of one piece of Kydex. And it has adjustment screws so you can set the retention how you like it. You don't have to break out a freaking hairdryer to change the retention on the holster. But still one piece of Kydex, so it's really nothing to go wrong. And it's fast. It's got a speed cut. It is the fastest holster I've ever used.
You actually carry those pink holsters and mag pouches?
Why wouldn't I?
I mean, it wouldn't. I mean, I guess it would kind of clash, but if you're wearing casual clothes, I guess it really wouldn't matter.
Well, plus it's under a shirt.
Fight, then clash.
It's under a shirt.
What did you say, Sean?
That if you're in the jungle and you're gonna fight, then clash.
Exactly.
You wear camouflage, I can't see you.
See, I'm allowed to have my shirt over it, so.
Oh.
Now, you carry that as one of your everyday carry guns, or is that just?
I haven't wore that one as an everyday carry gun yet.
What, that gun? The 45?
Yeah, the 45 tactical.
Oh, I have. I've worn that thing with that leather holster in shorts and a t-shirt, and nobody had any clue.
You those. Oh, I guess it depends on what optic you have. But does it stay on all the time, or how do those work?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mine's a dual illuminated, no battery.
Oh, nice.
So it's fiber optic.
What kind is it? Who makes it?
Trijicon. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, I've got the battery arm on mine.
What's the
which is I think nicer when it's on, but yeah, you have to turn it on. Otherwise, you're on the iron sights. Boo-hoo, that thing comes with suppressor height tritiums.
Yeah.
I've never heard of. I've never seen a dual illuminated before. I've never looked down one before, like in person. It's kind of cool.
All right, my next question is: do they make a model that's safety only, no decocker? And if not, is there any way you can make it just safety only?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah. You can take it apart and re-rig the safety. I actually like having the decocker myself. But again, I have sworn off my 1911 ways, and I carry this thing safety off, double action, and have just resolved to, okay, first shot's going to be a little bit heavier. Well, a lot of bit heavier, 9.5 pounds. I just measured it.
The reason I ask is I shoot high thumbs. A lot of people don't shoot high thumbs. They run lateral thumbs. But when you shoot high thumbs, like I said, you have a tendency, or I had a tendency to push down on the safety of my Taurus, which is not and end up decocking again while I was firing, and I don't want that to happen. So.
Yeah, no, I run thumbs forward.
So that's why I'd want to get rid of. That's why I'd want to get rid of the decocker.
Yeah, no, I can definitely understand it. If you're flagging when you're on the recoil stroke, you could drop the safety. It's kind of the far travel. I don't think you actually would on a 1911. Little bit, yeah, you're gonna be burying into the bottom of that thing. On like, you're not gonna have that problem on a Beretta 92, obviously, or a P89 because it's a slide mounted. Unless you're letting that gun kind of get away from you on the recoil stroke, you're taking kind of a heavy recoil on it. I don't think you're gonna have a problem. It's a pretty long stroke to get to the decock.
Was that you, Caleb, that was talking about looking down the RMR?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the.
And that's when it's off or whatever, or what doesn't even have it on.
Well, yeah, mine. It's it's always on like that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's awesome. Well, I'm gonna head to bed here, get some sleep. Gotta work tomorrow. And classes start this week, so I don't know when I'll be back on here, maybe Wednesday night or something, or
All right, well, have a good evening, man.
Thursday. Yeah.
So take it easy, Caleb.
See you guys later.
See you, man. See you,
Good
man.
night, man.
How long did it take you to get your dog to learn that trick?
She'll sit like that for treats. She'll sit there and do that, and I just got her to think I had a treat and pointed a gun at her and took the picture. As you can tell, I like FNs.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Aren't those FN mags like 45 or more a piece for the
Piece for the PS90.
for the handguns, the FN handguns.
Yeah, but the one nice thing is,
I haven't bought it anymore.
yeah, I was gonna say, like the FNS9, they'll fit in the 9 compact, and so I've got 9 mags that'll fit in my gun right now. Get 3 for every gun.
I'm a firm believer in having at least 5 mags per gun.
Yeah,
When I gave him my 1911, I had like 14 for it, but that's a whole other thing.
I only got 4 for my 1911.
I carried 4 extra whenever I carried it. It was daily for the longest time.
Here's one I'm curious to try out.
Oh, the G2.
Yeah.
Is that the 141 or the 111?
111, I believe.
I thought there was like a recall on those or something.
Those were on the old Millenniums, like the pre-G2 series, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now, one thing that surprised me is it's got a single action, double action trigger. Because I sat there and took it apart when I bought it, and I put it back together, and I sat there and pulled the trigger, and I pulled the trigger again. I was like, what the hell? I wasn't expecting that.
So it's got like an internal hammer on it?
I don't know what it's got in it. I mean, it's no, because it's striker fired.
So you bought it, but you haven't shot it yet?
No, I haven't shot it yet. Usually our range is overloaded on the weekends.
No.
I'll go during the middle of the week when nobody's there.
That's the best time to go.
Yep. Yeah, I figured because my daughter keeps oogling over my FNs, so I bought her this to stay away from them.
Let's see, so you got 2 FN9s, an FN9C, an FN57.
Two of them. I've already paid for another FNS9C. I just gotta pick it up Tuesday when it comes in.
Is it blued? Is it stainless slide or?
Oh, it's all blued. Yeah.
Nice. And then you got the 5.7 and the PS90, right?
I don't have the 5.7 yet.
Oh, okay.
Just PS90.
Yep, but you got enough mags to write letters. It's cool.
Well, for $25 a piece, I couldn't pass up getting a whole bunch.
Oh hell no! Not when they're normally super expensive, right?
Yeah, but these are the 50 rounders too. So
You got yourself hands on a good deal there.
Did they like your picture?
who FN?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't got a like from them yet. So.
Uh,
Now, that site on top of your thing, is that the proprietary site? Or did you have to buy that separate?
Nah, I came with it.
What do you think of that site? Is it any good?
It took me a little while to get it sighted in, but it's a pretty neat little peep site. Definitely getting a red dot to go on top of it. Yeah, there's the best holster that you can.
Nobody will even suspect it.
Nope.
I got a bunch of holsters, but I only use. I don't even know. I just use one because it's the best. I don't know. I don't know why I choose it over the other ones.
Because it's your favorite?
Yeah, I guess that's just the simple answer.
That's a funny patch. My gun instead of Subway.
Yeah.
Eat fresh, eat lead.
Eat lead.
Yeah, I kind of like taking pictures on Yankees fence.
Oh, what, your neighbors with him or something?
No.
Did you say no?
Nah.
You just go to his house, run in the back.
Yeah, he was taking pictures on his fence, so I started hashtagging Yankees fence whenever I took my pictures.
Right on. Yeah, you're on the well, you're not. I don't know. I thought you were like over in Georgia or something. That must have been somebody else.
No, I'm up in Ohio.
So, out of curiosity, what makes you like FN so much? I mean, just why, like over Glock, why would you choose FN? Curiosity.
I don't know. It just feels better in the hand.
Good enough for me?
It's like hugging an old friend.
Yeah.
So does.
I never liked Glocks to start with because of the grip angle of the Gen 2s and Gen 3s and stuff like that. I never could get one to fit in my hand. And the first one I bought was when they came out with the Gen 4s.
I've never noticed. I've noticed a difference, but I've never noticed an uncomfortable difference with mine.
Well, it's just
I'm used to 1911.
Yeah, that was the first pistol I bought. It was a 1911. And then 2 Glocks and 2 Springfields.
I had my Springfield loaded that I used to carry all the time. And I've been wanting to buy that gun forever. Like, since before I was in the military, I've been wanting to get a 1911. And we had one that we took out. We convinced the manager to let us, like, back then, changing it from being stock, was unheard of. So all we did was change out the grips of the whole wraparound panel, the finger crease. And I put my hand on that. I was like, oh God, I gotta do one of these. It just felt right, like it was supposed to be there. I mean, I've always liked 1911 to begin with, but I mean that just was like the icing on the cake. So that's what I run in all my 1911s. All the ones I've had in my life. Anyway. So.
Yeah, I've never used any like grip replacements or anything on any of my guns, except for, of course, AR, but that's different. I still got the old mil-spec grip on one of mine.
Well, I got an A2 grip on mine right now.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
I mean, yeah, neither do I. I'm used to it. You know, I had to deal with this in the Marine Corps, so it's not a big deal to me. Yeah. So it's kind of like home. Now, I've built some that have like old grips or ergo grips or Blackhawk grips. I guess ergo and Blackhawk are the same thing, but and they do feel way better.
Yeah, I have one with the Magpul, like the little the rubber Magpul grip, and it's nice, but I don't know. I don't have that big a hand, so I like the A2 because it's kind of small, but I like the on the back part of the grip how it goes up the receiver on the Magpul, and I do like that.
Well, ergos do the same thing. I mean, they got it.
Yeah.
One grip I was actually really interested in looking at is the new ATI Advanced Technology grip. They have one, I think it's called the Scorpion or something like that, and it looks pretty cool. But I want to, get my hands on a gun with one on them first to see if I like it or not.
Yeah.
Most likely, I'll probably just get an ergo or a Blackhawk or whatever. If I ever change my grip.
It's not bad. I think it's like $18 for a Magpul grip. I'm not sure about the Hogue ones, but I've heard the Hogue ones are really good.
Yeah, they're about the same price, like in between like 15 and 20 bucks, whatever you buy them out there. Like the ergo grip, I was looking at one today. They picked up for like I think it was like 17 bucks.
Yeah. You can't go wrong with Hogue.
Oh no, it wasn't a Hogue. It was an ergo. The brand name ergo grip. But yeah, I like the Hogues too. But I might end up with a Hogue. I might end up with a ergo. It all just depends on what I want when I get it. So I know at least 3 of us or 4 of us are huge AR-15 guys. Phoenix, are you an AR-15 guy or an AK guy?
I got both.
Yeah, I got both too, but through the military, it's made my muscle memory way better with AR.
I just use spoons.
Okay, that works.
And then I blame McDonald's for making me fat.
America.
What's this link you put over here there, Gavin?
What was that?
Are you linking the Bravo Company or the BZM Uppers, which is still Bravo Company, but...
Yeah, that thing is, that 14.5-inch barrel is freaking awesome. It makes a big difference from a 16 with a muzzle device. I just think they look stupid. Like, I won't buy a 16-inch carbine length rifle.
Oh, I have one.
I have a mid-length 16-inch with an A2 side or front side on it. I do not like the 16-inch carbine length, but the 14.5 is pretty much what you get in the military for an M4.
Well, yeah, but I'm in California and I can't have SPRs.
Oh no, they pin and weld this one, so it's legally 16 inches. They put a little a weld on the muzzle device to make it. By law, it turns it into part of the barrel.
Oh yeah, well, I thought you were talking about the entire length and being up to 16 inches. I didn't know that.
You can actually
I
buy
thought
like
you were talking about an SPR size, including the flash hider, not just the barrel. I thought you were talking about with the flash hider. It was 14 inches.
Oh no, that's with the
14
flash
inches.
hider. It's 16.
Yeah, they got like those 6-inch muzzle brakes now that you can use with a 10.5-inch barrel, and it's considered a legal rifle.
I don't. It's not my thing.
I don't know if you
The
can,
old
Well, you
car
just get like,
15,
big
the old
long,
car 15 brakes.
Yeah, that's what they are. Yeah.
I don't know if you can see this moon, but it actually pulls the striker back and then just drops.
Oh, on the Taurus?
Yeah. Because he was thinking it might be an internal hammer, but yeah, it just drops right there at the end. So it's just pulling the striker back again
And then it lets
and
go.
dropping out of the way. Yeah. The only thing I don't like about it is the yellow followers.
Well, you won't lose them in a low-lighted room.
Yeah, I know.
Or if you drop them in the water, like near a creek bed or something, if they're empty, you should be able to find them.
That, and it's got a bright orange sleeve in there for the firing pin thing.
Did you get a gun out of one of those claw machines?
Yeah.
No, it's the Taurus, what is it, 111 G2?
Well,
GT 111 G2?
yeah, it just says Millennium G2.
Is that a pepper box?
Oh, I don't know.
The pistol that's next to your gun channel?
Oh,
Is it like 4-barrel?
no, it's single. Slide open.
Cool. Where'd you get it?
My neighbor gave it to me.
How old is it? Is it a replica?
It's not a replica. It's
Those things are awesome.
Butler Association. Was it Butler Association Incorporated? New Hampshire, Connecticut, USA.
Nice. I always wanted a little 22 pepper box just to have.
Yeah, we were sitting there talking, and he's like, "Oh, wait a minute!" And he sent his wife inside, came back out, and it's like, "Here, you can have this."
Wish people give me free guns. What the fuck? Did you have a cardboard sign that says like "We'll work for guns" or something?
Oh, yeah, put it like, we'll work for guns or ammo, or both.
I'll work for ammo.
Yeah.
That only sounded half gross.
PBR, were you the one who recommended that show Bosch?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it. Pretty good show.
You watched the whole thing already?
It took me a couple of days, but yeah.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
One of the better cop shows, and all the gunplay was very it was realistic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I
like how they used the kid from Iron Eagle as the bad guy.
Yeah.
you remember that movie? Was it Runaway with Gene Simmons and what was his name? Tom Selleck.
I think I'd remember that, but no.
It's where Gene Simmons was like a robot genius or something like that. He was creating evil robots, the little spider robots.
Is this a true story or is it?
Yeah. Here, I'll get a late.
Well, if he has Gene, it's probably a true story.
Let's see, I'll get the IMDb page.
Sounds like a winner.
But well, it's more like set in the future where everybody's got robots and all kinds of stuff, and he's kind of hacking them all and turning them all evil. But yeah,
Sounds terrible.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going.
So,
Wait, didn't you used to have hair?
No, a long time ago I used to have a hat though. Yesterday.
Hat? All right. Whatever. Disguise.
Yeah, I don't have hair. No. Working 16 years in the automotive industry, it's all gone.
Okay, there was the hat.
there it is. There it is, PBR. But the very first
Oh man.
scene of the very first scene of the movie, this robot went out of control and it was sitting there killing everybody in the house. Well, it ended up grabbing a gun. It was a .357 revolver.
Oh, I remember this movie.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
And when Tom Selleck is in there trying to, more or less kill the robot, you can hear the gun, cocking like a 12 gauge, and then you hear a 12 gauge blast. But of course, he's holding a .357. I was just sitting there just laughing.
It's oh, here you go. Yeah, it's a future revolvers. They shoot tiny shotguns.
Well, I mean, the very first scene, he just had like a .357 revolver.
There's
Regular.
there's a IMFDB of it. What the f... Oh, this is bad.
Yeah, see, it's not even showing the very first. Oh yeah, there it is. It wasn't even .357. It was 38 special. Model 36. 5-shot. Of course, the robot shot it like 10 times.
The one thing I remember about that movie most is when they fired the gun, the bullet would follow him like a heat seeker.
Oh,
And they'd be
no.
running. And I always thought, I never thought about it, but now it's like, damn, that's a slow-moving bullet.
Yeah, I remember. That's the only scene I remember from the movie is him getting in a shootout with basically a vacuum cleaner with a revolver.
Yeah. It was a Model 19. Smith & Wesson 19, that's what it was.
Vacuum cleaner's gone crazy. Fuck you, Roomba.
It's the Roombanator.
Yeah, my favorite thing with the Roomba is when the the dog like shit in the house and it was running it all over.
Don't have a Roomba.
I mean, this is a video someone had up on like YouTube or whatever.
Oh. Nice.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be funny. You know what I mean? But
Yeah. I think you have a hell of a sense of humor if you're laughing at your Roomba spreading your dog shit all over the place.
no.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, nice.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug. Because that's what they were all fucking doing cocaine when they thought of this shit. I wonder if Tom Selleck's embarrassed for making this movie.
Probably doesn't care if he got paid enough.
Yeah.
So, how many of you guys actually saw my the live broadcast of the show tonight that I was doing?
I couldn't because I was in here.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I've been in here too. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I just figured I'd ask because, like, I'll post the link in the side chat too in a minute.
I've actually got it in my quarry. When you posted in the lobby area, I clicked on it to where I could watch it later.
What show are you talking about?
On Target Radio, which is a radio show that I kind of work with. I'll put the link in the side chat in a second here. I'm just pulling it up so you can kind of see. I'll show you. I'll put the link for tonight's show, and then you guys can check out the stuff that we've done previously and all that too if you want.
Anybody I know in the show? Anybody else or?
No, it's a radio show we broadcast out of AM 560 in like the Chicagoland area, and we live stream it so you guys can watch it on like YouTube here.
Oh, at least I let you talk about guns in Chicago.
Well, it's actually technically it's in the suburbs, but yeah, I mean it's not like everyone thinks here. I mean, Chicago's almost like its own little state for all intents and purposes. I'm in the suburbs, so it's
Oh yeah, it's different. It's different where there's just the real bad parts of town where everybody kills everybody else, I guess. But all the
I think most of that stuff's probably on the south side, honestly. But I don't know. I'm not a big fan of going downtown, not because of that stuff, but just in general. I like more open spaces anyway. But I live in suburbia, so I mean, still a lot of people. So I put that link in the side chat too, so if you guys saw it or not.
So is your show every week or?
Yes, the show is every week. It's actually not my show. The host is actually the president of our Sportsman's Club, and he also owns a training company called Safer USA. He's got a couple different instructors that kind of work for him and everything. And
so it's every Sunday?
Every Sunday, 9 o'clock Central Standard Time. It's basically
translate to Hawaii time.
You're probably way earlier than us, so it's, I don't know what, you're like a couple hours behind or something, I think.
What is it in Pacific Coast time?
I have no idea.
Right.
I'm guessing, I think it's 2 hours earlier. Well, like, what time is it there right now?
10:30.
Okay,
no,
so if it's
7:20, yeah, in West Coast is 10:30, Hawaii is 7:30.
Okay, if it's 7:30 now, it's like 12:30 here, so you're 5 hours before us, so you're gonna, if it's 9 o'clock here, you're probably what? It's 10, 11, 12, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe? Is that right?
No, you're calculating backwards. It'd be
Yes,
4.
I am. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. We're ahead of you. I am doing it backwards. So
before.
If we're at 9, it's like 4 o'clock in the afternoon your time, I guess. Sorry.
I'll have to check it out. Is it on gun channels or you posted a link, right?
Yeah, I posted a link in the side chat there, and I can also put it in the gun channels. But I think G-Web said he's going to add the channel to the list, kind of like for us. So I'll basically just have to open it up or post it or whatever.
That'd be cool because yes, we need more Sunday stuff to do during the day early. It'd be cool.
Right. And I guess there's one show on Sunday at 9 p.m., but it's Eastern Standard Time, so they're an hour after us anyway. So, we'll be done right before they start. So that's something we'll fill in the time slot, sure.
That's a bi-weekly show anyway. Sometimes they don't do it.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
It all depends on if there's enough of them in there.
Got it. Yeah, I've just been kind of volunteering with the show for a couple months, and something I kind of just fell into, basically. YouTube kind of actually kicked off a lot of things for me. I kind of somehow I just decided to make a gun channel, and I had joined a sportsman's club, and then we got started into the 3-gun stuff last year, and they were looking for someone to do sponsorships, to handle all the sponsorship stuff for 3-gun, and I'm like, okay, well, I've got the YouTube thing going. I have a couple companies I'm kind of working with, and so I just started working with sponsorships with it, and then from there, I had actually gained a lot of sponsors for our club, and that caught our club president, David Lombardo's attention, and he said, hey, would you like to help me out with the radio show stuff? We're trying to get sponsors, companies to work with us for advertising, sell advertising to. And I said, sure, I don't mind, and kind of went from there. And I've always had an interest in radio because I did that for 3 years in high school.
High school radio.
Yes. So I didn't say it was very good, but I had an interest in it and I enjoyed it a lot. Now I think they actually still broadcast on FM, but they also do like webcasting as well at the school.
Well, if it's fun, that's the main thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea.
It's good that you live in a metropolitan area that can actually support that kind of thing, because there's not that on the Big Island. So,
do you guys have different topics every week?
Oh yeah, it's not all gun stuff. When they first started out, I think they did a lot more gun topics, but it's basically now kind of like the red meat issues that affect our lives, and he picks out different things every week. We have a lot of different guests too. The one guest that I got on the show is Glenn Fleming from Sons of Guns to do a call-in with us, and we had a really good conversation about basically like veterans losing their rights with the Second Amendment rights and all that stuff, and because he's had experience with it, and you can check it out. It's on the YouTube channel. Rather than me explaining it, you guys can take a listen to it or watch it. But we've had a lot of different political guests. Trying to think, but it just we never know. Like sometimes I don't know who we're gonna have or what we're gonna be talking about until like the day before, maybe.
Yeah, it is hard to come up with topics in advance for shows. I do Lock and Load on Mondays, and it's always sometimes you don't know till like an hour before the show.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even when I do my show on Wednesday nights on YouTube here, I'll have stuff planned out in advance. Like I'll have I'm gonna have this guest, or possibly this guest is Plan B, and then when they both don't show up, you got short notice to figure something out that you want to talk about. Especially when you're kind of just starting out with it and you're trying to find people to be on your panel, So, but yeah, it's fun nonetheless. It adds to that little bit of excitement factor when you have to figure it all out last minute.
Yeah, and doing it every week, it makes it harder because you always have to be new every week.
Exactly, that's very true. Well, with the radio, the one thing that's a little different too is even though it's an hour-long program, when you add the commercial breaks in there and you have like 5 segments to the show, and then we also do just something we added on is we do after the show is over with, after it's being broadcasted on AM radio, we also do what's called segment 6, which is like an after show YouTube broadcast we do live that we basically just discuss anything we didn't get to cover, any other topics, or if someone has a suggestion or wants to ask a question or whatever, we can address it there. But needless to say, the hour-long show isn't an hour long when you get all the commercial breaks, and it ends up being like, I don't know, I have to check, but I think it's like 30-some minutes long or 40-some minutes long or whatever it is.
Well, on gun channels on YouTube, we don't have any commercials break, so maybe I can just like invent some fake commercials to read.
There you go, exactly. So, I mean, I actually have a sponsor for my show too, BAT Arms. So I do a little commercial at the beginning and at the end to kind of mention him, his company. So, yeah, I mean, I've even thought about that too in the middle of it or something if I wanted to actually make it more of a structured program. But most of the time, and again, it's with YouTube and me starting this out, it isn't done being morphed or molded into what it will be. It's more or less an experimental thing from the get-go, and just kind of take it as you go and do whatever you want.
Yeah, as long as you're having fun, that's all that counts.
Exactly.
But plus, that gave me a good idea to come up with some fake commercials for tomorrow. All right.
Nice. Yeah, it's what was I gonna say? Like, oh yeah, you also, in addition to having fun, you get to meet a lot of interesting people from all around the world. With the webcam stuff and the live broadcasting and all that, it has brought things much closer together. That's too funny. I'm looking at something as we're chatting here. My sister updates us with videos of, my little niece who's 2.5 years old. And she is just incredibly amazing. She's shooting a bow and arrow in the house, like one of the little suction cups, And it's funny, she quotes this thing she did today. She goes, and she's 2.5, right? She's very smart. She goes, my sister posted a picture of her walking down a slide, right? And she's wearing a little skirt. So she goes, sister, mom, my sister says, why are you walking down the slide? Or whatever. She goes, because walking down the slide is what we do to prevent a wedgie, mom. It's hilarious to hear a 2-year-old say that. And she really does say things like that. So, I don't know. Sorry, just kind of off topic, but.
That's okay. Just keep vamping until somebody comes up with something to talk about.
Exactly.
We could talk about. We could continue the conversation last night about Apocalypse Now versus Red Dawn.
I don't even know.
Basically, everybody thought Apocalypse Now was shit, and Red Dawn was a wet orgasm.
Fucking shit! Don't fucking.
What?
Red Dawn's good until it gets to Brando.
Do you want a hug?
The other way around.
Feeling bad, Hawaii? Do you want a hug?
No, it's just that I think that nobody on gun channels can comprehend about that it was based on Heart of Darkness, which was written in 1899 and is actually based on a literary work.
Jesus
and
Christ.
It won some awards.
You take things so fucking literally, it's insane sometimes. G-Web's just told you not to tell him what,
He told me what?
You basically said that Red Dawn's not influential, and he said it was, and that's where the argument started. And you can't really go around saying something's not influential when you don't.
No, comparatively.
Well, I can't say fucking some I don't know, fucking Kim Kardashian isn't cute because some people might think she is, even though maybe I don't think she is. It's
well, if one film wins the Cannes Film Festival Best Film Award,
that doesn't fucking
nominated
matter.
for
That
Best
doesn't matter. That
Picture
doesn't. None of that shit matters. None of that shit matters. None of that matters because what it comes down to is individual taste, not what it won, what it's based off, who fucking stars in it, who drew the movie poster, who made the music, fucking who catered the fucking movie. None of that matters.
One was just on a different cinematographic level of professional craftsmanship than the other. That's all.
Sweet.
Yeah, but that's like saying Star Wars sucks because it never won an Oscar.
Yeah, sweet story, bro. Not you, Gavin. Fucking
I know.
I don't start this conversation again because it was annoying when it started. And
Well,
it's
everybody
still annoying
disagreed
now.
with me and slammed me. So.
No, nobody disagreed with you. It's a better movie, but you can't tell people, well, that's not influential. Maybe not to you. Other people grew up watching it and have fond memories of it, whether it's good or not. It's just like watching old cartoons again. Like, well, this cartoon sucks now, but man, I still like it because I liked it when I was younger.
Well, but just again, comparatively, if Heart of Darkness is like
Who the fuck is
one of the top
what? That's
100 literature works ever.
Is my
and
mic
stood
not working?
by-
Can everybody hear me talking?
I can hear you talking.
I swear to God, it's like I don't know. Sometimes maybe my mic just stops working. I'm talking at a wall or something.
Crack cocaine is influential.
That's right.
Only to some people, though.
Yes, Apocalypse Now is a much better movie, but you can't say something. There's a thing called a cult classic, and that's what Red Dawn is. It doesn't have a cult classic. Doesn't have to be good. It just has to be like at least entertaining.
I said it was more similar to the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I mean, it's got that cult following.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. So you can't really say something's not influential when it obviously is because it has a following.
I don't follow.
No, you're a Marine. I'll have to get pictures.
Hey, come on now. What's wrong with Marines over here?
Yeah, don't start on the Marine trip, dude.
Okay, you guys attack him now. I'm done.
First of all, no, I'm just kidding.
No, all you military guys are great.
Well, something has to suck before it's a cult classic. So I didn't like Red Dawn the first time I watched it, but I was also like 5 years old.
Keep talking smack about Hawaii, or I mean, Red Dawn Hawaii. G-Webs is gonna he's gonna pull a fucking Apocalypse Now and come out of your swimming pool with a Bowie knife in his fucking teeth and chop your cow's head off and blow up your house.
No, he's gonna come out with an AK-47 bayonets in each hand, and I won't be like, oh, geez, those aren't sharp.
I like how you're lecturing me about freaking Apocalypse Now. Yeah, my freaking screen name is Apocalypse Now Reference. It's like, dude, come on.
So, Gavin, what part of the country are you in?
Oregon.
Okay.
Just for the record, PBR, which film do you think was better?
I can tell you which one I don't really enjoy them both. I'll watch Red Dawn over and over and over again. I'll watch Apocalypse Now maybe once every couple years when I'm feeling like I need a blow to my psyche or something.
Yeah, if I want to feel better about my surroundings.
And honestly, I only watch the Redux now because the Redux is like the way that movie should have been.
What's the difference in them?
A half hour extra footage.
Yeah, I was gonna say closer to it seemed like more like an hour.
Yeah, a lot.
He finally gets through his mission, and then everything's all fucking weird.
Yeah, I hate when it gets weird when he meets up with Brando. From there on,
actually they add a lot to that whole thing that makes it make more sense. Like you see, it makes more sense.
Well, I know he was all afraid of getting filmed because he got fat or whatever, and then it just got all weird. Like, I don't know, it just went from like a war movie to like a fucking science fiction weird warlord fucking.
Because it wasn't really it's half war movie, half Hearts of Darkness. It's a war movie, anti-war movie. Fucking.
It deals with imperialism and racism and differences in cultures and going into the darkness of the human heart.
Right.
And it's not really a war movie. But And if you notice at the beginning, there's all these bright colors and different color, multicolor smoke flares, and at the end, it's just darkness. So
Right.
it's a very impressionist film.
But I think I enjoy Red Dawn more as entertainment.
Oh yeah, you
But
could just turn off your brain and watch it 100 times. I like it too. I mean, that's how I watch it. It's fun.
But dude, who would trust that freaking food drop at the end? Like, you gotta be stupid. They accidentally dropped a whole box of fucking rations when.
When you're hungry, you do stupid shit.
Yeah, I think if they showed that in the movies, like once every Friday night, like regular people would be yelling, "Don't take the food! Don't take the food!"
What are you talking about? I do that now.
What is somebody watching in the background?
Not me.
Oh, that's Hercules, that rock movie.
Did anybody see Hell on Wheels?
No.
Last night. Finally, somebody shot somebody.
Oh my god. I'm gonna watch it in about an hour, so don't spoil it.
All right. You know, it's just like real life.
It was a good show.
No, it's just like real life because you know the problem with like having many guns in season 5 as they do in season 1 is that it's such like real life. You know, guns really solve very few problems. You know, so they have to find other ways to solve all their problems, and it just makes it not as exciting all the time. And it just feels like it moves. You just want to see the whole season at once and just binge watch the fucker. Having to wait every week, you know, like a periodical, like you know, when they released Tom. Well, I guess when they were releasing my mind, Mark Twain, Huckleberry Finn. They released one chapter every month or something, you know, and kids would read it across. So it's like just binge watch the thing and watch watch the rest of it all at once.
They're not to me, that's good. Damn it. I went to look up Red Dawn, and the only one I can find so far is the freaking for free is the 2012 version.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Is the original?
Yeah, that's where I'm going next. I was checking other places that I normally have logged.
It had a $4.2 million budget, and they made $38 million. God, those must have been the days when you could make a movie for $4.2 million.
It's no Waterworld.
Yeah, well, they did a good job on the film without spending a lot of money because it didn't require tons and tons and tons of, expensive things in it. It was about the story.
Red Dawn?
Story. Yeah.
They had to build those tanks from scratch because he couldn't get his hands on the real tank, so they built them.
But $4.2 million, that's not a lot of money.
Every one of those Russian Soviet tanks are all built from scratch. Like they had a chassis, like a tank chassis that looked correct, and then they would build the turrets and everything else on top to make it look like a T-72.
Yeah. I'm just saying that in 1984, $4.2 million is not a lot of money to spend on a film, and it made a lot, so it didn't do bad. Ooh, Basil Polidorus did the music for it. He did. He's done a lot of work. He did The Hunt for Red October. He's done a lot of work.
Hey, PBR, do you know what gun stores up in Portland are charging for that? Like the convenience fee or whatever?
I don't know how much they're charging. I go through my gunsmith, but he's probably he doesn't want to. He hates that law, so he's going to stop doing transfers. Let me rephrase it. He's not going to do person-to-person transfers.
Okay.
He's only going to do like internet stuff.
Oh, hey, there's an AK-47 contest on. You could just enter from the AK-47 Operators Union on YouTube. Just put your name and city and state. So.
Hey, so how does that? I was going to ask, how does that work for the required background checks for private gun sales where you guys are at?
You'll have to go to a gun store and they'll fill it out. The sketchy thing though is and my gunsmith showed me is that like it not only as a seller you have to give up your information too. It's weird. It's like it's not just the buyer has to put all this information in, the seller does too.
Yeah, and if the information doesn't match, at least here in California, or if the seller is no longer allowed to own a firearm but is selling it, which they've just changed recently, they couldn't go through with the sale.
So if somebody has a gun that they're not supposed to have, they can't sell it to someone that can have it.
Well, now they can. They just changed that law here in California.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right.
But
yeah,
it's like, it's the whole thing about people were bitching and complaining about the police, taking their property and not returning it.
Right, that's not cool.
Like they said earlier, Sean said it better than me, but something to the effect of just because you're no longer allowed to own a firearm doesn't mean you lose on the property value of it. So you can sell it off if you want.
So, don't the police have something where they go around seizing money if you're carrying like too much money in a car?
Yeah, it's $10,000 without a note from the bank.
And that's actually a federal thing. That's the RICO Act.
Yeah, because I was going to move my money from a bank or whatever, and one of my brother's friends who owns a business said, like, don't take it out unless you get a note, because if it's anything more than $10,000, the cops can just take it.
When did that come into effect?
That's been like for years.
Really? Because I didn't know that. I one time when I bought my car a long time ago, I took out cash to buy it.
They can do that. It's like if they suspect it could be used for a crime. It's
right,
and your money's gone forever. It's just gone.
Yeah.
It's a scam. It's a federal government scam.
Oh yeah, it's being challenged like by everywhere by everyone. Like everybody knows it's a scam, but the money goes the money doesn't go in. The money doesn't go in some evidence locker as like evidence of a crime. It it basically vanishes. It goes into the pockets. It goes somewhere. But it's
supposed to go into the budgets.
80% of
they're supposed to hold it for a certain amount of time.
Hey, so
if you're found innocent, they're supposed to return it to you.
It's like 80 or 90% of it goes to the federal government, and then like 5 to 10% of it goes to the local agency that made the stop.
So
there's no way to find you innocent of anything because they don't charge you with a crime.
To go back to the gun sale thing though, like in Illinois, the only thing that changed with our laws recently, as far as private sales go, is that now before you do a private sale on it, you have to obviously we have FOID cards in our state, and you have to actually take the person's FOID card number or whatever it is, and put that into like whatever state police system they have, and verify that their FOID is actually valid. But you don't have to put any information about the firearm or what you're transferring or anything like that. It just basically, it kind of sucks though that they know who the person is by their FOID number, but they don't know what it is they're buying. But there's really no good purpose to it because, unless I guess there could be if their FOID is invalid. That's the only way you're going to know it's invalid. And if it's invalid, it's probably they're not allowed to own it anyway. But it's still kind of goofy to add an extra step into trying to sell stuff, you know?
Yeah, a lot of sheriffs in Oregon refuse to enforce that law.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
there's a lot that aren't going to force it, but you still have to, like,
You have to cover your bases in case something does happen later on.
and the thing,
Right.
like, what I don't understand is, like, what if I sell somebody a gun that I bought before all this nonsense went down, like tomorrow? There's no way they can prove that I didn't sell it to them beforehand, because, you know, if
Yeah,
they go
there's
back and do
It
all the
depends on when you owned it, though, originally, like when you actually
there's
purchased
That's
it.
what I mean. It's kind of like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
yeah, like you
Yeah,
could
but
predate
before
the
they
bill of
can
sale.
prove anything, they'll come and say, "Well, you've been charged with this, so we're taking all your guns," before they even prove anything. So,
But anyway,
the gun laws are so fucked up.
Yeah.
And then they melt it down.
I've heard things, Gavin, between it'll just try it'll go. Let's see, it'll be between 10 and $20 or something, depending.
Dude, I've seen $30 and $40 from gun stores.
See, that's gun stores gouging people.
Yeah, exactly. And this one that's local to me was like, look, we're not going to try to prosper off something that's unconstitutional or whatever. So just give us $5 to the store and the $10 background check or 12 or whatever it is.
They got to fill a lot of paperwork out in Hawaii.
Yeah, and that's what it is too. Is the paperwork cost and all that stuff.
We don't fill it. There's nothing here. I mean, you fill out a few pieces of. You fill out your normal whatever that form is, and that's it. There's not like.
Here you got to fill out the paperwork. The FFL has to go to the police station. I mean,
Really?
yeah, it sucks.
Ours, I've never waited over a minute for my name to clear over the computer.
That's going to change too, because it's going to take a lot longer because the system's inundated. I did a check on last Monday or Tuesday, and it took a while. Like it took about 30 minutes, like about a half hour.
Do you have a common name and all that?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just
I don't.
because if you go on a weekend, it's going to be insane. Like if you go during a gun show, it's going to be like absolutely.
Yeah, gun show is the longest I waited. It was around a minute. But I mean, earlier this month, I went on a Saturday and bought something. And
Be glad you guys can take it home right away.
Yeah, the guy pressed enter, and before the page was totally done loading, I was approved.
Those days are gone because the state police are gonna get inundated, and there's this basically. I don't know how many times over the past few years or the past decade or so, but the state government keeps trying to raise the price so they can make money off of this, because right now they don't make money off of it. They wanted to raise it to $50.
Fuck that. That's whatever.
Yeah, but then I guess it got knocked down as being unconstitutional, and I think the state charges $10. I think that's what they charge. So anything over $10 is what you're paying the gun store.
Dude,
but
paying
don't quote me on that because I could be off on my numbers.
Paying $65 for my concealed carry permit was a little fucking outrageous too.
The worry.
Be happy that's all it was.
The worry
Well,
is
if you can get one.
The worry is now that this law is passed is that they'll try to jump up the price again because now they can really make some money. And,
yeah, and it's another
Oregon,
way.
Like, believe it or not, Oregon is a gun state. Like,
Yeah, it is.
It's amazing how I've had to wait on a day you wouldn't think you'd have to wait like a Saturday or something. I went and bought a gun, and it was like I had to wait about half hour, 45 minutes for my background check to go through. That's how inundated they were on just some random Saturday.
Well, it's better than Obamacare website.
So now it's going to get kind of crazy now that everybody has to do it.
Yeah.
For long guns in Hawaii, we don't need any. They don't run a background check because you have to have a long gun permit. You know that you renew every year. So you could just go buy a long gun with just your paper, and they don't need to check anything.
Well, they need to make what Rick was talking about or something, that where if you have a concealed handgun permit or something, that it'll fast track you or it'll do something to make it easier.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Be the first time the government ever made anything easier.
Some states they have that. In some states it's just if you have a what was it called, Rick?
A FOID card, firearm
Yeah.
owner identification.
Yeah, like if you have like in others, I've heard of states where if you have a concealed handgun permit, you don't have to, like, it just fast tracks your background check. Like, you basically don't have to do one.
Yeah, ironically, we actually had both a FOID card and a concealed carry permit at first. Now, I believe your concealed carry does both. They keep changing this shit all the time.
Which is dangerous because somebody could end up getting in trouble because of sheer ignorance.
Yep, but the ignorance is no excuse for the law, right? That's what they always say.
But cops are allowed to be
No,
ignorant.
not ignorance is no excuse for the law. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. But
I
that would
know.
be a good
I
one,
said it
though.
all fucked up and backwards, but it doesn't matter.
No, but I liked it the way you said it. Made
It
more
kind of
sense.
works both ways, really.
That's why I like living in a freer state,
What state is that?
Ohio.
Yeah, but then you have to live in Ohio.
Ohio.
Oh shit! Here it goes.
But yeah, nobody expects Oregon to be so gun friendly, but it really is.
Our law's even laxer than Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, we can own full auto, SVR, SB, everything, and like.
My buddy's.
We can have SPRs here too now.
Yeah, my buddy's SBR went through in a month and a half. All the paperwork.
We've had it forever. It's not like this
Right.
is a new thing. We've
I
had.
people live on it, guys, because you're going to convince anybody from California to move up there.
Well, you guys are already trying to get our water.
Yeah, I mean, everybody else from California is moving up here. You might
California's
as well too.
out. California's out of water.
They got
The
balls
first
in
time
their water now.
when I first got into guns, I remember like, I mean, full auto and SPR is something that we've had forever, that's nice.
Yeah, I remember shooting my uncle. He was a dealer for a while in the 90s. And
Well, why'd you shoot your uncle?
no, I meant.
Your words are all backwards, man.
Yeah, I'm deaf in one ear, and it makes my fucking speech all jacked up. Yeah, one of the first guns I shot was this Uzi, and it was fully automatic. And I was like, I want to say 11. So that was
Yeah,
99, I think.
Yeah, when that was my first got, it was like the mid '90s, and I remember there used to be a place in Hillsborough, which is a suburb of Portland. It was like Wild Bill's Machine Gun Parlor, and that's basically all he sold was machine guns.
Yep.
SBRs, SBSs, suppressors.
Have you ever heard of? You heard of the Silent Destroyer?
No.
Oh, it's some guy in Oregon makes them. It's a Ruger M77 converted with an integral suppressed barrel, and it shoots .44 Magnum.
Wow.
Some guy in like Bend, Oregon makes them, and we were shooting that in my uncle's backyard when I was a kid. I'll pull it. I gotta find it. That thing's cool. And it just sounds like somebody fucking snaps their fingers. That's all you hear. For a .44 mag, that's crazy.
Oh, wait,
I'll tell you what, I got to shoot a couple different firearms with suppressors actually this weekend for the first time. It's pretty impressive.
It's not a Ruger 77. It's a Ruger Deer Slayer. It's semi-auto.
No, bolt.
Oh, my friend's got one that sounds just like what you described, except it's made out of a Ruger. I think it's the Ruger Deer Slayer, which is whatever Ruger 44 Magnum. It's semi-auto. That has the box magazine, not the tube.
They have like a 44 Magnum that kind of looks like a large version of the 1022 1.7.
It looks like a giant 1022.
Good.
Here, I'll post a link right here.
Okay, it's not the Deer Slayer.
No, it's made by a guy in Oregon.
Yeah, that looks like my friend's, except his is a semi-auto.
That'd be cool. I can't find the freaking information. But yeah, that thing was awesome. And I mean, this was in the 90s too, even when there was like that assault weapons ban and all that. And and my uncle still had all this stuff.
So what happened to all that now?
All his guns.
Yep.
He sold them to buy an airplane. All his
Cool.
collection. Yeah. And then he sold his airplane to buy a house.
Okay.
Guess you can't fault him for that.
Yeah, I would have kept the guns though. I grew up with a couple friends, or like through my parents that were gun dealers and stuff. So that got me hooked at a young age.
The Ruger Deerfield carbine. That's what it's called.
Deerfield?
Yeah, it's this rifle. My friend, and he lives down south too. So maybe if this dude's out of Bend, he's down in Ashland. I don't know. He's down south. Prince down. He moved from Albany down to, I want to say Ashland, but I can't remember now. But yeah, he's got basically this rifle, but with a suppress. It looks exactly the same thing. Integrally, it's like runs, I think 6 inches after the barrel. Like it's got 6 inches of barrel, then like I don't even know how 10 inches of suppressor or some shit like that.
Damn. Yeah. Everybody just thinks that Oregon is hippies because of Portland, but
Dude, that's fucking Eugene's fault more than Portland.
yeah. Goddamn college kids.
So I'm doing my Monday lock and load show on ammo, and I have a special ammo mafia trick on how to save 20% on all your store-bought ammo. It works at every major store. So that's the tease
Oh,
for
the box
Monday.
on the ground. Dented.
Say it again.
I'm doing my Monday lock and load show on ammo, and I'm gonna share an ammo mafia trick on how to save 20% on.
What is ammo mafia exactly?
Well, it's a trick on how to save 20% off ammo on any at any chain store. That's just a group of YouTubers who buy ammo for fun.
Oh, okay, all right. I was trying to figure out where that came from. Like,
They don't actually own any guns; they just buy ammo.
Yeah.
They have fun. They own guns.
So you say.
Well, you remember that gun that you hated because it was all tricked out?
You broke up. I didn't hear what you said.
You remember that AR that you absolutely hated that said Ammo Mafia on it?
Oh yeah, I didn't hate it. Just not my style. I don't need like a Fast and the Furious AR-15.
That
What's
was a little over the top.
What's considered a Fast and Furious AR-15 exactly?
So it's cartel guns, right?
You take an AR and you put everything you possibly imagine on it, and then more.
Yeah, when your AR-15 has ground effects, you know, need ground effects.
I'm figuring you're talking about a highly modified AR-15, not from the Fast and Furious scandal, because those weren't AR-15s, right? Those weren't all like M4s, M16s, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and like AKs, yeah.
Yeah. Right, and AKs, of course.
He just
no,
means like
not Fast and Furious, like the TF thing. I was making reference towards the crappy move, the Rice Rocket cars.
Right. Okay.
Like that style of modding up your AR with a bunch of bling.
Right.
Anyway, if you want to save
I didn't even think
20%,
about
well,
that's great.
If you want to save 20%, tune in. I'll show you how.
Sure.
That's awesome.
Now the thing is 20% off of like the retail price, or is it like the best price ever in the whole world at that point?
No, it's 20% off whatever the store's selling it for.
Store as in like what stores though?
Almost every major chain.
Okay, so like your Bass Pros and Cabela's and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll show you. Well, I'm not guaranteeing any particular store, but most major chain stores, yeah.
I was just throwing those out as examples, but right.
Dude, I'm dying to know right now.
These Ruger carbines aren't that expensive.
Tune in Monday.
They're selling anywhere from $500 to $700 depending on which model. Or 40 semi-auto. 44 Magnum.
It looked like kind of like a mix between a 1022 and a Mini 14 or an M1 carbine.
Like 1022, it has no. It's just a big ass burly 1022. Yeah. Ooh. That would be a fun gun.
Well, the deer slinger or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Well, I got a lever action 44, so.
Nice. Yeah, my friend's got a Rossi 44.
Mine's a Marlin.
Nice.
Mine's a Marlin, and I think I paid like $300 for it or something.
Much rather have a Marlin than a Rossi. I think his Rossi like eventually like worked a bunch of the screws loose just from shooting it. And he had to go back in and Loctite them all down, but like noticed that one had just completely fell out of the rifle, but it still worked, but he had to go and get a replacement.
That happens sometimes.
It shouldn't.
I agree, but it does. It still happens.
Had a chance to buy the 7744, but I'd rather have it in 57, to be honest.
Damn, dude. I think I had to pay $250 for a class.
Huh?
Class on what?
Oh, this guy in the chat said his CCL cost $250 for the mandated class, and
yeah, I spent way more than that.
Really, and then another $150 to the state.
Yeah, that's. What state is he in?
Oh, I don't know. I was just scrolling.
Sounds like California, except for slightly cheaper.
Well, I can't remember what the fees were when I did mine exactly, but I think between the class, I think that was a couple $100, and then like to actually submit the paperwork for it was probably like another $150. Like there's like a couple fees involved. Yeah.
Damn.
Ours, I don't remember how much the class was.
I paid $30 for my class.
So long ago.
Yeah.
But it was like $75 to, I think it was $75, and then every time I have to renew it, it's like $50.
Yeah, I don't remember what our renewals cost.
And you don't have to take the class again or anything. And then I did my Utah and I think Arizona one, and that was like a package deal. Like one guy taught both classes and helped you do all your paperwork and get it all squared away. And I think altogether it was like $100.
Yeah,
wow.
That was kind of how it went, because that's what we did. We have 16 hours required, and if you have the Utah and the Florida, it counts as eight of those hours. So I actually had taken the Utah and the Florida before we had the concealed carry offered to us, I think, and got those two right away. So there's like fees for that, fees for the other class, and then fees to just a whole bunch of money spent doing it.
I guess I shouldn't complain then, huh?
Yeah, Illinois sucks.
Yeah, I went with two friends, so I got a group discount on the class, was $30 each, and then $65 at the sheriff's department.
Oh, here in California, you go to sheriff's. Well, if you live in the city, you go to the city first, and they're going to tell you no matter what.
Yeah.
You go to the sheriff's department, and the sheriff's department will look at your reason if it feels it has a valid reason. They'll put your paperwork forward, and you pay. It's like $500, but that includes their class, which they mandate that their deputies have to teach you. So you have to go to their class. You have to do everything has to go through them, and then you get your CCW. And every gun on your for your CCW, any gun you carry, the serial number has to be on your CCW. If you have a gun that has a serial number that's not on your CCW and you get caught with it, you get charged with carrying an illegal concealed weapon illegally.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I heard about that. And then you got to pay a shitload to add one onto the card, right?
No, it's not that expensive. It's not nearly as expensive as licensing. I think, at least in my county, you just go up to the sheriff or you make an appointment, you go up there and qual, and you pay them for the recall. I think it's like 25, $30 or something like that. And then,
Jesus.
they'll just, they'll take your card and they'll type it on. That's why you're not allowed to laminate your cards. So you
Okay.
can add stuff onto it.
Yeah,
Or
ours
take it
is
off at
easy
the end and sold.
for that. No range time. I just had to go to a class twice one for Oregon and one for Utah, Arizona.
See,
I haven't renewed my Utah, Arizona yet, because I haven't had them for more than, I don't know, 3 years. But I think it's coming up, so we'll see how much that costs.
Well, I don't know about other states too, but Oregon will honor your if you had pistol qual in the military.
Oh, for your CCW?
Yeah, that'll
I don't know how you'd
standard.
prove that.
DD-214 says it.
Mine doesn't. Maybe the Marines will do. Army does. Well, mine doesn't say shit.
Yeah, in the Marine Corps, your DD-214 has your rifle score or your rifle qualification and your pistol qualification, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
hell no. Yeah, no. Mine is missing half the shit I did on it. I had to go and get a bunch of things put on my DD-214 that were missing, and there's still crap missing off of it. And I have the paperwork, so I can prove that I did it. It's not like they
Yeah.
just there's a disconnect between. I guess maybe it's just because the Army's so big, they just don't even try. They're just like,
Well,
whatever.
I would try and get all that stuff added on too, because if it doesn't show in your DD-214, that's all Kansas City looks at when it comes time to get benefits and stuff like that. Like, say you end up becoming you end up, well, you got your VA card, right?
Yeah, I got all that stuff, but
Okay.
I'm not worried about it. And I've never heard of anybody in the Army, and I could be wrong, but I've never talked to anybody that has their Army marksmanship stuff on their DD-214.
Well, it's like that on mine,
That's
at least
cool. I
in
mean,
the Marine Corps, so.
Yeah, it says you either have to have, if you're enlisted, you have to show that you qualified with a pistol, or if you're an officer, it qualifies you right away.
weird.
Yeah. Goddamn officers are getting everything, huh?
That doesn't make any sense, like, because I could pull my DD-214 out and look at it, but where would it be on there?
Oh man, mine's not right. Yeah, mine might be right here. Hold on. I just got copies of it.
I guess I'll grab
I've
it.
got mine buried away nice and safe, so.
Dude, I filed for health benefits through the VA, and they were like, oh, your DD-214s don't exist, so send them in the mail. And I was so sketched out about sending that through through the postal service.
I sent that and more to the CMP to get my grand, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, mine's not right here. Yeah, I didn't know that if you qualified, it counted, so I went through the class, and then a friend told me after I already did everything.
Oh, here it is. Or here they are, I should say. So, yeah, it's not gonna say shit on here.
Wait, so what's the CMP thing that you're talking about?
Civilian Marksmanship Program.
Does it
but haven't all the grands pretty much like dried up though?
No, well, not since I last looked at it. I mean, it's getting. I don't know. Look at the website. Go to Grand.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. They have sniper model, huh? That's expensive.
Yeah, they're not dried up yet. I mean, they're plus there's a senator or something like that that's pushing a bill to try to get them to release Army issued 1911s that are being stored
Yeah,
towards
they have.
CMP.
They
Wait,
have.
wait. So how do you qualify? Is this through?
There's scroll back to the top of the page and it'll say, where is it? I don't know.
Didn't they have a pretty good price in some 1911 mags though, or like brand new or surplus recently, like $8 a piece or something?
I have no idea.
They
There's a thing that tells you how to qualify. I just sent him a copy of my DD214. I had to join the Grand Collectors Association. I had to send him a copy of my driver's license, my fucking passport, fucking I don't know, stool sample.
Why your passport?
To prove that I'm a U.S. citizen.
Social security number won't do that.
What?
Your social security number wouldn't do that?
says birth certificate, passport, proof of naturalization, or
Basically,
any official government document.
Weapons proficiency, that you're involved in some kind of shooting sport or shooting something, that you're a U.S. citizen, that you're legally allowed to own a firearm, and then you have to notarize all that shit, and with a money order, put all that crap in an envelope and send it away.
Oh, so you got to do some legwork to join that group.
It's not hard.
Oh no.
It was easier than I would have.
Are these prices similar to what you'd get elsewhere?
No, these are way less money than you would pay elsewhere.
So it's worth it.
I probably got $1,200 worth of rifle for $750. But it's also roll the dice. It's like you could have there's no rifle score anywhere on my DD214.
It just says your qualification.
Doesn't say anything on mine.
Damn.
Yeah, mine said rifle, sharpshooter, pistol expert. No. I shot sharpshooter on purpose too. I like the bad better.
You ain't got to lie.
Oh no. I mean, I threw my last 3 shots, or my last 3 or 6 shots, 500.
They don't put shit on here. They put some of your decorations and medals if they're important ones, and then that's it. And then they do military education. So I got airborne, and then a couple decorations on here, and that's it.
Well, they probably.
I guess that's all you need.
Yeah, the Army is really bad at keeping records, from what I've heard. Then I have my grandpa's records from the Navy from World War II, and those are the only ones that I've seen that are more like more fucked up than mine.
Oh, really?
He joins, goes to some school or goes to like some training, and then vanishes basically for 2 years, and then shows back up. Like,
hey man, he got lost in Singapore.
Well, he didn't vanish literally. It just as far as his record's concerned,
yeah,
he didn't exist for like. It's kind of funny.
Well, they tried to I went to my first unit, well, I guess my only unit, and they tried to tell me, because I didn't have any record of other bases. It basically didn't say that I checked into boot camp or combat school or my MLS school. So they're like, we don't know if you actually went to boot camp and all that. I was like, why the fuck would I be here in fucking alphas, looking like a dickweed?
Yeah, with orders too.
Yeah, I had orders. I just didn't have proof that I went to all those places.
See, my other DD214 is different, but it still doesn't have anything on here. There's so many acronyms on here that I don't even fucking know. Decorations, medal, badges, commendations, citations, campaign ribbons, blah 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 blah. ASR, NDSM, AAM, GWOTS. I don't even know.
That's too many letters.
I know. I don't know what it means
I
either.
recognized one of them.
Well, I
don't
recognize all the letters. I just don't know what they mean.
Global War on Terrorism Service Medal. That's the only one. That's the only one I recognize. ASR is the Army Service Ribbon, isn't it? The little rainbow one.
Another one? You don't give you two of those. You only get one of those.
Oh, maybe you're super
Yeah,
rainbow.
but don't you guys get like a star or something? I know in the Marine Corps, like every time you're awarded something, you get an additional star you put on your ribbon.
We get an oak leaf cluster, and then if you get it more than, or I think it's an oak leaf cluster if you get it more than once. NDSM. Hey, I gotta know if my fruit salad's missing anything.
Well, they probably didn't put your marksmanship stuff on there because you guys get marksmanship badges for everything.
Bullshit, we do.
Grenades, fucking.
Yeah, you guys get it for rifle, grenade, pistol.
You qualify, but you only, like, our uniforms, we were only allowed to wear rifle, and that's it. They fucking nixed that shit a long time ago. Pogues, if you see a Pogue, he'll have like a bunch of, whoa, I got another one of those?
I was told by a friend that you could choose which one you wanted to wear.
No, we weren't. Rifles it. But that was us, so.
Yeah, he was. Well, actually, I think he was an 11 Bravo. I don't know. You guys get combat action ribbons and the frickin' combat infantry badge, huh?
Well, I don't know what a combat action ribbon is.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Oh, you mean for the for like the particular deployment?
No, it's like firefights.
No, you get one for a particular deployment, and then.
Well, those are campaign ribbons or medals or whatever.
Campaign, and then if you're infantry, you get a CIB, combat infantry badge.
And then if you're like any other thing, you get like isn't it like a dagger with a fucking leaves around it?
Yeah, it's a bayonet with a grenade, and the Pogues felt bad that they weren't getting shit on their chest, so the Army thought they would help them out.
How about a shit on a shingle ribbon? That was eating mess food.
A combat cook ribbon.
MREs.
A spatula with a hand grenade.
Cross spatulas.
No, when they came out with the whatever the other thing that isn't an EIB, or not EIB, CIB.
It's
we made fun of there's a lot of making fun of fucking Pogues for that shit. But the worst part was like some guys would get because units were down men, that they would get stuck on like a non-infantry unit trying to like as a supplemental troop, and then they would get stuck with, instead of getting a CIB, they would get that thing. And so there's a lot of
some butt hurt.
Yeah, making fun of motherfuckers for having that thing. But anyway, it is. I cannot recommend the CMP more if you want a grand, but I had a good experience and I got a great rifle. I can't say that everybody would that would happen to everybody. I mean, you're gonna get a good rifle. It's gonna work. It just some might be beat up and some might be in amazing condition. They're not gonna be beat up beyond the condition that you choose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's room in there for
I know what you mean.
might happen to be nice. Some other people's tend to be beat the hell up. No.
Well, if elected president of the United States, every household will have an M1 grant, damn it.
No, fuck that, dude. I don't want everybody having one of these.
Okay, how about an M3 grease gun?
No. Everybody can have like a fucking AR-15 or some shit like that.
Everybody
And
can
one
have
carbine?
a shitty ass semi-auto Tech 9.
No,
Glocks for
I wouldn't
everybody.
do that to people. Yeah, there you go. I mean, we can do that. 1911 is a lot.
No, I'm not gonna give my aunt a 1911. I just
Well, we
figured
could pull the herd some that way.
I just figured out there's a medal I'm missing off my fucking fruit salad. Look at that. Yeah, the army is definitely more they let you, they're a little more reward friendly. Not reward, they don't give you as many rewards as you think, but awards, I should say, not rewards. But they let you get to wear a lot more stuff than the Marines, but
Yeah.
nothing beats the Air Force. If you wake up on time, they give you a fucking medal to wear, and not just like a medal, not just a medal. They give you a badge, like you have a badge on your fucking.
Just for waking up?
No, I'm being sarcastic, but
not too far off.
You walk around Air Force Base and you're like, okay, so in the Army, on somebody's regular or their whatever fatigue, whatever BDU, AC, like whatever uniform, you're gonna see rank, you're gonna see a like whatever their division their division insignia on their shoulder, and maybe what like on their other shoulder they might have like a combat, like what unit they went to combat with. So sometimes you'll see like two different units, one on which side is it?
Isn't one higher the more present it is?
No. The only thing you're gonna see a divisional. You're gonna see a divisional unit patch. You're gonna see maybe a tab like Ranger, SF, Airborne if that's applicable. But usually the only thing you'll see is Ranger. Then you'll see a school. There'll be like schools. There's Airborne, Air Assault, Pathfinder, Scuba, and then there's the drill sergeant and the recruiter. Because apparently the Army at one point thought recruiters deserved a badge.
Well, now it's like a combat position.
Yeah, and I'm probably missing one, but that's about it. The fucking Air Force, like everybody's job has their own little badge of what I think I learned. So you'll see like you'll be walking around, and their badges are not necessarily, I want to say in color. They're still subdued, but they have colors. Like ours are just black or in whatever color. Like if it was BDU era, it was like green and black. That's about it. Like maybe like you'll see gold, like a gold color, but like that's rare. But like the Air Force, their shit's in color, and every job has got its own little badge, and you'll see like guys walking around, they'll just have like shit on they look like a NASCAR. You know what I mean? Like they just have like shit on their uniform. You don't even know who knows what that means? Like I don't know what that means. Like the good thing about the Army is it's just symbols. Like you can tell you see one airborne badge, you would understand what they look like. Air Assault, same thing. Like Scuba, same thing. Like the tabs, the Ranger tab, SF, it's very clear, very concise. The Air Force shit is like insane. Like I don't even know what that is. What is that? First of all, and it's like a fucking color by numbers or some shit going on their uniform.
Well, the Navy has a ribbon or a medal or something for getting expert on the rifle range or shotgun range or whatever.
I'm looking up Air Force badges now.
The Marine Corps is, I don't know, does the Navy get like anything from the Marine Corps? I know we get stuff from the Navy.
The Navy gets the Fleet Marine Force if they're an FMF corpsman.
Okay, well, generally.
Which is a pretty badass badge. Like I'd wear that shit. It's like $1,000 with fucking EGA and like some leaves around it or something. It's pretty dope.
Well, they earn it too, man.
Yeah, that test is pretty hard because they have to know all the Marine Corps knowledge that we know, and and fucking, of course, medical shit.
Pretty much they become marine life. Well, you know what? Those corpsmen, man, I tell you what, couldn't live without them.
Dude, this isn't even the tip of the iceberg. I swear to God, I saw more shit than this. But look at this. That is just badges on their fucking uniform. I mean,
It's not.
okay, I can get the wings for like pilots, but those things below it, those aren't pilots. Those are like I don't know, brushing your teeth the right direction fucking badge and
The Marine Corps has a pilot wing.
tying your boots right badge and
Where they got pilot wings, jump wings, scuba wing or scuba bubble, air crew wings, EOD, fucking whatever it is.
I guess we have EOD too, but I don't know if they have a badge. And yeah, I guess you're right. There are I don't know.
I know what you're getting at though.
I don't know if our branch or our pilots get badges too. Oh, here you go.
Yeah, pilots should get wings.
Wait, that's fucking.
We have the same wings as the Navy though for our pilots, because they're all trained under NAVAIR and CNAT and all that
All right,
shit.
here. This is a perfect example. Here's a. Okay, I guess one of them must be a unit identification.
Man, I'm glad we didn't have unit identification. Probably got a lot of people out of trouble.
Let's see. There you go. This is what I would see when I was walking around McCord, and I'm like, I don't even know what's going. See what I mean by them? They're in color.
Yeah, kind of looks fucky. Yeah, it looks like a fucking Applebee's fucking waitress thing.
Like, okay, I get. Well, I don't even know what all that is. Like, what
They're
I would
unit
assume,
badges.
what I assume
Unit
is the
patches.
airborne, where our airborne or air assault above where it says U.S. Air Force. That's where airborne, air assault, and Pathfinder go on a military or army uniform. But that isn't air assault or airborne. I don't know what that is. And then those, I'm assuming one of those is like some kind of unit identification, but I don't know what all three of those is. Like the magic pony fucking badge, the making your bed in the morning badge.
It's chair assault and chairborne.
I can't even tell you what that rank is too. I'm like, I fucking don't know what that is.
Oh, theirs is easy. It took me a while. That's a E7.
I'm not even looking anymore.
You just pretty much, those are two rockers underneath, and then the three next to the fucking star or whatever it is like a 1 chevron, 2 chevron, 3, all the way to E5, and then you get the fucking rocker or whatever. So it's an E7, I think.
Army's a lot of the Marines and our Marines are the easiest. The Army and Marines share, like, the ranks may be called something different, but they're identical. So that's
well, the only difference is the specialist.
Yeah, I mean, so
Yo,
thank fucking Christ for that.
Have you ever seen somebody like, I've seen specialists like 4th class and shit like that. Is that a real thing?
Nah, not that I've ever seen.
Oh.
We had E4P. That was and that's this E4 promotable. That means it's an E4 about to become an E5, but it's basically a corporal.
That hasn't taken fucking.
So E4 basically becomes a corporal, but it's too much of a pain in the ass to change shit, so they just call them an E4P.
That's stupid.
It's more just to get yeah. Holy shit balls! Look at this fucking high-speed individual. So here's about as much as you'd see on an army guy's uniform, and if you saw this guy, I would not talk shit to him. Holy God. So that guy's got air assault, airborne, Pathfinder. I don't know what that is.
He's a Green Beret, right?
Yeah, then he's got his CIB, Special Forces, and Ranger.
Yeah, because SF is Green Beret, right?
The good thing about the Army is the more shit you see on their uniform, just be nice, the more shit you have on the uniform, that's a good thing. Air Force, I don't know, like, what is all that shit, like?
Yeah, the Marine Corps, you're only allowed 2 devices on your thing, chevrons and then your name.
thought I've seen Marines with like you don't have a unit identification.
If you're wearing like coveralls or something, you wear your unit patch, but normal camis, no.
How do you tell who's who, like where people belong?
What do you mean, like like if you were to like see some kid fucking stealing something?
No, if you had like a bunch of fucking Marines like hanging out, how would you
You
know?
don't.
Like,
You wouldn't.
Jesus.
No. Like I said, like you're only allowed 2 devices, and your rank and your name, and that's it. But you can choose your 2 devices, but they have to go in precedence of date received. That's the only thing.
Weird.
Yeah.
But your dress uniforms, you have a shoulder patch, right?
Dress uniforms has just chevrons or rank on the side, depending on which uniform too.
I've seen like fruit salad on Marine uniforms. Like, some gunny with like a fucking like just go fuck yourself amount of medals and shit.
Oh yeah, medals, yeah. But it's always only 2 devices. There is one on the blouse pocket that I know it's if you worked with the president in HMX1.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can wear a sword if you're a NCO or above.
I don't know. The Army's complicated, but it's a lot larger. But the Air Force is just ridiculous.
Yeah. How many?
I worked with those guys, and don't get me wrong, I had a great. I wish I had joined the Air Force at one point, but at the same time, like I just saw so much. I'm sorry, I don't even know what that is. What is that? Hey, dude, what is that? Like,
Yeah.
and then they're like, it's a blah blah blah, and I'm like, how the fuck do you tell? I don't even know what that is. It looks like he like ate a hot dog and lost some fucking ketchup on the.
How many years were you in?
Say what?
How many years were you in PBR?
5.
And how many medals or ribbons did you get out with?
Fuck, I don't know. A handful.
Over 6?
Yeah.
I got 6. I did 2 deployments to Afghanistan. Just got out with 6.
Yeah, well.
Did you get your good cookie?
I did. I got stars. I got stars on 2 things though.
I didn't know the chest full of the
Yeah, I beat the sergeant major.
Freaking, no, the reason the Marines only have the 2 things allowed on their uniform is because it's supposed to be every Marine is basic rifleman.
Yeah.
You're not a pogue Marine. You're just a Marine, and that's their philosophy behind it. Plus, uniformity is.
Yeah, uniformity is a big thing.
Not the Army. They want you to like. Guys want fucking to make you not want to talk to them. My drill sergeant walked in the first day, and I was like, oh no, not so. Our drill sergeant walked in one day wearing his dress uniform, and we were just like, it was. Let's just put it this way: we all got a whole new fucking holy shit amount of respect. We're just like, oh my god, that's a guy that's been yelling at us all week long. Holy shit balls.
Generally, if you see somebody with jump wings and a scuba bubble in the Marine Corps, they were most likely recon or they were security forces or something like that.
Yeah, if they have jump wings and a scuba bubble, they're fucking force recon.
Do you, but I thought you couldn't wear that on your uniform.
No, those are the 2 things we're allowed. And on all your uniforms that you have is your jump wings and your scuba bubble.
But you're allowed to, like on your dress uniform, you're allowed to have ribbons, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We wear ribbons, and then like in our dress crew alphas, we got ribbons on one side and medals on the other.
Cool.
Yeah, but General Petraeus over here just fucking looking crazy in his uniform.
Who?
General Petraeus. I just saw a picture of him.
Oh yeah. I have a picture of him over here too. I don't know. He's got the grenade bayonet bullshit going on.
Yeah.
I don't see anything that makes me want to like jump out of my skin. No, that guy that I linked earlier, that dude fucking Whoever that major was, that fucking guy, man.
Yeah, he was.
That's our equivalent of like, like Force Recon or Raiders or whatever they're called now.
Yeah, Green Berets. But you know what's funny is I did 2 deployments and got out with 6. I've met people that have never deployed that had over 10, and I was just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, I guess it's just like place and time, honestly, because like
when you sit around an office all day and pour lots of coffee for important people. Yeah.
Well, no, like same MOS I'm talking, like same guys. We get like a transfer over to our unit, and this kid's just fucking loaded with ribbons, and I'm like,
That happened to me. My last unit, we had a ball. And I pulled out my uniform, and they hadn't sent me to my. I just kept all my infantry stuff, even though I was with a artillery unit.
Right.
I'm like, fuck it, I'll just leave it. I'm not taking this shit off. And then like, I got a lot of weird stares. They're like, what the fuck's that? What the fuck's that? Like, how do you have all that? And I'm like, jeez, get away from me. What? Hey.
Yeah, my buddy was prior Army, and he went to the Marine Corps, and you can wear anything you earned in other branches.
Vice versa.
Yeah, this motherfucker was stacked. Like, I was like, God damn, fucking little Italian guy from Jersey.
Most of them don't mean shit. There's a few, like, that's the thing about the armies. You have to, like, when you see a big stack, like, I'm looking at Petraeus's, or no, yeah. I mean, he's got a Ranger tab, that's fucking cool, but everything else on there is pretty much just...
What's that thing?
I can't see, his collar's in the way, so I can't see half of them, so...
What's that thing above his on his right side, the big-ass parachute with the wings and the star?
On the, his right side, the blue one or the other one?
The lower one, right above his ribbon.
That may be a foreign, there's a few foreign countries that I think the Army allows you to wear their jump wings. There's there's a few foreign awards.
So this guy was a pilot then?
What? Petraeus?
Yeah, was he a pilot or something?
No, that might be a foreign jump school.
Oh, I'm just wondering.
Hey, we're forgetting something, Gavin. We're forgetting the 2nd Battalion. They get to wear the rope, the Corps de Guerre.
The French Forget?
Yeah.
Who does? We do?
2nd Battalion Marine Corps.
Yeah, we can wear it too, I think.
Yeah, we got it for helping the Army.
We also can. There's a German one too. It's like I think it's silver.
Yeah.
And then there's the blue one, which is the one that I have, which is the infantry cord. And then like some other MOSs, a few of them have cords, but for the most part, most of them don't. Well, I don't know that actually. I'll take that back.
We were actually awarded that by the French Army, or the French government, Corps de Guerre, for our activity in World War One.
Yeah.
Yeah. And for the Battle of Belleau Woods.
Yeah, Belleau Wood.
That's awesome. See that? I love that kind of shit. Like,
isn't it the 5th and 6th Marines of 2nd Battalion though?
Yeah, I think so, but the entire battalion gets to wear it.
Yeah. I heard a funny story about that. I think one of my drill instructors told me this story. He said that he took his girlfriend to a Marine Corps ball, and it was like a mixed unit thing, but they were all infantry, but different units. And she was like, why do those guys have that rope around their shoulder or whatever? And he was like, oh, those are the HIV positive Marines. That's how they tell them apart. His girl was like, oh, ew, that's gross.
now I want to know what that fucking award is. Alright, here. Okay, is that it? Yeah, okay, so. I think that silver. So I think that silver one is that German cord that you're.
Okay.
I think that's. And then the blue. That's the one next to the blue one is the infantry one. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know, dude. I wore my dress uniform I think 3 times, maybe twice. I don't know. It's so outdated. Like I got so much wrong rank, wrong everything on it.
Yeah, I don't have my sergeant rank on my dress blues, but I have all the.
Hey guys, I hate to break up this thing, but did you see that Ohio 45 got a Lapua?
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah.
Was it one of those? Was it that Savage one I posted for like $8.79?
Well,
The
there's a
other one that
picture.
was like
There's a picture of it. There's a picture of it on the firearms news there in the on gun channels. Just check it out. It looks pretty sweet.
That's cool. I'd rather talk about that anyway.
Yeah.
Well, look at the picture and tell me what you think. You guys probably know more about it than me.
Well,
But
how do you
I'm
get
jealous.
to Gun Channel's news?
Well, it's resources, which is says community resources. Go to resources, scroll down to firearms news posts from members.
Okay.
Oh, he got an Accuracy International. Oh, he got a nice one.
And a
That
Schmidt
one,
Bender
I'm
scope.
guessing that one was like close to $2,000.
I see nothing.
That's sick. Just go to Gun Channel's main page, like click the logo that says Gun Channels, like when you're in the lobby in the top left corner, and that'll
Right.
take you to the very main page, and it's just like the second post down.
I'll go screen share it. There it is.
I see like a purple.
Oh, you're screen share it?
Yeah.
Oh, that is sweet.
I bet you that one was like over $2,000 with that stock setup and everything.
Oh yeah.
And what's that? That scope doesn't look cheap neither.
Yeah, no, I'm not counting the scope. Usually on those kind of guns, however much the gun costs, the scope's twice as much.
Yeah.
F that, man. That's fucking. Even the ammo's fucking expensive.
Well, then you'll need to show up. Well, actually, there aren't any chain stores that carry Lapua, so
Yeah, but,
probably won't
you know,
help you.
That's what you call standoff distance.
All right.
Yeah, I'm jealous already over this rifle.
Yeah, you've been wanting to get one, huh?
Yeah, this is just like drop everything and fuck
That
the
is
house
sick.
payments, fuck the car, fuck food.
Hey, Gavin.
So, man.
Scroll down to the awards, and it'll tell you what those badges are. That fucker has got a lot of cool shit.
Scroll down on awards.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Da Deutschland. Dude, I'm just in awe of Gaddafi's uniform though. You remember that shit?
yeah.
He had the terrorize most civilians badge.
Well,
What did those girls that Gaddafi had? What badges were they?
I wasn't looking at their badges. I wasn't gonna let them catch me looking at their badges too, if you know what I mean. Those chicks look fucking brutal.
They all had those badge guns.
I just wanted to go to Germany just to get all the fucking cool like shit that you could get.
I went to Germany for 2 hours.
Anyway, enough said.
They let people. Oh shit! I see it. I see it.
He's got three foreign jump wings.
Didn't he go to prison for something?
Master parachute pledge.
David betrays.
Didn't they make the 101st like air assault school? Or air assault rather than airborne?
Did somebody punch in their computer?
That's heavy. He's
Heavy, fix your computer.
He's constantly on a train trestle. He lives underneath a train trestle.
I'm the troll underneath the bridge.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Nobody beats frickin' General Mattis.
I don't even care. I don't even know anything about Petraeus. I was just curious what those foreign jump.
I'm pretty sure he went to prison.
I don't think he went to prison.
No.
I don't think he did. He probably didn't even really do anything wrong. He just got fucked is all.
He's probably the fall guy or something.
Dude, our army
Yeah.
generals get fucked by.
Well, he was the frickin'
Cheated-
chief of CIA.
Cheated on his wife and some with some reporter who got access to some classified email or some shit.
I heard
Basically,
that
it's like nothing.
he was the director of the CIA.
Yeah.
I heard he got caught with confidential paperwork in his desk at home.
Yeah,
And-
if you're an army general, then don't talk don't talk to fucking reporters. That's all I learned.
Don't screw reporters because they'll screw you back.
Yeah, my time as a general was solitary. No, but I heard that he got caught with confidential paperwork, but the only thing that was his home address was on it, and that was confidential, and that's what he got busted for.
Yeah, he got fucked. He got fucked, and what's his name before him that talked to the Rolling Stone reporter got fucked, and I can't remember the other guy that got fucked, and the only one that I can think of that was just a dick on his own was Shinseki. That guy's a fucking tool bag. He took that's the guy that took over the VA, and like while the VA was like killing vets and doing all kinds of crazy shit. Shinseki was a fucking oh what?
Do you see many of them with that badge?
I think they all wear that badge.
You know what they say about submarines?
I love how the army we got to get our camouflage just right, so not only are you at night you can't see us with night vision, blah blah. And the Marines are like, we need two different camouflages, one for arid and one for non-arid, so you can blend in. Air Force is like, sometimes we're on the ground and we need camouflage too that blends in. And then the fucking Navy's like, we're on water. We don't want to like.
Now they have almost direct copies of the Marine Corps uniform.
Yeah, but blue, like we're on water, so water camouflage.
Yeah.
Well, when you learn to fight on water, you'll actually you'll be the Navy. I mean, well, among other
Why would you want blue camouflage? Like that's the thing is, it's not about like first of all,
to blend into
what do
the
you need
ocean.
camouflage for? Second of all,
When you're on the ocean,
of all the colors to pick,
kidding, right?
why would you? Okay, now hold on. Like think about it. Like before they were just using BDUs, which was everybody else was using, and it was fine because when they go off ship, if they were like on ground somewhere, they blend in, and if they're in the water, like bobbing around because they fell off their boat, because God knows they barely ever get sunk anymore, at least you maybe have a chance for spotting them. But now they're fucking blue camouflage, so God forbid they should fall off the boat, because the boats don't get sunk anymore, they just fall off every once in a while. And you're trying to you're sitting there with binos trying to fucking spot a dude in blue camouflage in the fucking ocean.
well, hopefully he has a yellow life vest.
Well, they have float coats that give out orange dye when you touch
Yeah.
salt.
The thing is, if you're walking somewhere visible, I think the boats have camo patterns. I mean,
I know, I'm saying, but the boats, well, I've only seen gray boat or gray ships, whatever. But then again, okay, so they go shore, and now they're walking around on shore with blue fucking camouflage. What do you like? Okay, guys, now what?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Hey,
No.
don't
Oh,
mind me. I'm just the Marine standing here next to the Navy guy. Yeah, the Navy guy, that blue motherfucker. Shoot at him. Thanks, Navy.
Actually, ironically, okay, Gavin, you know how we're not allowed to wear our BDUs in public?
Right.
Yeah. Evidently, the Navy, they weren't allowed to wear their work uniform in public because they were the dungarees, but now they're allowed to wear their blue digis in public.
Right.
Wait, you were allowed to wear your
No.
your BDUs in public?
No, it's
No.
unprofessional.
If you're a Marine in uniform off base, you better be in one of your dress uniforms.
Jesus Christ, that's bullshit.
Because the way the Marine Corps sees it is it's a work uniform, and you don't go outside of your work area in it. But the dress
I've seen the
uniform,
Army going shopping at Walmart for
dude, the Army goes everywhere in them goddamn things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
so does the Air Force, and now the Navy does too. I saw an Army guy and a Navy guy at SeaWorld when I was down there with my mom for her birthday.
wait, they were
And,
at SeaWorld in their uniform?
yeah,
That's weird. Okay,
and
no.
then so I elbow my I guess he's really not my brother, but I mean he's my sister's husband, or he's my sister's husband's kid. So I kind of elbow him because he's still in the Marine Corps. He's a gunny in the Marine Corps, and he's stationed in Miramar, by the way. And I'm like, what the fuck's up with that? That shit's unshot. And he's like, they're allowed to do that shit now, Brian. they're allowed to do that shit. And I'm like,
Hey, what's his name?
well, his name's Billy. Billy Jones.
Billy Jones?
Yeah.
Huh.
Or I guess Gunnery
Anyway.
Sergeant Jones to you.
Nah, I'm out.
He's an Avi.
If we had to
Aviation
take
electronics.
if we had to take our uniforms off our time to put on dress uniform every time we left post to do something,
No,
we'd
it's
spend half our day fucking like changing uniforms. So
no. You
do
just go out in
every-
town in civvies.
you do every. Well, you can't. We can't. You don't put civvies on when you're on duty. That's the thing. Like, and when sometimes you, especially where I used to be around Fort Lewis, there's like so much like you have to leave post to like go. Well, in some cases to go to other parts of the post. So
Oh, that's fine. You can be in your vehicle in it. You just
Yeah,
can't.
you
step out.
can't get out of your car to get gas or get a drink or go to the bathroom or anything like
Yeah.
that.
that's bullshit.
But what's weird is you can ride your
That's-
motorcycle home in plain view on your motorcycle in uniform. You just better not touch that
all the
lava
other Marine
ground.
stuff I can understand, but that's the one I can't understand because I don't know.
And also, it also puts us out there for. I know that right before I joined the Marine Corps, these Marine recruiters were recruiting in their fucking Marpat uniform, and they got shot at right outside of a recruiting station. So I know that further enforced the rule that.
well, you're gonna get shot at if you're wearing your dress uniform too. So
Well, that's the thing. You're not required to wear your dress uniform off base. Like, if you wanted to.
But what if if you're doing something that is off post, then you're gonna have to wear your dress uniform during the workday. Is what I'm saying. So.
Well, the only time they require you to be in your dress uniform is for Friday if you're on duty for Friday or the weekend. So if you need to leave base to like go get food or whatever, you can wear your dress uniform, but you won't be in your camis going off base.
Okay.
Yeah, and dress uniform, that always goes down to our Charlies, our service alpha Charlies, which are just like with like the brown colored pants with the fucking pants shirts.
You guys got more
And
dress
we can wear our
uniforms.
piss cutter or whatever.
We have 7 dress uniforms.
Yeah, we only have 2, so and one of which half the people don't even have, so it's not even a thing.
Yeah,
Our dress blues are like you're above a certain rank, or you just got the Medal of fucking Honor. You know, otherwise you don't you don't own dress blues.
Or it's a ball. Wait, do you wear those on the ball?
No, well, some people do, but usually you wear your Class A's. And then you have like a torn down version of your Class A's that you see recruiters wearing, which would be basically dress uniform without the jacket.
Okay.
And those are the Class B's, but all those it's basically dress uniform without the jacket. And
We
then,
have 7 dress uniforms, and only 2 of them you're not allowed. Like you don't wear a tie in.
Yeah. See, you guys are. See, after all, well, we don't have all that many badges, but we got 7 dress uniforms.
Yeah, it's funny too because they're divided by time of year.
That's hilarious. Okay, you guys went back to gay status. It's cool. No, hey, at least you don't have a blue fucking camouflage uniform for the ocean, so that sharks can't see you or something. I don't.
Unless we're in our dress blues.
Fucking aqua ninjas. Aqua ninjas can't fucking throw ninja stars at you when you're on your boat. Fucking.
Whatever happened, they were going to change the Marine uniform to something really dumb.
They were going to change the cover, the garrison cover.
And everybody hated it.
Yeah, they were trying to make it unisex instead of having a guys and a girls garrison cover.
Yeah, they tried
and that shit got shot down. Everybody in the Marine Corps said, "Fuck you."
Have you seen the Army's female drill sergeant cover now?
Isn't it like a fucking air cav looking one?
They fucking no, dude. Don't say that to a cab guy. He'll try to choke you with his Stetson. Yes. Okay. I forgot. That's something I totally forgot about.
Air cav's gay.
Yeah. Whoa. Hey.
Hey, that's the only thing I know is my buddy in the army fucking hates the air cav guys.
I don't have anything against them. I just realized that I forgot all about the air cab with their fucking
cowboy hat.
Their Stetsons and their boots and their spurs and their fucking little yellow. What are those? Not yellow, but the little kerchief thing around their necks. Yeah, those guys.
Yeah, like Robert
I used to
Duvall.
see those guys walking around. I was just like, how? I'm like, I get the hat, but man, your little like handkerchief thing is throwing me for a loop, dude. Like, you look like. Yeah,
Hey, we're in apocalypse now.
Or something like that.
You look like John Wayne's boyfriend. Come on, dude.
Oh no, even John Wayne wore his off to the side and loose. You know, he didn't have it tucked up underneath his chin and in his shirt and shit. I think they're called cravats, something like that.
Yeah. I'm looking for this army cover meme that I saw the other day that was fucking hilarious. Where the fuck is it?
I always wanted my uniform to look like Gunny Highways before I joined the Marine Corps. His dress blues, minus the CMH. I wasn't really, I don't know if I'd want to do anything. Most of the guys who get the CMH don't live to tell about it.
Yeah.
Anyway, guns.
Yeah. I always find that we always avert to military stories.
That's what happens when you get military guys in a fucking room. That just goes back to that shit.
Well, I don't know about all that.
So, I bought everything I need to finish 2 of my builds today.
Oh, yeah, Dead Horse. Gavin doesn't look like he's gonna be able to buy my upper. If you want it, it's yours.
Send me a message with the pricing details and everything.
All right.
Or unless you don't care about talking about it, it's up to you.
I mean, it's brand new 20-inch flat top. I'm looking everywhere for the fucking carry handle. Or not carry handle, the charging handle. I don't know where the fuck I put it.
I just bought. Did you see that gun that Moon posted on Instagram? That rifle from
no.
KG.
I avoid Moon at all costs. The guy's weird.
I think he takes absolutely awesome Instagram photos. But the rifle that he posted on Instagram the last couple of days, that gun from KG, I basically bought 2 of those today.
Nice.
So.
Dude, I just can't get into the key mod rails.
What's that?
See, I just can't get into those key mod rails, man.
This is going to be the first ones I've ever owned. Actually, the first key mods.
I like key mods. It's cheap, or not cheap, light.
It's light, yeah.
Me personally, I'm a big fan of M4 handguards and the Magpul handguards I like. Just the cheap MOE handguards. I don't like Picatinny rails because I just don't like how they feel in my hand. But this is my first key mod ever. Or actually, these 2, I bought basically matching sets, a 300 blackout and a 223. I bought everything to build them, so.
What kind of key mod rail did you get?
The K&G key mod rail. The 15-inch called a Wraith, so it's going to come all the way out to basically where the flash hider is.
Yeah, I haven't seen that particular one, but I've got one from GunTech USA that is a 15-inch also. It's a slim model. And, yeah, I love the way it looks. The only downside is on their machining on the GunTech USA is that the key mod holes are a little sharper on the edges.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't care what the rail's made of. I don't need all that shit on the side. I don't have. What am I going to be mounting on it? Like,
yeah.
I don't need all the.
I didn't get it for that reason though.
Screen sharing?
You're breaking up, man.
I was gonna say, is my computer screen sharing?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the rail right there.
Okay.
It's nice and slim.
Yeah, Moon says he loves it. So
The only thing that worries me about slim is how much it heats up. That would be.
You know what? That's a very good point because we were at Practical Rifle this weekend and I was sharing my rifle with my friend So like I'd be running it and he'd be running it through the courses and stuff, and throwing it back in the case. It was staying pretty friggin' warm. I mean, even the whole rifle, not just the rail, but yeah, it was not as fun to hold, you know.
What kind of barrel
This
did
is
you
why
have?
I like the standard drop-in rails or handguards.
Yeah, they're
that's
not bad.
my favorite.
I just bought a piece that you put in through the two vent holes, or any two of the vent holes along them, and it has two offset rails on it, so I can mount a light. That's what I got it for.
Yeah, the only thing I really mount the light also.
Oh fuck! I love army memes.
What?
Let me see if I can share it. I'll have to screen share it.
Is that the yellow scarf you don't like there on Robert Duvall?
Yeah, that handkerchief.
Oh, I don't dislike it. I just.
It's so.
Can you see that?
Dude, don't even get me started on
Where you
Bergdorf.
Go back to it.
Here.
I saw it for a split second.
So yeah, it's not for.
Spent 50 years as a private, still better than a better soldier than Bergdahl.
That's such a piece of shit, man.
Sorry, you were saying about the handguard?
I don't know who was talking about it last.
Oh, I was just mentioning I like just stock handguards without a lot of bullshit.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like I keep my Colt all stock like that too, and you know I have different ARs for different things, you know.
Yeah.
All I need is the rail on the top. I don't need the rail on the side. I don't need anything. Oh, somebody's going to car
I
accident.
agree with you on that.
I don't need anything on the sides. I don't need anything on the maybe on the bottom if I have a rifle that I want to mount a bipod on, but I can just put like a I don't know. There's like I'll just put some kind of
Bayonet lug.
well, no, like off like the Harris like little sling swivel shit. I'll just
Yeah, I have one of those.
See, I like to be able to mount a light if I want to. I don't always do that, but
I mount them off the top. I'll mount them off the top offset.
Oh yeah, I guess you could do that too. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. See, that way I don't have to bolt any shit onto the side or the bottom to mount a light. I just mount them off the top. I'm offset.
I just like the positioning of the one I got on my slim key mod rail because it's right exact position for my thumb to hit the button on the light. And I only put one rail section on it, just a small rail section, just for the light, and or if I want to run a camera on the rifle.
There's I mean, the one good thing I can see about the like original Army like Knights Armament one is your hand doesn't get hot at all. Like you have enough.
Wait, are you talking about the quad rail from Knight's Armament?
Yeah.
Dude, I burnt the fuck out of my hand shooting with that.
What?
Yeah.
Do you have the covers on it?
Nope.
Why there you go.
I was not issued any, sir. Nah, so
you know when the stove is on, you shouldn't put your hand on there too. Just so you know.
No, you know what's funny is they pulled me out of work one day in Afghan, and they were like, "Hey, you're gonna go expend some ammo that we have left." So I was like, "All right, cool." They like told me all the shit to get or whatever. Dude, I was out there 6 hours, 130 degrees, doing fucking hammer pairs over and over. And this motherfucker, like, we were supposed to just dump the ammo, but this guy was like, "Oh, I'm a badass. I'm gonna run you guys through some drills." Like, dude, taking knees over and over in fucking gravel for fucking 6 hours. Fuck that. But yeah, my hand got burnt, and they didn't even tell me. Fucking, I don't even care. It's bullshit. Those handguards are $240, by the way.
Yeah.
Not worth it. A fucking magazine for an M110 is $200. Knight's Armament's way overpriced.
Does anyone know a good deal on a bolt carrier group right now? The best deal I can find is at AR Barrel King. ARBarrelKings.com. 73 something shipped to my house.
That's pretty good.
BCM has a $70
one. It comes with a bolt.
I can, yeah, no, that's with bolt and everything. I can get an aim for 77 shipped.
Yeah, BCM has a bolt carrier and charging handle for $70.
Oh wow.
Wait, what? Yeah, where's that link?
I'll find it.
Is it just the carrier, or is it the like actual bolt carrier group? I could see just the carrier and charging handle for 70, but
It says, well, I'm looking at this upper right now, and it lets you choose an option. It says BCG and BCM charging handle, $70. So I'll try to find it.
That's probably because you're buying the upper.
Yeah.
I'll check.
So find someone to buy the upper and get the.
Hey, you find that right now? I'm going to buy 2, like right now, like, like for real.
Hey,
I'll look
just
for you.
sell your allowance, dude. Give me some of that money.
Yeah, I'm broke, so yeah, send me some too.
Yeah, me free.
So, hold on, let me.
Well, come on, I'm not rich. I just bought a Canic for Christ's sake, you know.
Well,
Hey, those things run, dude.
That's what I've heard too.
Yeah, so far, well, the first 2 mags are stovepiped. Every shot, the first 2 mags, but after that, I think the extractor broke in, and it's been flawless. I've shot brass case, steel case, and aluminum case out of it, and it's ate everything. So took exactly 2 minutes to break in.
There you go.
Let's just support Turkey while we're at it.
Hey, I just bought a turkey shotgun too, so.
Turkish or a turkey shotgun?
Turkish Ottoman shotgun.
Oh.
So I'm going like terrorist or something. I don't know.
You're supporting.
3.5-inch Magnum turkey loads.
Yeah, it's looking like that's only a deal if you buy an upper, because their fucking BCGs alone are 170, 130 at the cheapest.
170, 130.
Yeah, so that's just the package.
BCM stuff's not cheap.
Yeah, but they're good quality. So.
I have a Spikes Tactical BCG.
When I bought my Canic, the owner of the gun store in there, he was telling me, he's like, you know, it's not going to be much longer. Another year or 2, there won't be Canics anymore. Someone's going to buy the licensing for them and start putting them under their name.
Charge $200 more.
And yeah, exactly. One of the bigger companies is going to do it, and he said that he heard that they're already talking. Like certain companies are already talking to Century, or I think it was Century that really owns them, or
yeah, they're like
Aren't they
importing
just
them.
licensed Walthers?
so.
All it is a Walther P99, so I don't know how they're gonna do that.
I guess it's different enough from the Walther.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they have any kind of license or anything. I don't think they had to buy any kind of license or rights or anything to it, because it's different
I hope
enough.
Walther sues the piss out of him, because that shit is way close.
How much do you pay for it?
$300 out the door.
Damn, that's worth it though.
Like literally $300, no change.
I don't need any more pistols. I'm trying to sell some. So.
What are you trying to sell?
Oh, they're not California legal, man.
I have to mention that. Why are they California legal? What? Because they don't have high capacity magazines?
Oh, they don't have that feature that if you drop a mag, it won't fire.
That's okay. I can private party that. That's cool. No, seriously. It's just anything manufactured and sold now has to have the magazine disconnect and the freaking micro stamp on the firing pin.
A micro stamp on the firing pin?
Yeah, it supposedly has some of your. Supposedly the micro stamp's like part of the serial number on the end, the tip of the firing pin. So if you use your firearm in a shooting, they can tell from whose gun it was fired.
Yeah, I heard Arnold was trying to pass something like that, but I thought it was fucking impossible.
No, it got passed. It got passed back in 2007. They're just waiting for all the other firearms to get out of the system, and then all the new manufactured ones have that micro stamping in it. And that's why Ruger's suing the shit out of California along with a bunch of other companies.
Good for them.
What was that?
I say good for them.
Yeah. So anyway, back to this. What kind of gun are you trying to sell?
It's a XDM.
There you go, dead horse.
Uh,
I'm still
I like
looking.
XDs.
I'm still looking for the charging handle. It's around here somewhere. I don't know where I put it.
Oh, is that your upper you're selling?
Yep.
Is that rifle length?
Yep.
It's 20-inch, yeah.
Yep.
You can't even get those anywhere online either.
This one, I think I got 20 rounds through it, and I'll be damned if you can tell. Like, let me grabbing it. Like
That's about how my 20-inch barrel setup is.
I've been seriously thinking about dropping the hammer on a mid-length one or a rifle-length one there. I've been looking at them for a while, like their daily deals at PSA.
I have the receipt. Yeah, good luck with that, dude. And even then, if you get one or not, it's gonna cost you more.
How much do you want for that thing?
I'm gonna. Well, altogether, I paid $475 for it from PSA, and I have shot it 20 whole rounds, and
So virtually you haven't shot it.
yeah, no, I broke it in and zeroed it. Well, I did it at the same time, and I'm not gonna. It shot well. It didn't shoot bad. I just don't need it, and I want to get rid of it to get something better.
Is it the H bar or is it just a standard profile?
H bar. Well, I think it is. I don't fucking know. Tell you the truth.
No, it looks like H-bar.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is.
Underneath the barrel? No, it steps down underneath the barrel. Or underneath the handguard. So it's
standard?
Yeah, it's a standard A3. H-bar, I think, means it doesn't step down underneath the handguards. Am I incorrect about that?
No, H bar would step down. It'd be thicker, and then it'd step down to a thinner
H-bar
profile.
steps down once, and bull barrels are the ones that don't, like a full bull.
Then yeah, underneath the handguard it steps down, and then when it gets to the chamber, it steps back up. I mean, I guess I was gonna sell it to Gavin for $400 if he drove his ass up here and got it.
I think they call that H-bar profile also the SOCOM profile. Like, I think PSA calls it.
SOCOM's a heavy shit. I think this is the FN barrel too, if I'm mistaken.
Is it chrome lined?
Yeah, it's the whatever FN barrel they had for a while. I wouldn't have bought it if it wasn't an FN barrel.
Yeah, isn't that what PSA runs?
Sometimes.
You gotta look. Any of the ones that say CHF or Cold Hammer Forged,
yep,
they're all FN barrels. All their other barrels are just button rifled.
Yeah, this is says 556 NATO 17 MPC HF CL PSA. So I don't know how much it's gonna cost to ship this fucking thing, but I have the original box and everything, as you can see from the. God damn, dude, this fucking handguard is hard as fuck to get back on. Dude, if I had this in basic, I would have never got my fucking M16 back together.
You gotta work the spring some, break it in.
Yes,
Got that brand new spring fit.
Dude, this rifle, this upper is the last thing this upper is broken in. Watch me scratch the living piss out of it or something.
You're like 375.
It's 250. I just fucked it up again.
Yeah, I just scratched the shit out of this lower I
Does
just
the gas
built.
tube need to be straight? Come on. Oh my god. What the fuck, handguard? Alright, you don't get the handguard. You only get one handguard.
Make sure you're doing the top first.
I'm fucking over it. I'm just gonna send it like this.
I used to give my friends shit about having those handguard removal tools. Now I'm thinking about getting one.
Dude, this thing needs it. Holy god.
Dude, you could use pliers that have like rubber handles on them.
I'm not gonna do it. I'll get it on there. I've gotten it off before. So I think. I don't know.
And the cans are half off.
That's true. Microsoft went down 30 points.
Exactly.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking his ammo trick is. You just fucking throw the box on the ground.
Yeah, then the brass is half off.
Hey, if you don't want to save 20%, don't listen.
Hey, I want to, so.
You could save 20% off guns too, or you know.
You just.
You know, it could be 19% or 19.7 depending on market.
Oh my god.
The discount trick, but I'll show you
You
tomorrow.
buy gift cards at discount prices.
Oh shit! You just guessed it.
Yeah,
but I'm telling you the site to do it though.
Good
lord. Okay. Yeah, there was one out there. They just had a deal on eBay for like Cabela's for like $40, $50 gift card.
Well, no, there's a site that actually.
Well, why do you got to be spoiling this topic?
Yeah.
It was exclusive.
Well, but it's not completely exclusive because they haven't spoiled it yet because I'm telling you where there's a site that actually does that.
I'm not going to guess it
do.
for you. Don't worry about that.
Flip gift cards. That's all they do on the site.
Why I think this calls for some retribution on his next chat. Just whip your dick out and there you go.
Screen share it.
Surprise, motherfucker!
So whose chat do I have to fuck up now? Wait, who's that was talking?
It was Rick. I'm gonna throw Rick under the bus.
Jeez, thanks.
Shit, I just subbed him and everything. Now I'm gonna go unsub him.
Oh, thanks. I wasn't trying to ruin your plans for tomorrow. I was just talking, you know.
Yes, you were.
Anyway,
I don't think we have like a lot of viewers. I'm pretty sure it's a safe topic for tomorrow. So.
I'm gonna try and have some ammo mafia. I invited the ammo mafia guys on, just because it'd be interesting to talk to some of them. I don't know if they're cool. I don't know if anybody's gonna make it, but because usually they don't do live chats, but it'll be fun talking about ammo. I'm gonna I'm gonna put all my ammo in the living room and take a picture of it.
fuck, dude, I need to find some of that goddamn.
Your ammo will fit in your living room? How big's your living room?
Well, it won't fit on my. If I put it on my table, it'll just break the table. So.
It fits on a table.
Yeah, well, you know, it would all fit on the table but it would break.
Mine wouldn't fit in my living room.
Oh, was the Jesus Christ? What kind of living room do you have?
Well, how do you think he affords all them guns and stuff? He lives in like a small shack.
Yeah.
No,
all my ammo's in my closet. A closet. It doesn't even take up all that much room.
Yeah, I got like 3 ammo cans full. That's about it.
I have about 7 or 8.
I have 9 or 10.
Shut up.
I think I have 26 ammo cans, but they're not all full.
I just try to keep
26,
my ammo.
That's
I got
more
one
than I
ammo can per caliber, and that's.
I got one of them rolling those little small carry-on suitcases about half full. That's about all I got.
Wow.
I got about, I think, like 6 ammo cans and 1 beer case. Beer case.
Nice.
Wait,
is that like
You getting your fucking apocalypse supplies that messed up there, Hawaii? I got ammo in my beer and my ammo. And...
No, that's how I disguise my ammo.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I was just gonna say.
It's like there's a ammo in a beer case. On top of that, there's another case of actual beer.
You're gonna be on a bender one night and you're just gonna drink half a box of fucking 22 long rifle.
I don't have 22. I'm not a 22 person.
Dude, this is what I need to find this. They better start importing some goddamn ammo, man. This is like the best deal. And it's sold out everywhere.
So what's your next topic, Rick, so I could fuck up your next chat?
I don't have a topic. I have nothing right now, honestly. I usually think up my topics like right before my show.
Yeah.
Just go on there and call him a Obama supporter or something.
Yeah, well, the Ammo Mafia found this one site for flipping gift cards, and it's fucking awesome. So, I'm buying a bunch of them tomorrow. And,
I just googled discounted.
I just bought them all. No, I'm kidding.
You just bought all the ammos for every sporting goods store? Oh shit!
No, I bought all the gift cards, right?
All the gift cards. Well, that'll be a lot of gift cards.
No, I couldn't do that. But anyway, so yeah.
But it's a great way to get. I mean, it's just automatically right off the top. You know, there's 20%. You know, buy $100 gift card for $80. I mean.
But speaking of the ammo stuff, yeah, the 26 ammo cans I think is what I counted out. Most all of them are empty because the way I bought them was my friend of mine owned an Army surplus store, and he just retired, so he had over 100 of them. I think 150 of like a 50 caliber ammo cans, where they are, and so I bought some off him before he closed, of course, and then also I waited till afterwards. I'm like, I'll watch their auction because they're auctioning off all the stuff in the store that was left over, and I think I picked up another 10 of them on top of what I already had for like $8 a piece or something like that, and they were in really nice shape. Weren't all rusty and trusted like a lot of them are.
Well, you can clean them up.
Yeah, no, I know that, but these didn't really need to be cleaned. The only thing is they did spray paint over like some of the numbers on them and stuff, but it comes off with like acetone if you just wipe it off.
It's all surface rust.
Oh, there's no rust whatsoever. They're clean. I mean, yeah,
well, they all smell just like crap.
Yeah, they all do.
That's what it is, basically.
They smell like crap, but fucking they seal perfectly and they're durable as shit.
Exactly.
Take a little silicone grease and rub it on the that little O-ring and their whatever that seal is around them, and
I just spray them out with water and leave it at dishwashing it. It cleans them up. Yeah, but that's a good idea with the grease on the.
Just a little bit of silicone grease on the seal, and that seal will last forever.
Yeah, they were all in nice shape. The seals were all good on them and everything. Nice and tight lids, you know.
Dude, ammo cans are awesome. I don't care.
I started out using I really like these black 25 millimeter.
Well, I have the MTM case guards, the full size ones. Those are pretty nice too. I mean, you know.
I don't know what that is.
MTM case guard ammo. Well, just Google it. MTM
yeah, well, later on I'll have to look it up and see.
In case you don't have enough ammo cans.
I don't think anything beats the original.
I'm good with ammo cans. I'm actually gonna sell like 5 of these black ones I have. I kind of transition
better. I think they
What's
stack
that?
on top of each other better. The case
Which
guards.
one?
They're meant to stack. The MTM case guard, big 50 caliber cans. But you know, because I don't think the metal ones stack on top of each other too well.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
They stack okay. I mean, but you're right. I mean, they're not completely flat. Like these black ones I have, they stack nicely. I mean, they're flat pretty much on all sides. So.
I even have vintage ammo cans because I don't have enough crap.
Nice.
Right, well, I'll tell you what, you put your since you fucked up my chat, you have to show up with a picture of your ammo all in your living room. Just put it all in your living room and take it out of the cans.
No, Dad, no way.
And put a cherry on top.
Yeah, I had to load like 500 ammo cans onto a helicopter one time because it fell over on the way out to the bird.
Ooh.
Yeah. They don't stack good at all.
Yeah, the MTM case guards, they have a little, like a polymer plastic, rectangle, and where once you stack it on top, it'll sit where it's supposed to be.
Those are the plastic ones, right?
Yeah, but how high can you stack them?
As high as
you want. I mean,
the plastic ones can take the weight. I mean,
up to a point. I mean, yeah, until they get crushed.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm
The steel.
Not that weak, dude. It would take a lot to crush one.
I'm gonna stick with a metal GI. Fucking.
Well, I got some of both, so.
It's like I got a cabinet for free that's pretty decent, and I think I stacked them over like 10 tall, at least, maybe even like 12 tall. 50 caliber can.
and it's just the right like width in the that it can put like you can put two by two, and stack them up straight up like two towers. Well, the downside is, of course, if I want to get anything out of the one on the bottom, I got to unstack them then. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you gonna buy me a gift card now?
No, I'm broke. I'm not working right now, so it sucks. But, yeah.
Yeah, I'm buying a bunch of gift cards tomorrow, and but I don't know. It depends. Some of them are online, and some of them they have to mail to you, but it's free to mail it, so they don't charge you nothing.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm interested to find out what the site is, so I'll have to watch tomorrow.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna take a picture of all. I'm gonna take out my ammo. It's gonna be work, but I think I'm gonna take it out of my beer case because I don't want anybody to watch my channel and know where I hide my secret stash ammo.
Well,
I'm
we
gonna
all
have my
know.
ammo in my cases, which I'm, okay, this is
What
my
you
ammo.
don't know is this entire house is made out of beer cases, so
He's got the ammo in the walls of his house, right?
this
No, we
whole
just
house
put
is
a.
beer cases.
I'm saving them from now on, though, man. So the people will come in, look at it's not in this bear case. Where the fuck is it?
No, that's. I mean, makes sense. Just gotta hide it all over the house, right? Your ammo here and there. Put it in the cookie jar, beer case, whatever.
Fuck that.
Cookie jar. I don't have room for no cookie jar.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It probably won't be as much as like Foose or anything. I mean, he does reloading, but shit, extra 20% off. It's gonna be hard to go on an ammo buying spree unless I just keep looking at Ohio's Lapua. Then I
Nice.
have to get into reloading if I get one of those fuckers. So.
Absolutely. Well, reloading's not that bad. It's pretty
Yeah,
fun.
but it's hard to do. I can't do it at my condo.
Well, why not?
I'm gonna get the board. I don't think the board of directors.
How do they have to know you're doing reloading?
It's a small town. Kona's a small town. Somebody will figure it out. Steve got a new Lapua. He's doing reloading. I'll get a letter saying no reloading in our condo. Then I'll have all this reloading gear and nowhere to put it. So.
Well, that sucks.
Well, I'll get my bug out location up in the jungle on the volcano someday, and I'll get into reloading then.
I was gonna say, where are you gonna bug out to when you're on an island?
Up to, well, it depends on what I'm bugging out from.
Well, that's true.
If it's if the volcano explodes, I won't be bugging out up into the jungle on the volcano. But if there's a tidal wave or an invasion, then I'll disappear into the jungle.
Red Dawn.
Red Dawn. Well, I did a video, Red Dawn Ukraine, that the first time they dropped parachutes, the first day they dropped parachutists into Ukraine with people speaking Russian and pissed off people on the AK forums so much. I was like, fuck Putin, fuck Russia, here comes, this is Red Dawn, here they come. And people are really pissed off everybody on the AK forum.
But what if the Ukraine were the actual bad people, though?
Well, they all spoke Russian, not you. So all the bad guys spoke Russian and were asking for directions. So
No, but I'm saying, what if the whole time the guys in the Ukraine were actually doing crazy shit and just blaming it on Big Russia?
I'm gonna split, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, man.
Take it easy.
Think about a dead horse. Let me know soon.
Oh yes, like I said, send me a message with details.
I thought I just told you. All right. Well.
Oh, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
You son of a bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'll write something up now and send it to you.
All right, man.
All right, later.
So you're saying that everybody in Ukraine is evil and Russia's all the good guys to get Vladimir
I'm not
Putin.
saying that. I'm
Good
saying
guy.
what it is.
Here he's well. What if aliens landed from Mars? What
did.
Did you hear that Putin's like it is in his anti-America thing? He's destroying on TV fruit.
Fruit?
Yeah, imported fruit from America. They're destroying it.
I know, but he shoots an
On
AK
TV.
and rides a horse bareback. So
When
Oh, their economy's in the toilet, and all he can do is destroy American peaches and nectarines on TV.
he
I
dates
don't,
role models.
I don't even understand why we're exporting all that stuff to them.
Well, they got money and they're buying it, so because they're hungry, they don't have enough food for their people. That's why.
They got to sell their kids for a slice of bread.
Well, we're always importing food, aren't we? Like it seems like that.
No, are you kidding?
You think we're growing enough food for our whole country?
Sure, but we are, but we have NAFTA and everybody it's like a free trade zone, so we have to import stuff. So they just the corporations, buy it whatever it's cheapest,
America has made a history of buying everything from outside and saving our resources for when we need it.
Except for our water in California.
Well, so California's going to invade Oregon. Now that PBR Street left, you didn't know.
What are we going to do? Walk up there with like 10 round magazines and bullet buttons? We'll get annihilated.
I've heard a lot of the people that live in California, but
We'll just send Arnold.
Arnold's got plenty of water. He don't give a fuck about us.
one day it's just probably going to break off from the rest of the continent.
One could hope.
Although I feel bad for some of the people that live there. Not all of them, but some of them.
I like Northern California. Those guys are the least amount of California.
I've never been out there. My friend keeps trying to get me to go. But I'm like, because he moved from here out there a long time ago already.
California is a great place to visit and vacation, but living here sucks balls.
I used to live there for many years, but it didn't used to be as bad as it is now.
I hear it's as expensive as fuck, though. Anywhere you go there.
Real estate is, yeah.
Well, if real estate is, why isn't everything else, right?
Because, well, it's not as Hawaii has the highest cost of living in
That's true.
the Union. So.
Right, I get that. But
The
you're
only
living
thing,
in
the only thing
paradise.
cheap in California is liquor.
Yeah,
That's
junk
true.
food and alcohol and booze and drugs are fairly cheap out here.
It is like
So anything that will kill you off.
Exactly.
We can get, the Costco pretty damn good Grey Goose type of vodka for dirt cheap,
a lot of people in Oregon drive down right past the border.
So what do you attribute the low alcohol prices to?
Well, it's a huge corporation, and they have their own production facility, or they made a deal with a production facility, and they just buy it on a gigantic scale. And so
like, you wouldn't believe, like my uncle. We live in.
It's an economy of scale. That's why.
Yeah, I live 6
Because
hours
they
from
can
the
sell in
border.
such mass quantities to that state. That's why the prices are lower in that state than others.
Well, Costco. Well, no, the prices are lower for Costco anywhere that they sell it because they just get it for cheaper.
Oh, well, I thought you were saying that, particularly speaking, that like in California, booze and junk food and everything else was like less money than.
Somebody was saying that. I was just saying Costco sells it for cheap. So
That was
whatever.
me, person who lives here.
Yeah, so person who lives there.
I escaped to Hawaii.
So person that lives there, tell me why you attribute the low costs on those items. Like, what do you attribute that to?
I treat it to it's a fad to be healthy out here, so they take everything that's healthy and mark it up.
Oh, I see. So in
Yeah.
comparison to other items, they're less expensive, but if you were comparing state to state, they're probably pretty much similar.
Housing costs are extremely expensive out here. I guess we got okay taxes. I mean, I've heard of places with worse.
Well, you still got
Our
extra.
gun laws are pretty much okay, except for the fucking assault weapon shit and the magazine capacity stuff.
Oh, gun laws are great, but they kind of neutered everything that's enjoyable.
Yeah, pretty much.
And no carry licenses.
And then it's like cars. They're more expensive out here. Gas is more expensive out here because we got all these chemicals we got to put in to treat the gas, quote unquote, to make it more eco-friendly.
Registering a vehicle is fucking really
Yeah,
expensive.
eggs are more expensive in California because they have to treat chickens nice.
Yeah,
I'm serious.
Seriously, yeah. Eggs are more expensive. Beef's more expensive out here. All our produce is expensive. It's, I mean, it's a lot. I guess like compared to Arizona, it's like a couple of bucks off and everything. But over like housing is way cheaper than Arizona, like 20 to 25% cheaper than Arizona. And this is like
Ammo's more expensive in Hawaii. I'll tell you that because you got to ship it here on a boat, so on a Jones Act boat, motherfucking Jones Act.
But yeah, it's like we're not as expensive as Hawaii, but we're working on it.
Well, cereal. You go to the grocery store in California, it's nothing like a grocery store in Hawaii. It's like, woo, everything's like 3 times less, something like that.
I just know that liquor's so cheap in California that people. My uncle drives down 6 hours. We live in Oregon. Drives down 6 hours to the border. Right past that is a fucking liquor warehouse, like outlet thing. And yeah, and he'll buy like a year's worth of liquor in one trip.
Oh, I have so much booze. It's not even. I'll never drink it all.
The lower the socioeconomic standing is in a neighborhood, the more liquor stores there are.
Yeah, and payday loan stores and all that.
The more poor you are, the more booze is available to you.
Usually, you find that the cheap like fish, seafood like restaurant things, and like the fried chicken places, and the payday loan stores and all that too, along with the liquor places.
Oh yeah, and then all your thrift stores and pawn shops and shit like that.
Yeah. Yep.
So I mean, when it's just because that's what their neighborhood, not because really. I mean, it's like, and the booze we're getting is not high quality. It's not like we're going to this upper end. Like we're not going into a Bevmo. In fact, you won't even find a Bevmo in San Bernardino. Closest one's in the next city over in Redlands.
I don't even know what the hell that is.
I like Bevmo. It's like Costco for liquor.
Yeah. I mean,
well, Costco has great prices for a lot of booze. So
San Bernardino does have a Costco, but it's like down toward the whole shopping area where all the malls are at, and all the store outlets and stuff are at.
What I want to know is when the hell's Costco going to start selling some ammunition?
Oh, that would be so great. Yeah.
Wouldn't it?
9 mil.
I think we need to start writing them some letters and asking them.
Hey, well, in Washington State, they sell weed.
Wow.
In Costco?
Yeah. Yep. I don't know about Colorado, but I know Washington started it.
I think we all need to start writing them letters and try to get them to at least do ammo. If they're not going to do firearm sales, at least sell some friggin' ammo. Come on now.
Dude, buying a gun from Costco, that'd be nice.
It would be.
You used to be able to buy them from Sears back in the day.
I'll be
I know, I actually have a gun.
The internet, so we just got a couple shiploads of miniguns in. Come hurry down. I'm
hey,
mad.
we got the mount for it too.
It'd be fucking awesome. I've got some old mod deuces. Got like a couple containers of mod deuces for sale.
If it was really a free trade market, then yeah.
And if they had Costco stickers on them.
I got my Costco mod deuce today. You buy the ammo in bulk, of course.
Even just a Modus with a little tag that's at Costco hanging from it would be.
The sad thing is the younger generation's never going to have any type of idea of the things that this country used to have.
Yeah, well, if the Democrats win, they won't. This election.
Well, it used to be there weren't even gun stores. You used to go into your hardware store and buy your guns.
Exactly.
Sporting goods.
Funny, yeah,
Ace Hardware or whatever would have guns. Sure.
My first job was a hardware/gun store.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's still some places like that, but it's very rare, and it's usually like, in a freer state than here. But
Yeah, mine was in Wyoming. I moved there right after high school.
I heard a story like not too long ago in Georgia, like someone went in and went to like the hardware store, and this and that, and bought a gun, and then did the background check and all that stuff, and they're able to he's like, yeah, you want a box for that or bag for that? Nope. And he just puts it in his pants and walks out. Yeah, that's that'd be cool, but
those were the good days.
Exactly.
It's like putting on that new pair of shoes once you buy it.
Yeah, right.
Don't worry, I brought my own holster. I'll just slide it in.
Yeah, it kind of sucks with the waiting period thing too that we have here. You have to wait like 3 days to pick up your handgun, and
we have to wait 2 weeks and a day at least to pick up our handguns.
Yeah, I had to wait 10 days in California for a stripped lower.
California used to be, before they went to the 10-day waiting period, it actually used to be 14 days.
It used to be 48 hours. It used to, I mean, way back when.
Well, it got worse and then it got better, is my point. So,
yeah. It's just kind of stupid, a fucking stripped lower I had to wait 10 days.
It's because you're registering it as a firearm. That's the firearm part of the gun.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that.
When I bought my 45, it was either 24 or 48 hours. It wasn't more than that, But that was a long time ago. So
here's a question for you though, Gavin. When you bought that stripped lower, did you buy it from the actual dealer you're buying it from, or did you do a transfer and have it shipped in?
I bought it from the company in California.
Oh, okay, because I know if I buy. And this is probably, I'm sure this is probably very much like it is everywhere else. Say I buy a strip lower receiver online somewhere and have it shipped to my dealer. From the day I bought it, actually is when the waiting period starts.
Oh, that's cool.
So I paid for it, I bought it. It's basically going to be mine, but I haven't actually taken delivery of it yet. So, some places will require you to fill out the paperwork right away, even though the item hasn't shown up yet. But then, some places will let you just come on in and fill out the paperwork when it arrives and do the background check. And as long as the background check comes back right away, then you can take it because you bought it a week earlier or whatever it was before it got shipped.
Yeah.
I guess
the whole thing with California is a cool down period, so you don't have fucking heat of the moment crimes.
That's the whole idea here too.
Yeah, but I mean,
the whole thing is ridiculous because if you already have 10 guns, I mean.
Yeah.
But not everybody does. That's probably why, Well,
that one dude in California had 1,200 when he died.
Oh yeah, the half-breed alien guy they're calling him or something.
I don't know. I just saw the initial report on that.
Yeah, I don't even know what the hell it was. It it almost sounds like something you'd see in I forget what the hell that magazine is, but some fucking tabloid magazine or some shit. Some people online are saying oh, he's a half-breed alien human mixed guy or some crap, and I'm like, what the hell?
He's just holding guns for when his other alien friends came back.
Yeah, some shit like that. I don't know. All I'll say is it sounds like a very strange story if that he didn't ever work and he had $250,000 in cash plus several tons of ammunition and however many guns, 1,200 guns or whatever it was, and all new, and he wasn't even a dealer. So I'm like, okay. They're oh, he's not really a hoarder because everything was all organized and this and that. And I'm like, I don't know, weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Very strange.
Well,
maybe
he's dead, so there's nothing they can do to him. So.
That's true.
Let's sue his family for his.
It's the only way to escape the government.
Well, he didn't like have any family either. I don't think.
Yeah.
And
That's
the
like-
government, they can't. Maybe he just didn't want the government to take his money when he died because he didn't have anybody to leave the money to. So he just put it in guns. And in California, all they're gonna do is melt them down. So fuck. That way the government doesn't get a fucking penny.
That or he was an arms dealer.
It's gonna cost the
Yeah,
government.
they said he wasn't. They said he wasn't a dealer though. That's the weird thing. Like he wasn't an FFL or anything.
No, when I say arms dealer, I'm talking about those guys like black market type people.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Oh, you mean like governments?
I think he means
No,
like
like
maybe
Ollie North.
Like what?
Like Ollie North.
Well, who are they gonna ship them to now? I mean, they already have all the guns they need in Iraq. So. And they only have 60 guys. The Syrian Free Army they could only get 60 guys to sign up because they make them all sign a pledge not to try to overthrow Bashir Assad. I mean, Hafiz's son, Bashir Assad. So only if they can only get the training, U.S. training, which they spend like $1 billion on, train 60 guys or something. But they can only find 60 guys who would sign an oath not to overthrow Assad. It's just how fucked up Obama is. I swear, you know.
Well, what the fuck does an oath hold any weight in a country like that? You know.
Well, it could actually hold a lot for a lot of people. It means a lot to a lot of people. You know, and there's just some people it means nothing to, and then there's people it'll mean everything to. So that's why they couldn't find anybody. 60 guys. Jeez. But it's like that's what you happen when you have it. You treat the presidency of the United States as like some affirmative action job slot. You know, just. First we had a black president. Now they want to have a woman president because it's about time we had one. And well, fine, but don't make it Clinton.
Yeah, they don't.
Whatever you do.
They don't care what she represents. It's just they want a woman. I saw a video where this guy was going to a college and asking, "Who do you want to win who do you want to be the next president?" All of them that said Hillary, they're like, "And why?" And all they said is, "It'd be nice to have a woman president. I think it's time."
Turn.
It's affirmative action for the presidency. It's the most stupid way. How about just picking the most qualified candidate? But no, we got to be fucking politically correct.
No,
anyway,
that bitch, she'll be in jail or in court before the election. So.
Well, I doubt it.
We were talking about that tonight on Target Radio. Basically, how there's all these things they do wrong, but there's no real consequence. That's why they're so brazen about it. It's like, oh, I don't care. Okay, whatever, because there's no consequence, even though it's legal, the actions and this and that. Nobody is doing anything about it, or they're just doing it too slow.
She could probably shoot Donald Trump at the debate and still be elected.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. She wouldn't even get arrested or nothing.
And get away with the whole anti-gun thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so fucked.
I didn't shoot him. The gun shot him.
See, guns are evil.
I didn't know the gun was loaded. She should go with that one.
It was a ghost gun. I couldn't see it.
Well, just remember, unloaded guns are sometimes more dangerous. Don't tell me you haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, they say more people are killed by unloaded firearms than any other firearm around.
Yeah,
and they don't. Too many people will take shit way too literally. They're referring to people fucking around with guns and not checking them to make sure they're unloaded.
Right, that's true, and/or possibly if someone actually has one that is not loaded and they think it is loaded, and when you need it, it's not ready to go.
Well, yeah, there's that, but majority of them are for the assholes who go fucking around with their guns around their friends trying to be big Billy Badass, and they fucking shoot themselves or their friend in the head.
Yep.
People's morals are so fucking convoluted these days.
Yep. It's also what we were talking about.
It just is. There's like no words to describe how stupid people are today.
Well, if you, I think the problem is if you can't have prayer in schools, then people should, take their kids to Sunday school or religious school or something else after school once, every.
Not everybody can afford it, though.
What the fuck does that have to do with the price of rice in China? We're talking about people being fucking stupid, not church and school.
Well, no. Well, if you read the Bible, you might not be so dumb. If that's all you read, that's the one book you read, you might not be as dumb as you think. So.
Just, like you said, unfortunately, I'm all for all these people saying cull the herd, let people just let people just take themselves out, take all the warning labels off shit, let them sort themselves out.
I agree.
The problem with that is they generally end up taking innocent people with them.
Yeah.
Like if we could just do like a national IQ and then common sense test, and whoever doesn't pass it, put them in the desert, and say, okay, here's a bunch of dangerous shit, play with it until there's notebody left.
No, those guys are all.
Looks in a lighter.
Well, they could just ship them to Syria. It's the same thing.
Oh, fuck. It's just like Hillary Clinton does all that stuff, and they just say, nobody demands action on it, and everybody's okay with it. Yet, somebody fucking. Yeah,
I'll call your reps.
Can we talk about Hillary, please? I was in a good mood.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm just so fucking. I don't get it, man.
Here's the only thing I have to say about that. The stuff that we don't like that's going on, we need to voice our opinion about it. A lot of people say, oh, it doesn't do any good. There's strength in numbers. I mean,
yeah.
If enough people put pressure on them, and there's, that they're like, oh, wow, this is actually an issue. People are not happy. Stuff will get done.
I think a lot of people aren't aware of the fact that the American government is run by the people, and they're just so okay with letting people run America instead of voicing.
The government run the people.
Yeah, when they either they don't know that because they're fucking dumb and didn't pay attention, and they don't know what fucking.
Or they're just tricky.
That everybody's out for themselves now.
Exactly, I agree with that.
Which is what made us a great country, right? But then they're also so lazy. They don't want to do anything. They want everybody to do it for them.
Right. They want mommy and daddy to tell them.
They only want to riot when it's fucking their neighborhood that's getting shot up, but they don't care that fucking three states over.
Like in Ferguson, those people are bussed in. They're literally loaded up and bussed in from other states. So I'm sure some of the locals took place in it, but for a majority, they're outsiders causing the trouble.
Yeah, well, saying that the Oath Keepers are fucking terrorists and have no right to be there when people are fucking burning their community down is fucking retarded.
They quickly changed their opinion.
Yeah.
They did, because this last time for the anniversary, they were going around going, why you gotta be here with a gun? Why you gotta be here with a gun? And then the Oath Keepers are like, hey, we're not here to interfere with your protest. Protest all you want. Freedom of speech. Go right ahead. We're just here to protect the businesses. And all the local people were like, oh, okay, cool. And then the older people, the older group from that area also went around explaining it to the youngsters. And, it's like they understood. And it's like, they weren't there to do anything but protect the small businesses. They were actually there. They brought in firefighting equipment, stuff like that, to try and put out fires if anything got lit or anything like that. They just had their firearms on them as one, a way of defending themselves, and two, to show the Second Amendment pride kind of thing.
Well, I meant more as the media's outlook on it, saying that those guys were protesters when they were definitely rioters, and saying the Oath Keepers were terrorists when they were definitely.
I got two words for you. Fuck media. I guess that's three.
No, I know.
How about you get it mainstream media?
What's that?
You said fuck media, right?
Yeah, you're right. I guess I should have said fuck mainstream media, but I'm pretty sure we all got the gist of what I was saying.
I did. I just wanted to clarify that because, like, like technically, I'm part of the media when I'm doing radio and stuff.
Yeah, you're the good part.
Barely.
I know it is different, but I mean, the big media people, are the ones that are at issue.
Well, in that case, I'm gonna bail out and save my energy for tomorrow's.
Hey, what time is that at?
10:30 Eastern, 7:30 Pacific, 4:30 Hawaiian time.
Okay.
Rock and load. See you then. Aloha.
Later.
Take care, man.
See ya.
I think he got mad at me when I. But I mean, it's like I don't understand this. Oh well. Well, guys, it's fucking 1 o'clock here, so.
Yeah, my
I
girlfriend
gotta
woke
get
up
some kind of
and BI.
normal schedule. I gotta do shit tomorrow, so.
Alright.
I will talk to y'all later.
Cool. I'm out too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be here tomorrow for lock and load, and then probably, well, maybe not the after check because I gotta go to school the next day. So, I'll talk to you guys then.
Yep. Night, man.
Bye.
See ya.
Yep.
Hey, Rick, are you into ARs?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, let me can I run a scenario past you?
Yeah, let me see if I can get back into the chat window because I was using it on my phone. I don't know if I'm still in it or not. You can still hear me?
Yeah.
That's weird. I only see it because I don't see the program being open even, but I think I am still in this chat, so let's see.
No, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, so yeah, anyway, I guess you could, yeah, go ahead and ask me.
Okay. You're building an AR. You want to do a 16-inch carbine gas port type barrel with just a regular carbine length gas port, 7 inches, and but you don't want to do a free float rail system. You
Okay.
want to do a standard M4 handguards,
Okay.
but you don't want the A2 front post sight.
Okay.
You want to do like a low profile gas block, or something, or one of the gas blocks that have the rail on it, you know.
Right.
And what would you recommend for doing that to, like what gas blocks would you recommend for that, for like a rail, or for a gas block that can accept that front cap, for like just a regular M4 handguards?
Well, most any of them would because.
Well, I was worried about the micro ones being too small and that I might have to go to a rail, but if I could, I'd rather just have a small light one.
Well,
I don't even really care about having the rail.
Oh, okay. Well, even like for example, one that I used before, which actually did have a front sight, but it was a flip-up sight. It was the Yankee Hill Manufacturing makes one. That one, that way you can like put the sight down. It's out of the way of your optic and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of annoying if you have a regular fixed sight. But at the same token, you don't have to worry about like, okay, your handguard, if you want to have a flip-up sight on it, your handguard being free floating, it moves around a little bit, so it's going to mess up your adjustment on your sight. So I went with one of those
Yankee Hill ones that had the flip-up sight on it for that. But any of the gas blocks would work because all it basically does is just, I mean, as far as I remember anyway, I don't think there's any issue that I'm aware of with using any one of them because that end cap just rides up against it. Like how do I explain it? Even the micro gas blocks, as small as they are still larger diameter than the hole that's inside that cap. So the cap just rests up against the gas block. So
because
really,
almost everything I've done has just been that A2 front post sight.
Right. Okay.
And the micro gas blocks that I did, I used a Hogue free float barrel, so I didn't even have to worry about that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I have some handguards I kind of want to get rid of on a build, and they're like the Magpul MOE, but they're like, you know, the same as the M4 basically, how they mount. And,
right. I've got one.
And I want to get a low-profile gas block and gas tube instead of a A2 front post sight because I can just get it. I can get the gas block and the tube for cheaper than just the A2 sight, you know.
Yeah, exactly. I hear you. You could do that. I mean, but what are you going to use for sights on it then? Or are you just going to put an optic on it?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do a couple a pair of backup sights on the front, and if I get a rail that's AR height, I can just put one on the front. But if it's not AR height, then I'll have to do, I guess, a red dot or something.
Oh, are you talking about like using the Magpul MOE with a rail on the top of it?
Yeah.
Not for me personally. I wouldn't suggest it because even though the MOEs fit nice and tight, there's still going to be a little wiggle in them because they're the way they're held in place. You know, they're not like bolted down firmly. In other words, they're kind of held by spring tension. So any little bit of shift left or right is going to mess up your sight adjustment. So I wouldn't recommend doing that.
You can get gas blocks with that, or like the receiver height, right? Where their rail on the gas block's receiver height. If I went that way.
Sure, that wouldn't be a bad idea. The only thing to keep in mind with that is whatever you use for the front sight, you can't use like Magpul flip-up sights on there or any polymer ones because they'll melt on the gas block. Like Magpul even says in their instructions, like for example, they're not for use on gas blocks.
So what about aluminum or steel? Would aluminum be okay, or should I go total steel?
Oh, well, I mean, I would assume aluminum would probably be all right. The only downside is if like I have never tried it, so I can't speak 100% on this, but definitely metal would be the ideal thing, nonetheless. But if you go with aluminum and you have a steel gas block, the heat, how do you say it, like the heating and expansion and cooling and all that stuff, like I can't even speak right, but they expand and contract at different rates. So that sight could loosen up, I guess. I don't know though. I'm not an expert. I'm just kind of my thought, on it. That's what I was saying. Like even a flip up one, like the Yankee Hill, it lays down flat when you want it to, so it's out of the way of an optic. But it's there if you ever need it, and it comes up to the same height as the front. The A2 would come up to. But of course, it's a little more pricey. And if you're doing it as a budget build, what you could get is kind of what you were talking about, where you get a railed gas block, where it's got a rail at the top that's the same as the receiver height, and they make like a A2 style fixed sight that you can slip on there. It just clamps down on the Picatinny rail or wherever. That could be an option, and you just remove it whenever you want.
No, that would be a good idea.
I mean, just kind of a thought, because I know. I mean, if you're just using it for like a range toy or just a cheap build, just for that, pretty much. I mean, I think that would be
nothing but a cheap build. That's all it's going to be. Is just because I have Omni Gen 1 receiver, and I don't want to put anything worth any money on it. You
No,
know what
I
I mean?
got you. Exactly.
So this one's going to be the barrel upper and bolt carrier group is going to be 180 to my house, and the lower was 20.
What are
So
you
that's
paying for the barrel, or where are you getting the barrel from?
AR Kings.
And what's the barrel cost roughly?
AR Kings. I guess if you 180 divided by 3, it'd be $60 each. $60 for the barrel,
Oh.
60 for the upper, 60 for the bolt carrier group.
Oh, okay. So they sell it as like a kit, but that's reasonable. I mean, really, that is.
180 delivered.
Yeah, you can't beat that. I mean, I bought what I thought was an inexpensive barrel from Sportsman's Guide, and I think it was like around somewhere between like maybe $80, 100. It was under $100 anyway. Maybe like around $80 or less. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but it was a while ago. But that barrel, I think people were saying they believe it's made by Mossberg, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I mean, other than the fact that the gas port was a little small on it when I got it, and I had to open it up like a 10,000th of an inch.
And where did you get that one from?
Sportsman's Guide.
Sportsman's Guide.
Yeah, sometimes they don't tell you who makes stuff that they're selling, but someone else.
Contracts, right?
What's that?
Because of like contracts that they have with like the government, they can't.
I don't know if it's that or what. Maybe, who knows? I mean,
I've seen it a couple different places like that sell some cheap things like that, advertised that they make barrels for reputable main manufacturers.
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how that stuff works, but yeah, I mean, if that's what you're looking at doing and putting a flip-up sight on it, I would not mount the sight on the fixed handguards. I would, because you get a little bit of movement in them. I do like the feel of the Magpul handguards like that though a lot. They're really nice.
Yeah, well, I've always been a huge fan of just standard M4, right? For what I do, I've never had a problem with them. I think they're comfortable, everything. And I never really had an interest in changing handguards until I got my first Magpul MOE handguards. And then I got like really used to them, and I really started digging them. So I started using those on some builds, and then and I just bought them for a couple other rifles, and then but I have a couple rifles with Picatinny rails, and I built a couple, and I just don't like them. I'll put those like UTG grip covers over them, and then they become too fat.
Oh, I know. I have a quad rail on my ATI Omni now, and it's actually I bought the quad rail I bought as a free floating setup, and I think it's 12-inch length, and it was made overseas, and it's actually pretty heavy. And if you add the rail covers on it, it gets even more bulkier. So I'm like, I kind of wanted to switch over to something different with it. I bought this one from GunTech USA that's 15-inch free-floating slim key mod with just a rail on the top, and it's a little weird to hold on to it compared to like the M4 style handguard because the diameter is much smaller. But I actually like it. It made the rifle actually very light. At least it feels very light and a little more balanced to me. The only downside with it is that the machining on it, the holes are kind of sharp around the edges. I mean, if you really like grabbed onto the thing and ran your hand across it, you probably would scrape it, like a cheese grater a little bit. But most of the time I'm not doing that, so it's not really that big of a deal. But I like it a lot actually. I mean, for the money, it was like about $100. I think it was like $89 or whatever. So it's really, really, really inexpensive compared to most of the free-floating handguards. Of course, as the barrel nut uses a proprietary style barrel nut where you have to use actually just like an open-ended wrench to torque it down because of diameter of it having to be so small. And it works just fine with the low profile gas block and all that too. So I actually like it quite a bit. I put it on my R guns rifle.
Seven-inch. I'm going through like with what I ordered today. That completed two builds when it gets here, and this third one is kind of just like a mix. I already have some leftover parts and a cheap receiver, right?
Right.
And so I already have the complete buffer tube, the spring, the buffer, the stock, the lower, what else do I have for it? I got a trigger, but just a trigger, just a fire control group. I don't have any other parts for the lower. I have, let's see, what else do I got? I think that's about it. So I basically need the upper BCG, handle, barrel, and then everything to gas tube, handguards, delta ring, barrel nut, or depending on if I might go a free float barrel. Or a free float handguard. I don't know.
Check out GunTech USA. Look around for their stuff because they have like several different styles of them. Not just the slim one that I have. They have a larger diameter one. And they come in different lengths and all types of stuff. So for a free floating one, their prices are pretty good, and I believe they're made here in the U.S. I think in Arizona.
GunTech.
Yeah, I think it's like GUNTEC maybe, and then USA. I think I might even. You can even look on my YouTube if you want to search on there. I think I might even have a link on the video. I think I did a video for it. If I remember right.
Well, I can't use that anymore because I got slanted. GunTech USA.
It was funny because on one of the Facebook pages, some guy was selling like free floating rails, kind of reasonably priced, but when they come in a white box real plain, chances are he bought them from overseas because he was trying to blow them out like ridiculously low price. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Another one to check out is this GunTech stuff. They're made in the U.S. He's like, no, they're not made in the U.S. I'm like, really? You're the guy selling stuff like almost off the back of a truck, and you're telling me that this company that has a website that shows the videos of them machining stuff here in the U.S. is not legit, and that just doesn't make sense. So, anyway, but I think that they probably are made in the U.S. I mean, they seem to be, and they seem to be pretty decent quality. I mean, especially for the money compared to other ones on the market. Definitely better quality than the ones I bought on eBay that I knew were coming from overseas. And those work, but
do they come with the barrel nut they need?
What's that?
Well, I'm looking at some of them right now. I'm wondering if they come with the special barrel nut that they need.
Oh, yeah, they should. I mean, mine did.
Well, because I went to one site and I almost pulled the trigger on one, and then I read in the fine print does not come with a barrel nut. So then I went and looked for their barrel nut, and that's $29 extra. And then I was like, nope, that ruined that deal.
You can double check with them depending on which model you're looking at, but the slimline one that I bought came with it. It was basically the barrel nut, and then I think there were 6 screws total because You put the barrel nut on. There's like two screws on two like Allen screws on each side, and then two on the bottom. I think that thread into the barrel nut. Oh, and it came with shims too. A couple shims. They go between the barrel nut and the barrel, so that when you're tightening it down, you have to be able to index the barrel nut so that the screw holes line up, or the bolt holes line up for the handguard. So you kind of run it on there. You get a feel for it after you put it on like a couple times to see how many shims you need or don't need, and so you can get it torqued down adequately and be able to line up the handguard onto it. But I've been really happy with it so far. Like someone mentioned earlier in the chat, with the slimline handguards, that sometimes they tend to hold heat. Like, I don't know if you say hold heat, but they heat up a little quicker because there's less material and they're a little closer to the barrel. But GunTech also offers the like regular diameter free floating ones as well, and those might be less of an issue with those because they're further away from the barrel. Mine, I basically take it out to the range and play with it and do practical rifle matches, and I haven't had really any issue with it. But then this weekend we were out, and I had my friend with me, and we were both running on the same group on the same stage. So I'd run my rifle to the stage, then there was one person I think after us, and then he'd run my rifle on the stage or whatever. So we'd switch off. But when you run through a stage that lasts like maybe a minute or two at most, and you're blasting through between 30 and 60 rounds, it starts to get warm kind of quickly, and then the next person runs another 30, 60 rounds through it. So it wasn't like totally blistering hot where you couldn't hold it, but it was getting a little warm, surprisingly. Plus, it was kind of hot out too. On top of it.
Yeah, I'm looking right here, like Roush, stainless steel tube and micro low profile gas block. Oh no, wait, never mind. It's an aluminum gas block. I don't want aluminum.
Yeah, I was staying away from those. I saw that one. Now you kind of jogged my memory when I was looking for them. Because I bought a couple of low profile gas blocks because I'm putting a quad rail over it or whatever on a couple of them that I built, and I've seen that brand and seen the aluminum ones. I'm like, nope. I'm sure somebody must be using them and having a good time with them, but I don't think it's.
If you hardly ever shoot your AR or just shoot it a little bit here and there and it doesn't heat up, it's fine. But
right.
I've heard of horror stories of like just literally melting the and not even like really doing that many mag dumps, but just like shooting like 5 or 6 mags fast and it toasts that aluminum block.
Okay, I could believe that. My thought would be too that if nothing else, it might loosen up, or you get a gas leak there more so because of the fact that the steel and the aluminum are heating and contracting different rates too. But yeah, I guess I could see that happening too. If the aluminum gets hot enough, it might warp it or whatever. I kind of have a hard time believing it would melt it down, but maybe it would melt.
Like, they don't like completely melt, but like inside they melt.
Yeah, I was gonna say where the fire path is.
Yeah, that's where they start to melt through.
That I guess I could see happening. Yeah. So yeah, my thought on that too is like yours. I would stay away from them no matter how cheap they are, because I bought most of my gas blocks on eBay. Some of them may have been made overseas, I don't know, but I always made sure they were steel when I was buying them.
Some of them say they're steel, but I swear to God, they don't look like they're steel. They look like they're aluminum.
Right.
You can just tell. Like this one I'm reading right now, it has a 2-star review, and it says low profile steel block, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steel block, but in the profile, like in the reviews, like there's people in the reviews saying this is like a piece of shit aluminum.
Right. That's
I'm
right.
on Amazon. Looking on Amazon right now.
Right. And that Amazon's kind of a little bit of a tricky thing because sometimes people will get the legit product, and then sometimes people won't. And they'll get the other thing, the junk, and then you'll see that in the reviews. Oh well, you look at this date from this date, it must have been the legit piece, and anything after this month of this year, now it's junk. So you got to really pay attention. At least on the plus side, Amazon has a pretty good return policy. They don't really hassle you much about that.
Yeah, I actually buy some AR parts through Walmart because they got free shipping to the store. And then you can just pick them up at the store, and sometimes they already have like really good prices, and then free shipping, and you just pick it up the next time you go get groceries.
Exactly. That's kind of what I was doing when it was really hard to find any 22 ammo. I'd order it online, and then I'd order it from Cabela's. Cabela's would get one box limit or whatever, and they'll have a bulk pack of this brand, and then if you order it, okay, fine. 2 days later they'll have a different brand bulk pack, for sale or whatever. I'll order that one, and I'll have it shipped to the store, so that basically when my packages all arrive at the store, I go pick it up and I go shop at Cabela's or whatever at the same time. So yeah, I kind of get that too. It's a good idea.
I don't know. I'm just trying to see if there's a way to build this AR where I can use up the M4 handguards I have in this build, but still make it cheaper than just going the free float and low profile gas block type way. But I don't want it to look funny either. You know what I mean? I don't want it to look.
The other part too. Yeah, you might be better off because with the free floating handguard, if it comes with the barrel nut, you're good there. And the low profile gas blocks, you can find a steel one that's pretty cheap, I think.
Well, the thing that bugs me about it is just that front gas block is going to have to be the receiver height, so I can put a sight on it. Right,
so it might look a little goofy, or if you get a flip-up one, you're going to be spending way more money than you want on it. For a budget build, I think that Yankee Hill one that I bought, I don't remember what it cost. I think it was over $50, I think. And again, I'm not sure. It could have been $70. I don't remember at all at this point. But yeah, I'm actually thinking about on my ATI Omni setup. I have a couple things I've done to it. It's got the aftermarket, or I should say a made overseas quad rail. I'm thinking about actually just taking that off and then going back to the Magpul MOE handguard with the flip-up sight from the Yankee Hill one that I got. That's also a gas block and flip-up sight. And then the upper receiver on that one is a DPMS slick side. I think I'm going to take that and put that on my pistol and then take the regular, I would call it A2 upper or whatever it is. I can't remember which one it is. But basically a standard M4 style whatever upper receiver, and then use that on the ATI Omni. Kind of switch some parts around basically, and get rid of that quad rail that's on the ATI one. So yeah, just kind of playing around with the setup and kind of dialing things in where I want them,
Well, that's what's so fun about them, is that's why I like to build them, is because it's not only, I just don't slap them together. It's like when I build one, I'll go out and I'll take my torque wrench, and granted, my torque wrench isn't that good. It doesn't do the inch pounds.
Right.
It only does foot pounds, so I got to go from 33 to 34, whereas I know the professionals will do it in inch pounds.
Mm-hmm.
But and I'll start off usually around 28 or 29 pounds of barrel torque, and I'll shoot with the handguards off. And that's another reason I like the M4 handguards, is it's so easy to shoot with them off and stuff, and just to pop them off. And but I'll shoot with the handguards off on bags, and I'll sit there and I'll tighten my barrel torque while I'm shooting groups, and I'll shoot a 3-shot group, tighten it, 3-shot group, and wherever my groups tighten up at, I'm done. You know, and yeah, it may take me like 30 or 50 rounds of ammo, and a couple hours at the range to do that, but then I just turned maybe a 2 MOA gun into a 1 MOA gun by doing that.
Right.
And so I always start right around 28, 29 pounds, and some on a lot of rifles, especially these Omni hybrids, I've been stopping at like 35 and 36 pounds of torque. And on others, I've gone up to like 40, 45, 47, stuff like that. But I know some guys that do like 80 pounds, 70 pounds, and I've never had to do that much, ever. I don't know what you torque yours at.
I think, if I remember right,
my average is between like 50 and 35 is my average.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember exactly what I said it at last time. I don't even remember now. It's been a little while since I had torque one. I think I just look up and see what people recommend, and I just do it. I had one actually that I have to torque down again. That's the reason why I'm just going to probably pull it apart anyway. The ATI Omni, I had the barrel tight, and I don't remember what I said. What I actually set it to. It might have been like 40 foot-pounds or whatever. I don't remember. But I always check, my stuff when I pick it up. You kind of like, give it a nice firm grip and kind of wiggle things and see if everything's all still intact and tight. And the quad rail just barely moved a little bit, and it's like the indexing pin probably has just a little bit of room between the how I explain it. Basically, like you can just kind of wiggle that barrel on the indexing pin inside the receiver. Just a tiny bit. So, needless to say, the barrel nut is not tight enough, and that's going to have to come apart anyway. So I might, like I said, probably go back to using my other style handguards and/or swap the upper receivers around, because I kind of thought about putting the slick side upper with my AR pistol, just because the forward assist isn't always necessary when, especially when I'm running the 22 conversion.
Do you lap your upper receivers at all before you mount a barrel?
I have not.
I think it really helps. It straightens out the very end of the upper receiver extension. It totally flattens that out, and that's usually where most of them are off. And
right, I believe it.
And just by tightening your barrel down, that's why when you go to shoot, especially on a lot of guns, or if you have a gun that for some reason you're using, because like on a lot of optics and stuff, there's a pretty standard 0 at 50 yards. You can switch optics between a lot of different ARs, and you should have pretty much the same 50-yard 0 on all of them. But all of a sudden, you get one of them that's 6 inches to the right. That's a telltale sign of that upper receiver. And I had one like that, so I bought the lapping tool, and it fixed it. And now I just lap all of them, just as kind of just do it. And then the blue Loctite, but I've actually changed to Permatex now around the barrel extension when you push it into the upper receiver, and then you tighten the barrel nut. And I'll do that all right at the range. Like what I'll do is I'll figure out where my gun tightens up its groups at, and then I know, okay, 36 pounds. This gun's shooting sub MOA, so I'll loosen up the barrel nut. I'll pull out the barrel. I'll put that blue Permatex around it, stick it back in, tighten back up my barrel nut, and then crank it back down to where it was at wherever I stopped before. Then I'll loosen it up again, crank it down one more time to where I stopped before, then shoot a couple more rounds through it, make sure it's still nice and tight groups, and usually it is, and I'm done.
Cool.
But it makes all the difference in the world, just those couple little things. I mean, it really does. Like, I make really cheap, like, Palmetto State Armory, like, uppers and guns.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, at 100 yards, I can make them shoot sub-MOA. Just by doing those little tricks, you know?
That's cool. So, I gotta go. I get to bed. So.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yep. Have a good night, and maybe we'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. And thank you, Pinks, for hosting this wonderful lobby for us tonight.
Yep. Thanks, Pinks.